Gotta unmute everything. Hey everybody, this is KennedyHawk from the MCM team. Today we're going to be doing a super special event. We're going to be streaming for Extra Life, the organization. You can check it out at extra-life.org or in the comments on this YouTube video or Twitch or however you're watching this. It's basically a big fundraiser to raise money for the Children's Hospital Network, and any proceeds you donate through the link that I have in this YouTube video will go to the Children's Hospital at the University of New Mexico. So, today we're going to be playing all sorts of Marvel games for the next 8 hours. I don't have to work at all today. The kids are at school, luckily. So we're going to play a ton of Marvel Champions and a ton of Marvel Snap, and we're going to see just how many games we can take down. So there's a bunch of different incentives on the Extra Life page. So depending on what you donate, you can put like a villain or a hero into a randomizer wheel, and we'll be using that in the afternoon to randomize our games. You can send me a Marvel CDB link, and I'll play your deck against a villain. We're going to try to get through as many of those as we can today, and then I'm going to do another live stream with physical cards in a couple weeks to wrap up any of the incentives we didn't get done in the first one. We just converted our what used to be my COVID term office back into a spare bedroom. So where I used to stream physical card games, there's now a bed. So I have to figure that out still. But pretty soon we'll be back to physical cards and we can do things. But for today, we'll be using Tabletop Simulator. So I've got my first game set up here. We got a couple viewers in the chat. So thank you so much for joining me. We're going to have a ton of fun today. And it is just going to be a blast. So the first thing I have set up here is I'm using this Colossus One Punch Man deck that I've posted on Marvel CDB. It's kind of a combo deck with Colossus where I am all about using teamwork and Made in Rage to try to take down villain stages in one punch. And it can be a little inconsistent when you're looking for that Voltron ally to teamwork off of, but luckily against Master Mold, we get to start with that Voltron ally in play with Magneto. So we're going to get things underway here against Standard Master Mold, Solo Leadership Colossus. So I'm going to shuffle everything up. We are at the Sentinel Factory, so we put the Magneto ally into play under our control. Each Sentinel minion gains guard, and each player is going to discard cards from the encounter deck until we find a Sentinel. And we find one right away with Toughness. When revealed, we're not revealing right now, so that's okay. It's from the Zero Tolerance modular set, so all of these heroes and villains in this scenario are from the Mutant Genesis box, and we're using the recommended modular set. Okay, so we have gotten our initial Sentinel out. That means we have to do the setup of drawing our hand. Wow, both copies of Organic Steel. That is a bummer. Well, that's okay. We've got some things that we want to keep. We do want to dig pretty deep because we're really looking for Iron Will and we're really looking for Titanium Muscles. So we're going to mulligan 4 away. We don't get to either of them, but we get closer. So that's the important thing. All right here. So against Master Mold, he has Stalwart and Toughness. So Steel Fist is going to deal damage but not apply any conditions to him because of Stalwart. When Master Mold schemes against you, discard cards from the encounter deck until a Sentinel minion is discarded. Put that minion into play engaged with you, and do not give Master Mold a boost activation. So basically, when he schemes, he's not going to get a boost card, but he kind of does, because he finds a Sentinel minion who also schemes to add extra threat. So we got to worry about that a little bit too. Alright, so we are ready to get underway here. We don't get to search our deck for Organic Steel, because we drew really poorly with our shuffle. But that's okay. We're going to start things off with a flip and gain a tough status card on Colossus, on Piotr, with our Steel Skin response. We're going to throw an honorary X-Men onto Magneto, because things are looking pretty sweet for him right away. And now I've got to decide between Maria and Professor X. I think I'm going to take Maria for today. She will draw me a card. Giant Man is normally our Voltron ally in this deck, but since we have Magneto, we don't need to find a second one. We are going to... I'd really like to get Danger Room training on Magneto, but we don't need to take out this minion, so I don't think we're going to yet. I think what we'll do is we'll attack and remove Tough with Colossus's attack. We will pay 1, 2, 3 for a Professor X, who will ready an X-Men character, so he's going to ready Colossus. And Colossus will take off that Tough status. Maria will remove some threat, and Magneto can take out this Sentinel Mark III. He is still going to take his consequential because this response happens before consequential damage, just like Tigra. But, hey, thanks Film Theory for stopping by. I know this is a bad time zone for you, but it will be on demand later, so I hope you get to watch it all. Unfortunately, we're not even using Professor X's stats, but that's okay. He's going to block for us this turn and maintain our tough. We're going to draw 4 cards as Colossus, and we have a strength in numbers, which is really great because we can cycle our deck super fast. Alright, 1 threat going out there. This Sentinel is going to attack us with a boost card, and Professor X is there to block it for us. He blocks 3 damage and goes to the discard. We get an encounter card, and it is a quick strike Sentinel that Maria is going to block. Actually, you know what? I'll let my tough soak that one because we don't have anything in our hand that's going to use tough, and we'd rather use that. Okay, so it's our go. We're going to thwart with Colossus, and we're going to strengthen numbers with these 2 friends. We did run into a Danger Room training, which is good on Magneto. We've got all these double resources. We are drawing super conveniently. Hey, Seth. Thanks for joining us. Do I want to shuffle anything in? I guess I could shuffle in an Organic Steel. Honestly, I don't even know if I want to. Now, we have the choice of if we want to flip down here or not. I don't think we do, because we have a Sentinel in play engaged with us that I totally forgot about. I think we will flip down and use our Armored Up, though. So we'll flip down. We'll discard 1 of those double resources and draw 4. And we'll plan on flipping up with Armor Up. All right. Still not getting any of our resource generators halfway through our deck. Master Mole gets his 1 threat. He's about to scheme, and we're going to say, not today, sir, with Armored Up. Alter Ego Interrupt when the villain activates Change Hero form, so that's going to give us a tough status back. And we're going to have Maria chump this first one. So 2 damage into Maria. We've got 2 damage coming from this Sentinel. And yeah, I think I'll have to take it with Colossus, but I'll defend so that I don't, lose my tough card. We've got an encounter card, which is an assault, so we're probably going to lose our tough card anyway from this assault, but we avoided 5 damage, which is better than avoiding 2, so I'm pretty happy with that. And it's our go. Okay. We are having a hard time here today. We're going to get a sidearm out here on Magneto, so Magneto's now up to 5 damage, which isn't quite enough to kill this Sentinel. And we don't have a tough card today, which is a bit of a bummer. But we can do 5 onto this Sentinel and get him ready for death next turn. The Forced Interrupt before Armor Up. I think you are right. So we'll throw another Sentinel into play on us, which is going to do 3 extra damage. Probably hits our tough card off differently. Thanks, Christian. Yeah, we definitely wish we could have the resources earlier. What are we going to do here? Things are looking pretty gross. We let things get a little bit out of control. Alright, well, knowing that, we'll use Magneto to kill this Sentinel instead. We'll leave the Quick Strike 1 out. So we won't take our Consequential with Magneto, but we're still in a pretty bad bind. We're gonna mulligan and look for better things. I think we've got enough health that we can tank some hits, and we really need something like Iron Will to get our resource generation going. Okay. 1 threat going out in the main. We're getting hit for 3 plus something, and we're just going to take it this time because we need as much attack damage as we can to clear some minions after this. So we're taking 3 damage to the chin, 2 more from our Sentinel, and our encounter card is going to give us a free flip, which isn't too bad. When we flip, we get to shuffle something back into our deck. What do we want to shuffle in? Let's shuffle in a... Let's shuffle in a Maid of Rage. Stop focusing on our combo and focus on surviving instead. Okay. So it's our go now. We can flip up and gain tough. I really wish I had more resources to get an Inspired on Magneto and play Iron Will, but I don't have that option for today. I can get an Inspired on Magneto, though. So he now does 6 damage. So he can just wipe minions off the board for us, basically. He can't have a second sidearm, and we don't have enough resources to play Iron Will, which is a bummer. But we did what we could do, and we have a tough card to keep us alive for now. I'm going to discard Sidearm and draw 3. Really wish I had had that earlier. Okay. One threat going on the main. He's attacking us for 2 plus something. I'm honestly thinking about chumping with Magneto. So Magneto's got 2 bonus hit points, so he's a 7. I'm going to chump with him. Gets hit for 3. Not super happy about that, but it could be worse. And we get an encounter card, which is going to Surge because there's no Sentinel minions. And the villain attacks us with Gang Up. So we do get attacked one more time. We're not going to be able to preserve our tough to use with Bulletproof Protector. That's okay. We'll take the tough to the face. Oh, should have defended. We could have saved our tough. Oh well, it happens. And on we go. Let's pay 2 for an Iron Will. So we're up to 2 thwart now. I think we're going to flip down. He's probably going to pop the scheme on this one, but we did what we could do. And we'll shuffle in... Man, nothing again. An Organic Steel. Alright, readying up, drawing 6. That is 7, because I held on to a card that I wanted to keep. There we go, much better. We did get a Made of Rage and a Teamwork, so we can try to do our one hit this turn if we get that far. We did not draw into an Armor Up. That would have completed our day. So we're getting 1 threat from the auto threat. He's going to scheme for 1 and look for a Sentinel minion. Oh, and we get one that also gets an attachment. That's brutal. So we got a Sentinel Mark 8, the highest health point one that is going to go look for a Sentinel attachment in the discard, the topmost one. So we start from the bottom here and see if any have been discarded. There is one, Energy Barrier. So we've got this 3/3, which is really a 3/5 minion with an Energy Barrier, attached to a Sentinel minion without Energy Barrier, and give it a tough status card. That's awesome. After it attacks, it's also going to get a tough status. But right now, none of that matters, because we're going to get 1 threat from Master Mold and then 3 from this guy, which pops the scheme right away. So we're looking for another Sentinel, but we get to shuffle everything in here in first, so hopefully we get a somewhat easy one. We get a Quick Striker, and we're in Alter Ego, so that's not the end of the world. And now we've got a lot more threat room to grow, but since this guy came out during minions thwarting or scheming, he's going to scheme as well. Brutal. Okay. Let's see what we can do next. We are going to... That was all the scheming. We get an encounter card after all of that nastiness. All for 1 flip. All for 1 flip, Colossus. And we get a Shadow of the Past. Oh my goodness. We're going to take our first loss right away. Discard each tough status card on each friendly character. That's 0, so that's good. We can at least get rid of the side scheme pretty easily. But we've got some gnarly minions staring us in the face here. And it's not looking swell. Let's see what we can do. Good thing I have Made of Rage. It's true, but Made of Rage can only hit one of these guys. So, we will play Peter's Studio and discard cards looking for a Colossus card. It's a Shadow Cat. We're going to flip up and gain a tough status. And we're going to use Bulletproof Protector to remove a tough status card to gain 2 tough status cards. And when we remove a tough status card, we're going to get to draw a card with Iron Will. We get Titanium Muscles. That's not the ideal time for that. Okay. What can we do? We can... We could Made of Rage one of these minions off the board. Probably this one, although this guy's got 4 attack too, so it's not beautiful either way. Magneto can take care of this minion on his own. That feels pretty good. I'm almost considering using Steel Fist on this guy to get rid of Tough. He's not stalwart, so we could stun and confuse him and buy ourselves another turn, but we got to pay 2 for Steel Fist, so that's a bummer. Let's pay this way for Steel Fist. It's going to remove Tough with the 5 damage, stun, and confuse. Which seems pretty essential right now. Magneto will take this guy out and heal his 1. Do we Made of Rage this guy off the board, or do we... And we need to get rid of a Tough status card for Steel Fist. Oh, Steve's totally right. Let's rewind time for a minute. We're going to use those 2 resources to play Titanium Muscles and use that to play Steel Fist. That way we're ramping. Good call, Stream. You're better at this than me, that's for sure. Okay, so we got that out there. Do we want a Made of Rage with our last Tough status card? Wiping this guy off the board feels really good. Also, being able to soak that... I mean, we could get rid of that with Colossus, too. So, this is a little tough. I think the answer is to thwart this away. Let that stunned buy us a turn there and stabilize the board. We'll use Made of Rage next turn to get rid of Juggernaut. Okay. We are drawing 3 cards and keeping our Made of Rage. We got 2 Made of Rages. We could just get the villain this turn if we're lucky. 1 threat going on the main. Master Mold is going to attack us for 2+ something. And I think we're going to take it with our Tough and draw from Iron Will. 3. Draw 1 card from Iron Will. Juggernaut's going to attack us for 4. I don't really think we can afford to flip down. This card's stunned. I definitely can't afford to defend. I think we're in a bind here. Whoa. Yep, we're just going to take the 4 and see what our encounter card is. Excellent. Attach to a copy. While you're engaged with Sentinel minions, you cannot change form. Okay, well, we are not going back down to get Tough status cards. This is trouble. Okay. All right. Well, I think we're in trouble here, team. We could play Beast. That gets us a chump blocker, at least. That doesn't do that much for us. We can't flip down, because these are going to thwart out. We can get rid of this Sentinel. We could swing for 3. Oops. And then Magneto can finish him off. So that's probably important to do. Beast could come in and hit Tough off this guy and then chump. I think that's like his best use right now. And it keeps us in the game. We do get to go find a double resource. I don't know if we really need it at this point. But we'll do it. Draw 2. Reshuffle and draw 1. And we're getting dealt an encounter card. Hey, thanks for adding a randomizer, Seth. I really appreciate it. All right. One threat going out into our 8 threat scheme. We've got 2 damage coming at us. And we're going to end up sacrificing like a Magneto here, unfortunately. We don't lose if Magneto's defeated, right? It definitely ruins our day. Yeah, I do have a way to flip down, but I can't flip until I can get rid of this is the problem. So That'll have to happen next turn if we can thwart enough, but I don't think we're gonna get that far. We're gonna block the villain's attack, and he kills us. Oh, brutal! All right, we're gonna reset this game really quick, and we'll try this one more time before we move on to something else. Spendrix asks, what is happening? I'm losing. That's what's happening. Alright. Everything is reset. Shuffling again. Solo Colossus leadership against Master Mold. We're going to do better this time and not draw so poorly and play so poorly. With Steve's help from the stream, I'm going to do much better. Okay. So first thing we're going to do is look for our Sentinel. Oh, you know what? I just loaded a saved game that's a different setup too. So this has Brotherhood instead of Operation Zero Tolerance. That might help or hurt us with acceleration tokens. It's certainly not helping us find a Sentinel. Oh my goodness. There are Sentinels in the Sentinel mod, I assume. There we go. We got one. Shuffling our deck, drawing our opening 6. Alright, we didn't draw into both copies of Organic Steel, so I feel like that is really good. We also didn't draw into Honorary X-Men to throw that onto Magneto, but we have Inspired and Sidearm, so I don't feel too bad about that. We're going to throw other things away and draw 4. And then we get to find an Organic Steel. This is a much better life for us today. Okay. We are going to begin our turn with a flip and gain a tough card. We're going to throw an Honorary X-Men onto Magneto. We're going to throw an Inspired onto Magneto. We're going to throw a Sidearm onto Magneto. And we're going to Bulletproof Protector to have 2 tough statuses instead of 1. This feels much better. Alright, so Magneto can swing for 5 turn 1. He'll wipe out this guy, as Magnetos do. He still takes that first consequential, because this response happens before consequential damage, so it's a little tricky, just like Tigra. And we can thwart with Colossus, just like he likes to do. We should be starting with 1 threat. Okay. This is a much better opener. We're going to get rid of Organic Steel, even though we didn't use it, because we care more about Iron Will and other things, and we'll get him eventually. Alright, we got a Professor X, so we can stay in hero form an extra turn. That's pretty good. Master Mold is going to gain a threat and attack us. So we've got 2 damage plus a boost card coming into our tough status. 4 damage, losing a tough. We've got an encounter card, which is just going to gain Surge. And a Sentinel with Quick Strike. We don't have like a ton of... well, we do want to get rid of this guy, so... We'll take that into our tough and plan to do at least 1. No. We have Professor X. We're fine. We're going to defend and not take damage. So we defend the Quick Strike, avoid the damage. It's our go. We're going to wish we could play Giant Man, but we can't. And we're going to play Professor X to ready Colossus. Colossus will ping for 2. Magneto will finish that Sentinel off and heal and laugh with his responsibility. And then Professor X will thwart us down to 0 and do a chump for us. We're going to throw Honorary X-Men onto Colossus just because we want to draw cards. Okay. We're going to flip down soon, I swear. 1 threat going on the main. We've got 2 plus a boost card coming into Professor X. It's going to give the villain a tough status. Joke's on them. We haven't hit the villain yet, so. Alright, our encounter card is Mutant Terrorist. Search the encounter deck and discard pile for the Brotherhood side scheme. Reveal it. If it did not interplay this way, discard cards until a Brotherhood minion is discarded. Well, it's going to interplay. It's not there. Magneto is fighting his own people. This is classic comics. Alright, we've got 5 threat side scheme. We just threw away Professor X. That's ideal timing. Okay, it's our go. Good news, good news. We can handle this super easily. You may discard a tough status card. Okay. We're going to pay 2. Maybe we're not going to do that. I might be a liar. We're going to use teamwork right away. So Magneto has 2, 3 thwart, and we have 1 thwart. Wow, that's not 5. That's a bummer. Too bad we didn't get that Danger Room training out. Okay, well, there's not much we can do about that. But we'll at least teamwork 4 off of it. And in that case, we won't play Steel Fist, because we don't want to lose our tough status card. We want to be able to soak the villain attack with the tough. And our hand is just trash right now. Okay, let's throw these away. Stay in hero form 1 more turn. Come on, armored up. That'll work too, but we're not going to keep a tough status, so I don't think it's going to help very much. We've got 1 threat going in the main. We've got a 2 damage attack coming at our face. We're getting 2 encounter cards this turn, so we're going to soak it with tough. Attached to a minion, there are no minions, so joke's on you. 2 encounter cards because of that jerky hazard symbol. Caught off guard. Good thing we played that. And a Sentinel. Oh no, this one gets a upgrade. I'm sure we have discarded an upgrade at this point in our life. It's a stun beam, so after he attacks and damages a character, we're going to stun that character, so that guy just needs to go away. Good thing we don't have Made of Rage anymore. We are going to be 1 damage short on everything. This is brutal. Okay. Wow, our hand is just utter garbage again. So we can thwart away the Brotherhood at least, and I think we need to do that because we can't handle a hazard symbol being out forever. So Colossus will do that. Magneto's got 5 attack that he can throw on this guy and start getting him dead. We're not quite there yet. We can play this honorary X-Men on ourselves for the next time we draw caught off guard. Made of Rage and Strength in Numbers is just useless to us. We really need the headroom to be able to flip, but I don't think we can afford to let a second minion get out from Master Mold scheming, because that's going to scheme and trigger the main scheme, which will be 3 minions, and then we'll just have snowballed out of control. So we're just going to have to discard and use our hefty health pool. We haven't armored up, so now we can finally flip down. Alright. 1 threat going on the main. We've got 2 plus a boost coming at us. This guy's definitely going to hit us for 4. I think we just let Master Mold hit us with our health pool. Just 2. This guy's coming for 4. We could have Magneto take it, but he would die, so that's a bad plan. So I think we're just going to take the 4 and a stunned, which is a bummer, but we can clear that this turn and hopefully be able to flip down soon. We've got 1 encounter card coming. Each minion engaged with you attacks you. That's fine. We'll take another 4 and not another stunned. That is 4, right? 3 plus 1? Okay, yep. We don't play Justice on this stream, Schmendrix. I'm sorry. But maybe we will next. It depends. We'll see. If we lose again, we'll switch to a Justice deck. Maybe. Brant, you can make me play all basic Colossus by donating to the extra life stream. Alright. We survived that turn. Kind of. Magneto will wipe this guy off. Let's just say goodbye to that minion. Colossus will thwart for 1. I don't even know if I can afford to armor up because I just flip to hero form and die, which seems pretty bad. We'll use teamwork and sidearm to clear stunned with Steel Fist. Feels good. Yeah, we're going to flip down. We're going to risk it. What do we got here that we want to shuffle in? Made of Rage. I'd really like to have tough cards. Bulletproof Protector sounds really good right now. But I think the answer for now is Made of Rage. And I also think we're not going to keep our Armored Up. We're going to let him go. Drawn 6. We got our Muscles. We got our Iron Will. All in the same turn. Beautiful. 1 threat going in the main. Master Mold is going to scheme for 1, and he's going to get some kind of minion. Let's hope it's the 1 scheme minion. That would be awesome. No, it's a 2 schemer. Bummer. So we got 3 threat going out. And we trigger this. So everything's going back. We avoided our acceleration token with only 3 cards left. So thanks, Master Mold. And we're looking for a second minion, because that's what we needed. It's another one that's going to scheme for 2. Things look dire again, but that's okay. We prefer dire to dead. Alright, we didn't get our Danger Room training again. Magneto is sitting at this like measly 5 attack, being super sad about life. And we're going to flip, or are we going to heal? No, we need to Made of Rage. So we're going to flip and gain a tough. We're going to pay 1, 2 for Titanium Muscles, 1, 2 for Iron Will. Get both of those out. And do we use our tough to just blow through a minion? It saves us 2 damage, which we're going to take by keeping the tough anyway, but we clear our board, which I like. So we're going to Made of Rage, lose a tough, draw a card from Iron Will. And that's a 8 damage attack with Overkill. So we'll get rid of, or 9 damage, we'll get rid of a Sentinel and a tough status card. We've got a Shadowcat hanging out in our hand to do nothing. And Magneto could hit this guy for 5, or he could thwart for 3. I think we'd rather hit this guy for 5 and get him set up for death. And someday he'll have Danger Room training and be happy about it. Alright, tough and stunned are both gone. Going to discard Shadowcat and draw 4. Bulletproof Protector, that's what we needed last turn. Okay, 1 threat going out in the main. We've got 2 coming at us. We are going to defend. 2 plus 1. We do take 1 damage. This little guy comes in. We take 2. We've got 1 encounter card. It's probably going to kill us. Oh my gosh, Shadow of the Past again. This is looking eerily familiar. Alright, he needs a toughness card, because why wouldn't he? We need a flip down and several recovers, but I don't think we have the room for it. And we didn't have tough at least, so we can get rid of that side scheme. That'll be nice. We are exhausted. Nope. Okay, it's our go. We are pretty doomed here. We definitely can't afford to flip down. We can throw Magneto in front of Juggernaut and maybe live. But it's not looking beautiful. What do we want to do? I mean, Magneto will kill this guy, right? That seems like the right thing to do there. He heals his damage that time. If we flip down, we're getting up to 7 plus a minion, which is going to be 8, so we can't really afford to do that. All we can do in this form is play Triskelion. That doesn't feel great. Yeah, I think we're going to end up scooping this one. I mean, we'll play it out. 1 threat going out. I guess let's flip down. We might draw an Armor Up, which could save us. I don't think we're going to. But there's a chance. No, we didn't. That was bad. That was bad math. Okay, so we get 1 threat. 1 threat's going out from Master Mold. He's going to go find a Sentinel, which is a 3. So, 4 more threat on the main scheme. Oh my goodness, Master Mold drives me insane in solo sometimes. And this is why. So, there you have it. We did not pull off our One Punch Man Colossus deck. But we will try it again later today. But for now, we're going to move on to something else. We're done with these leadership decks. So let me get set up for the next game, and we will be right back. I'm unmuted now. Hey, yeah, we probably should have shuffled armor up back into our deck. I did not think of that. We're going to play better and slower now. And the main way we're going to play better is we're using a Brian V deck. So Brian V decks are always good, unlike KennedyHawk decks. Your mileage may vary on those. So this is a Shadowcat Kitty surprise attack. And then I used a quick randomizer to pick a random Mutant Genesis scenario. Is there sound now? Can anybody confirm? It looks like there is. Okay. So we're playing against Sabertooth here, and we've got Senator Kelly under his side scheme over here with 5 threat on it. we're ready to get underway. Okay, so we've got Shadowcat in play. Let me double check here that the sound is actually working. Okay, it does look like it's working. Okay, thank you. There's a delay from the chat to me actually talking a little bit, and it's longer than I'm used to with this setup, so that's a little interesting. All right, we're going up here against Sabertooth with Shadowcat, and we'll get underway. So we're using the recommended modulars, so that's Mystique and Brotherhood, and we're going to try to rescue Kelly and, get rid of Sabertooth in one big swoop. So we got 6 cards going into our opening hand. We did get a Kitty's Room, which does not hurt if we plan to flip down. We don't usually flip down a ton, so I don't feel like I need to do that. We got a drop kick right away. That feels pretty good. We have a Colossus, but he's pretty expensive right now. We've got a Magic. We don't have anything to defend with, but if we can get to phased form and thwart with Airwalk, that would be pretty good. So we've got 3 physicals here for a drop kick, or we could play Martial Prowess, use that to complete our drop kick, but then we wouldn't get to thwart Kelly as well. Difficult decisions. I think that's the right answer, is getting a Martial Prowess down. So we're going to use Airwalk and Magic to play a Martial Prowess. We're going to keep solid phased form up, or solid form up. We're going to flip into Shadowcat. We will use solid, Kitty's Room, and Colossus to play a dropkick. So that's going to hit for 4 damage. It's going to stun the villain, and since we played with all physicals, it'll stun and draw us a card, which is pretty good. X-Jet would be great to get down soon. I guess I could have paid with 1 less, but that's okay. We will thwart for 2 and call that one a day. Since we did an attack, we are forced to flip to, well, we can flip to phased form, and we're going to use that to make sure we take no damage if we do. So we're in hero form. We're drawing up to 5 cards. I'm going to keep X-Jet because I'd really like to get some ramp going here. We've got 1 threat going on the main, and after we resolve step 1, we deal 2 damage to Robert Kelly, so he is going to start piling up some damage here. We've got a stunned on Sabertooth, and we didn't shuffle this yet, but we probably should. We've got an encounter card, which is a medical emergency to heal Robert Kelly. That sounds kind of ideal, other than the acceleration token. So that's not too bad so far. Things are looking okay. Do we have an attack? We do not have an attack to use with our Martial Prowess, which is a bummer. We are in phased form. Yeah, Brant, I agree. We could probably defeat him without even having to do that, which would be pretty funny. And I think we honestly might. We're going to pay 3 for an X-Jet. Just ramp a little bit while we can. We can't afford to play Angel yet, so let's pay differently and actually use Ready to Rumble instead. We will perform an attack or a thwart somewhere. Let's perform an attack, because that will flip us. That lets us use Ready to Rumble to Ready, because we just changed forms. Someone asked if I think TTS or Octagon is better for this game. I think they're about equal. I think TTS is a lot more resource intensive. It takes a lot of computer memory to load all the assets. And Octagon's a little bit less user friendly. It does try to automate things, but you gotta learn all the shortcuts and things like that. Ultimately, I think playing this game with physical cards is the best way to play. But if you're playing on a computer just due to space, I prefer Tabletop Simulator, but that's because I have a fast computer. If I didn't, I would probably prefer Octagon. And I used to play a lot of other LCGs on Octagon, so it's a really good system still. Yeah, let's can this heal Kelly? Stream, someone can tell me. Can this heal Kelly when he's still under Find the Senator? That's going to decide where I thwart. But we'll decide that later. This is exhausted for playing Ready to Rumble. Do we want to just punch again? And we could flip back to phased? I think that's what we want to do. We just want to punch again. Flip back to phased. That way if we defend, we can take no damage and draw 5 cards. Phased strike. All right. We've got 1 threat going out in the main, 2 damage going on to Kelly. Yeah, the cards are pretty small. You can hold Alt over them, and it makes them big for my old person eyes. All right, so he's going to attack us for 2 plus something. We will defend. It's 2 plus a 1, so we take no damage because we defended, and we are forced to flip forms. He does still discard a card for his ability and attempt to heal. He's going to heal 1. Nope, not place threat. Heal 1. And we get an encounter card, which is permanently phased. Flip your mass form to phased. You cannot attack, defend, or change mass forms. So we need to go to Alter Ego to get rid of that. Not being able to attack or defend kind of stinks this turn. Not gonna lie. Okay. That's quite a bummer. Alright. It looks like we're going to have to flip down, which means Kelly's going to take some more damage. And there should be 1 more threat from Medical Emergency. Thanks. Alright. We're going to flip down. We don't even have any ramping we can do. I guess we can use the X-Jet to play a Ready for Rumble first. Everything in our hand is like pretty nice. I'm more inclined to keep the drop kick than the other one, so we're going to discard things and look for... Well, we have enough physical resources right off the bat. We'll discard those 2 and draw 4. Ready up, and then next turn we'll try to get rid of permanently phased. So we've got 2 threat going out because of this acceleration. 2 damage going on to Kelly. Sabertooth is going to scheme for 1 plus something. Something seems wrong. Are these all supposed to be the same card? It looks like there's 2 copies of Infiltration in the deck. Okay, they're not all Infiltration. Something's going wrong with the TTS mod, but we'll ignore it for now. 2 threat going on the main scheme, and he's going to heal for 3. Bummer. We will get an encounter card. It is the player who defeated this scheme shuffles each shapeshifter card from the encounter discard pile into their deck. That is really bad for us right now. And that's it for the villain turn. We need to exhaust Kitty and get rid of this forever. That was a major problem for us. We will use our ability to flip our mass form, and then we'll flip and use Ready to Rumble to ready. It looks like we do need to save the Senator, is my guess here. So we're going to thwart for 2. We're going to use Shadowcat Surprise to ready and flip. We'll flip this after. But that's going to deal 3 damage to Sabertooth and flip our form. We'll thwart to rescue Kelly because we can't afford to be letting him take 3 damage a turn. That's too horrible for us. That is going to advance everything here, right? So what happens here? This flips over. We now have the ability to ready for resources, and undefended damage will go to Kelly. We deal each player an encounter card, and we start our threat clock over at 0, which is the important thing. All right. we are still in kind of a bind here. We can definitely stun the villain, so let's do that with Dropkick. 4 and a stunned, and draw a card. Since we're here, we're going to be forced to flip. Right as we flip, we will surprise attack for another 4, which is going to push Sabertooth to the next phase. He's going to gain a toughness and go up to 15 hit points. So he flipped, used that resource, and then that gives us the option to flip back. We're not going to flip back right away. We're going to use X-Jet and Genius to do 6. We don't have anything that we need to discard, but we're just trying to do damage and clear tough and things like that. Okay, that was that turn. On that last attack, we will flip back to phased so that we're ready to defend and take no damage for Kelly. We have 5 cards coming into hand. We've got a Dropkick and a surprise attack. We should be able to finish him off pretty quick now. So we've got 2 threat going in the main. He is stunned. He does not attack us, but we have 2 encounter cards. So deal 1 damage to Kelly. He can afford that for now. I don't mind letting humans suffer. And shuffle this card into your deck. This card gains Surge. After this card enters your hand, Mystique activates against you. Okay, gotcha. A Mystique card. Okay, and that card gains Surge into Sabertooth attacks you. He does have no sustained damage, so he gets +1 attack. We're going to defend, so we take no damage in phased form. He attacks with a real big boost, and then he tries to heal, but he's at full health, and we flip to solid form. Thanks for joining us, Brian. I hope you can catch the rest of this later. Appreciate your time. All right. Well, can we finish him off this turn? I don't know if we can get quite that far, but we can get some work in. We can play Dropkick with a Strength and our solid form. So that's going to deal 4. Put out a stunned, draw a card, and flip. Not flip that, flip this. And then right after we flip, we can use Martial Prowess to deal 4. Do I want to do that? I kind of want to end in phased form. So maybe I don't want to flip on... I have to if I want to get back to surprise attack land. Maybe I don't want a surprise attack yet. We won't surprise attack yet. He's stunned. That's okay. That's good enough for now. We'll pay 2 for team building exercise. I know we have like a million resources down here, but we're doing what we can do. And that'll be it. We're going to hold on to surprise attack and draw 5 cards and be in phased form so that we can defend. Alright, we've got 2 threat going on the main. He is stunned. We've only got 1 encounter card coming at us this turn. It is another he attacks us. So he's going to attack us. We're going to use Quick Shift. Since we are in phased mass form and we're defending, we're going to draw 2 cards. That's going to flip us to solid form and we'll take no damage, which is pretty good. So he swings for 3 and we get 3 healing. There is something going weird here. Like all the cards are duplicated. This seems kind of bogus, but who knows? Okay. It looks like there's not a standard set, and there's just 2 of all the Sabertooth cards. That was cool. That might make it extra brutal. I'm not sure. Alright, we get an encounter, or we did do the encounter card already. So it's our go. We've got to do 15 damage in 1 turn. We just played Quick Shift, so we can draw 2. I think we can do it here. We're in solid mass form, so let's pay 1, 2 to play Lockheed, who's going to do 2 damage to an enemy. We will attack for 2 and change forms, and then use Martial Prowess to attack for 4. And then flip forms, use X-Jet, our solid mass form to attack for 4. Flip forms again, because why not? And then we've got 1, 2 to finish it off with a Shadow Cat Surprise for 3 damage. So we were able to take him down. The encounter deck's being a little weird, so who knows how legit that is. I'm going to turn on the Be Right Back signal and get set up for another game. So I'm going to go use the randomizer that people have donated to. So we'll pick a random game from that and see how it goes. All right, thanks for tuning in. We'll be back in a minute. Hey everybody, we are back, Apparently y'all hate me with this randomizer thing because 3 people have submitted the hood so far. So we're playing against the hood. In standard, they didn't force me to do expert at least. But they did specify the 7 modular sets. And this is from Mr. L, so these are all Spider-Man related modular sets. I'm going to use a dice here to randomize which one gets shuffled in. Each time something has to get shuffled in. We've got the hood standard set right here. So, we are going to roll this dice. If it's at 8, we'll re-roll it. Otherwise, it's just 1 through 7. We get a 6, so in goes the Power Drain modular set for part of the hood setup. I grabbed a Scarlet Witch deck because I'm playing against the hood, and I'd like to not lose all my games on stream because that'd be embarrassing. So we're just getting set up here with Wanda's play area, and we're ready to go. Triple hood, that is right. People out there like the hood, apparently. And they exist. Okay. So we've got Wanda Justice set up here. We've got the hood out who has the Foul Play special ability. So that is a special ability, discard the top card of the encounter deck. If that card does not belong to the hood encounter set, deal it to yourself as a face-down encounter card. So we're going to get a lot of encounter cards. We choose 7 modular sets and set them aside. We chose 1 at random to shuffle into the deck. We have just the hood and the standard set in here. When revealed, each player must resolve the hood's foul play ability in player order. So if it's not a part of the hood's modular set, we're going to deal it to ourselves. So we're going to discard the top card. It's part of standard, so we do deal that to ourselves. All right. Here we go. We're going to draw our opening 6 cards. So what we get here, we have a molecular decay. I mean, maybe we just end this guy immediately. We have a hex bolt. We have resources. Honestly, do we just end him? I'm not even good at mulligan. We're going to flip up. We're going to pay 4 hex bolt. So we discard the top 3 cards of the encounter deck. For each discarded card this way, do something based on the boost icons. So the first card has 1 boost icon, so we get to remove 2 threat from a scheme. Bit of a bummer. Second one has 2 icons, so we get to draw a card. And don't forget that we can replace one of those at one point. And the third one has 0, which is deal 2 damage. We're not going to replace anything yet. Because this is a... Oh, it's once per phase. I thought it was once per turn. I've been doing this way wrong. Okay, that's fine. Main scheme's really low. We're pretty happy so far. We are now going to use Chaos Magic. Play a card from your hand, ignoring its cost. We're going to play Molecular Decay. Deal 5 damage to an enemy. Discard the top 2 cards of the encounter deck. For each boost icon, do extra damage. Play a card from hand, ignoring its cost. Discard cards from the top of the encounter deck equal to that card's printed cost. So I think first we do the Molecular Decay. So we do 5 plus 1, and we're going to replace that one with Wanda's ability. 5 plus 1, 6 damage. Not so bad. And now we have to discard 3 cards from Molecular Decay, which in the hood scenario is actually really dangerous. It empties the deck real fast. And we discarded 2 hood cards. That's painful for foul play nonsense. Alright, we've got a Warp Reality, which I kind of like. I think we're going to play a Magic Shield, just to keep ourselves in the game. And we'll hold on to Warp Reality. We do still have our basic attack. Let's just ping for 1 and get done what we can get done. We're going to draw 4 cards. We've got a Turn the Tide. We've got a Quinn Carrier, a Sorcerer Supreme. Things are going our way nowadays. Alright, so the hood is going to attack us for 1 plus something. I honestly don't mind taking a little bit. Oh my gosh, a lot of damage. And we've got 2 encounter cards. We know one is an Assault that we probably want to Warp Reality with, is my guess. I'd also like to get Quinn Carrier down, though, so I don't know. Let's look at the other one first. Resolve. The hood attacks you and resolve the hood's foul play ability. That is the card we will Warp Reality with. When an encounter card is revealed, for the encounter deck, cancel all its effects and discard it. Discard cards for the top of the encounter deck equal to the number of boost icons, which is 1. we are going to get an acceleration token real fast. And then we have this assault to deal with, so the Hood's going to attack us for 1, 2, and discard 3 cards from the encounter deck. Wow, Electro was more thematic than I realized. And we do have our Magic Shield. I'm trying to save that for emergency situations. Okay. It's our go. We have the choice between Sorcerer Supreme and Queen Carrier. I think we all know the answer is Sorcerer Supreme. Although, do we have the Mystic trait on the other side? We do. And we probably want to flip down once here. So, we will definitely play Sorcerer Supreme. We're going to thwart that down to 0 and flip. And draw up to... Our hand size is increased by 1. Oh, while in hero form, so that doesn't help anyway. Bummer. Okay, well, that's fine. We'll do what we can do. Okay, Spiritual Meditations. Let's get back to our Scarlet Witch cards. We've got 1 threat going there. He's going to scheme for 1 plus 3. Oh my goodness. Pops it in one go. Scarlet Witch, your nemesis set strikes again. Choose 1 set-aside modular set at random, shuffle it into the encounter deck, and place 1 acceleration token on the main scheme. So now we're looking for a 1 through 6. So if we get a 7 or 8, we'll reshuffle our dice. We get a 4, so in goes the down-to-earth modular set. We're going to place our acceleration token on the main scheme and flip this one over. It's got 2 threat to start with. When revealed, each player must resolve the Hood's foul play ability in player order. For each player who is not dealt 1 face-down encounter card this way, place 2 threat here. So his ability is still currently just discard the top card, and we get that dealt to ourselves. Okay. Not the end of the world. Things are okay so far. We've got cleared the areas. We've got lots of good stuff going for us. Do we want to Spiritual Meditation? I don't know if we do, because I think we can... I don't think we want to use super-powered siblings, is what I meant. I do want to recover for 3. Stay as healthy as I can. We're going to flip up. We're going to use Clear the Area to clear the area and draw a card. We get Agatha. That would be good if we ever flip again. Let's use Spiritual Meditation to draw 2 cards and then discard 1 card. We're going to discard Agatha. Little Yuki had a question. For a newbie trying to deck build on Marvel CDB, do you suggest copying a deck and then making edits, or doing it from scratch? I definitely recommend copying a deck to start with. There's no shame in like using someone else's deck. All the decks I'm playing today are either mine or someone else's from the DB, because people spend a lot of time making really awesome decks. So especially when I'm playing a new character, or a character I haven't played in a while like Scarlet Witch, if I wanted to play Scarlet Witch all day, I'd go play like 5 different people's decks until I remember how to play her, and then I might like tweak their decks or build my own. So I think that it's totally fair to find like a well-defined write-up and then go off that. That's my 2 cents. Okay. We've got like lots of really good things to do here, but I don't know if we can do all of them. But I do want to get a Nick Fury down more than these other things. I could pay those 3 for a Queen Carrier, then I couldn't afford Nick Fury. Yeah, I think we're gonna do it this way. Draw 3. Finally get into some good cards here. Do I want to get rid of them? That's the real question. I think we definitely want to Hexbolt. And we want to hold on to Molecular Decay. So we're going to Hexbolt and discard 3 cards from the top of the encounter deck. So the first one is 2 boost icons. That lets us draw a card, I believe, right? That's not so bad. The next one is 1 boost icon. That lets us remove 2 threats. So we're going to replace that with Scarlet Witch for another 2. Draw a card. And the third one is 1 boost icon, which removes 2 threat. Our Hexbolt failed us today. But that's okay. We did get our Cowl, which I think is a huge deal for us, because that's going to let us really control those Hexbolts better. Nick Fury's going to swing for 2, just get a little bit of damage in. I think we're going to get rid of our Molecular Decay for a Cowl, because that's more important to us right now. Fury's got 1 damage on him, and we're going to ready up and draw 5, 6 cards, because Sorcerer Supreme. So we've got 1 threat, going, 2 threat going on the main. Acceleration token. The Hood is going to attack us, and we're going to soak this one with Nick Fury. Nick Fury doesn't even die. Isn't that embarrassing? And we get 2 encounter cards. Discard 2 cards from the encounter deck. Take indirect damage for each boost icon discarded this way. Okay, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a lot of damage. We're going to replace that 3 with Scarlet Witch's ability to take 3 indirect. So we'll take 2, and Nick Fury will bite the butt, bite the dust. And then we've got Power Drain. When defeated, something happens. Probably won't defeat that. How much health do we got on the next stage of the Hood? 16. Okay. So we got a lot of damage left to do, is what you're telling me. Okay. What are we going to do? We are going to... Molecular Decay is really expensive. That's unfortunate. Let's thwart for 2 and use Turn the Tide to do the last 3 points of damage here, which doesn't hurt. So that's after you thwart and remove all threat from a scheme. We're going to choose 1 random modular set. So we're looking for a 1 through 5. We get a 6. We get a 3. So in goes Sinister Assault. Oh gosh. That is really bad. Foul Play. Special. Discard the top 2 cards of the encounter deck. Deal the first card discarded this way that does not belong to the Hood encounter set to yourself. So we're going to get a lot of Sinister Assault minions, and they are nasty. So we don't want that. No. All right. We got 15 damage to burn through. I feel like Molecular Decay is the better way to go here. Although with Hexbolt, I might be able to get a stunned off, which would help a lot. So let's actually do Hexbolt. Maybe we'll draw enough cards to do something else. So we're going to discard 3 cards. We get a 3 right away, so that's going to put a stunned onto the Hood. We get another 3. That's going to put a confused onto the Hood. And we get another 3. Thank goodness for Sinister Assault. I changed my mind. I'm really glad that got shuffled in. Because that was kind of wonderful. We're going to flip down and draw 4. So we got 3 threat going on the main. The Hood is confused. We get an encounter card, which surges into a quick strike villainous minion that we're hopefully just going to ignore. We'll see. I don't know if we have enough damage to fully do that. And it's our go. We want damage dealing cards. So we're going to discard 2 cards and draw 2 cards. We're going to get rid of Helicarrier, and we're going to get rid of Mockingbird and draw 2. We got some stuff here. And then we will flip up. And what are we going to do? Let's Spiritual Meditation, draw 2 cards, and then choose and discard 1. Discard Skilled Investigator. Let's Spiritual Meditation again, draw 2, discard 1. Let's get rid of Magic Shield. And deal ourselves an encounter card, which is probably a Sinister Assault minion, if we're being honest. Okay. Should we do damage first? Or should we, do threat removal? That adds to damage too. So let's do threat removal to start with. We are going to thwart for 2. No. We're going to play Wiccan, who's going to thwart for 1. He's going to discard, he does the encounter deck, right? The top card of the encounter deck, it's a 0, so we're going to replace that with Scarlet Witch's ability for a 3. So he gets to deal 3 damage to something. Do we think we're going to get to 15 this turn? I'm kind of doubting it. So would I rather kill minions? Nah, I got a tough and a shield and he's stunned. We'll do 3 to the villain. Then we will use... What do we want to do here? I think we're going to use Wanda to do the last 2 threat. We could do Clear the Area. In fact, let's do that. We'll use Hexbolt to play Clear the Area to clear the last 2 threat and draw a card. That removes the last threat from a scheme, so we can do 3 more. 15 minus 6. There we go. I don't know if I will. I spent my resources stupidly. We'll do one more. Damage, just get the damage in. Well, we can get the damage in. We'll rely on our allies to keep us around, and then next turn a molecular decay should just end everything, I think. So we've got 2 Hex Bolts and a molecular decay. We should be good to go. 3 threat going on the main scheme. The Hood is stunned. Vulture will attack us with Villainous into our Tough card. Wow. Vulture, you're a little sad. After he activates against you, discard a random card from your hand. Oh, I didn't think about that part. No! That's no good. And we get another acceleration token, and this thing shuffles. I'm not exhausted. This little guy's going to attack us for 1. We're just going to take the 1 damage. And this is from us decking out, so we've got 2 encounter cards to deal with. We've got a side scheme that's going to make Foul Play go off a bunch. And we've got Hobgoblin, who has Patrol and Villainous, but I don't think we're going to care. Alright, it's our go. Let's have the Wiccan do something here. He's going to hit for 3, because Wiccan is awesome in Scarlet Witch's deck. We are going to Hex Bolt, discard 3 cards. There's a 0, so that's 2 damage. There's a 0, so that's 2 damage. And there is a 1. We'll decrease it by 1 and do 2 damage. Boom! We took the Hood on. It was standard, but I still feel good about it. Alright. We're on a roll now. We have 2 wins in a row using other people's decks, so maybe that is the key to success here. I am going to get the next game set up, but first, one of the things you can do on the Extra Life page is if you donate a certain amount, you can ask a question. So one of the questions that was sent to me is, what are the top 10 games that you have played this year? What's like your top 10 game list? That's a really hard question for me because I own like 300 tabletop games, but I do track every game I play in an app. I'm like putting them in my phone today as I win or lose. So I took my app and looked at what were the 10 highest played games today that weren't Marvel Champion, or not today, but this year that weren't Marvel Champions. So I have the top 10 games played in the KennedyHawk household. So in no specific order, I'm just going to show the boxes because I have them stacked over here next to me. So Draftosaurus, Dinosaur Island Roll and Write. Oh, not Draftosaurus, that's a different one. Dinosaur Island Roll and Write. It's a roll and write where you're running like a Jurassic Park themed theme park, and you're trying to like get enough tourists to come through but not let the dinosaurs go loose. It's really good for kids with fine motor skills too, so my kids love it. Game 2 is Power Rangers, the deck building game by Renegade Games. You're going to see a lot of games in this top 10 list from Renegade Games because I love deck builders, but also they have like a ton of IPs that I find to be super enjoyable. So the Power Rangers deck building game is asymmetric. Cards from the middle row can attack you, like if you don't take out villains when you're a ranger or vice versa. Next game was chosen by KennedyHawk Jr. This is My First Carcassonne. It's a real simplified version of Carcassonne that even a 6-year-old can play. So he loves it, and we have played it so many times that it's made it into the top 10 frequency. Next game is War Chest. This is the expansion for War Chest Siege. War Chest is a really cool game where it's like a bag building game, and you're building a bag of poker chips, and then it's an abstract game where you move the poker chips around and they represent different medieval characters. So it's a really, really fun game. Highly recommend it. Another Renegade game, Transformers, the deck building game. So this just released. This is a expansion for Transformers, the deck building game, Infiltration Protocol. It adds playable Decepticons and playable Autobots. And this, like, in my opinion, fixes the Transformers deck building game. I used to be kind of down on it, but ever since that came out, like, it adds like a mission-driven mechanic for the co-op mode, which makes it really, really fun. We're almost done spamming about Renegade Games, but the last one from them is Rivals Vampires. This is set in the World of Darkness universe. Really fun LCG style game by them. It's horror themed, so we played it a lot in October. We're out of spooky season now, so we won't play it as much, but it's really, really fun. Chris Maka mentioned My Little Scythe. That was in our top 15, but not in our top 10, because my son loves to play that one as well. We've got 4 more, it looks like. Marvel Remix came out recently by WizKids. This is a really quick, like, 2 to 6 player 10-minute game. You basically get a hand of Marvel cards, characters, heroes, and villains, And you can either draw a card from the top of the deck and discard to a shared pool, or draw one from the shared pool and discard to it. And once there's 10 cards in the shared pool, you score what's in your hand. So you're like trying to not put things that other people might want in the pool, but you're trying to snipe the things that are advantageous for you. Pretty fun. Another roll and write. This is actually an import game from Japan, so it's called 5x5 Go-Go Zoo. And it's like a worker placement, like roll and write kind of game. It's in Japanese, so if you don't speak Japanese, you probably don't want to buy that one. But also, there are sites in the US that translate all of the rule books. So my wife does not speak Japanese, but she's able to play the game because we have the translated rule book. 2 games left. We have Disney Sorcerer's Arena Epic Alliances. This is a really fun skirmish game where you create a team of like 3 Disney characters, and they're these like acrylic standees that look really cool. Based on those characters, you like shuffle build the deck, kind of smash up style, and then it's a skirmish game where you're fighting over objective points and trying to knock each other's characters out. Nothing's funnier than, Mickey Mouse attacking Cruella de Vil, so big fan of that game. And then the last one is by Flat Hat Games, Summoner Wars 2nd Edition. Summoner Wars is really, really, really good. And the 2nd Edition takes all the problems from 1st Edition, removes them, and makes them better. So if you haven't played it, you should definitely try it. This is the first year that, other than Marvel Champions, no Fantasy Flight games have made it on there. But that's not because they didn't get represented really well. Like in the next 10, right, in numbers 11 through 20, it was like 8 FFG games, like Twilight Inscription, Imperial Assault, and all sorts of classics that I love. So even though this is a Marvel Champions stream today, didn't feature any FFG games in my top 10 for 2022. So that might decide what I need to play in October, or November, and December. All right, I'm going to get another Champions game set up here, and then we will be right back. All right, we are back here with another one of our randomizer games. So someone asked me to play Black Widow against Collector 1. So they clearly enjoy watching suffering. So we're getting that set up here against Collector 1. I need to find galactic artifacts and have that get mixed in. And then I used a randomizer and it told me to use ship command. So that's super exciting. And I don't think that one gets used in Collector 1. That's in Collector 2, right? So let's find ship command and get it placed in there. We do get the Milano, so that's exciting, but we get some really nasty cards like Rogue Vessel, so that's less exciting. All right, we're going to create the collection. Put the top card of each player's deck face up in the collection. I forgot that happens on setup. That's brutal. Let's get our stuff set up down here. Black Widow, Black Widow, Black Widow. Where are you? Straight up trolling, I know. Well, we can play the game. I'm not promising that I'll win the game. All right, so we are using a Marvel CDB deck again. So this is Schmendrix's Welcome to the Red Room deck, and I'm hoping that we can just destroy things with it. Note it doesn't have a Nick Fury in there, which is probably good against the Collector. We're just going to need to punch things real fast is the answer. So let's see how it goes. It's another 41 card deck. All the 41 card decks we've done have had good luck today, so I'm hopeful that this will remain the same. But I'm not convinced that we're going to beat the Collector on the first try. We'll at least give it 2 chances here and see how it goes. So I'm going to game save Widow. I don't think I actually saved that in the right spot. My bad. That way, if I have to reload it, we can reload it and shuffle again. Okay. So we need to put the top card of our deck face up in the collection. It is Hulk. That's probably an okay thing to be there for now. Oh yeah, this is only a... Is this just a one scheme, main scheme? I thought there were 2 on this one for some reason. It's not showing up with 2. Let me check really quick on Hall of Heroes. It is loading. No, there's only 1. Okay. That's interesting. Or if this stage is completed. Read the cards. Read the cards, KennedyHawk. Okay. Let's get ready to go. And by go, I mean lose. So we've got 13 hit points to chew through and then 14. And when we flip him, we have to remember that we are either going to put a card in the collection or take damage. Which is no fun. Let's draw our opening hand of 6 cards. See what we can get. We're not going to want to be using our preparations other than to ramp and thin our deck, but we do want to do lots of damage. So damage is the thing we're planning on right now. All right. Okay. We could pay 2 for hand cannon. I mean, we want a mulligan here. Let's throw away some things and look for better things. If we could play these 2 cards at the same time, that would be amazing. It does not happen. We're definitely not going to go looking for trouble in this scenario. That is for sure. Do we care about playing our gauntlets? I honestly don't know. I don't think we do. Other than they let us get things out of the way. Let's play our gauntlets. Use them to play a Widow's Bite and draw a card. We're just looking for double resources at this point in life. We'll flip up. We will... What is it to get something out? Exhaust and spend 2 resources? No thanks. We're going for face. We're going to punch for 2. If we're going to pay that much, are we better off just punching for... No, this does 6 damage the same way. This is going to do a 1 damage attack, a 2 damage attack, and then a 3 damage attack. And we're drawing 5. We got a covert op, so we can flip down. We got a skilled strike. Oh, this is looking not so bad. All right, Collector is going to punch us in the face for 1 plus something. 1 plus 1, not so bad. And we get an encounter card, which is put the lowest cost card you control face up in the collection. Okay. Not ideal. Okay. We've got a covert ops. We get to flip down. That is a big deal for us. We've also got a skilled strike, so I think we punch as hard as we can to start with. We're going to punch for 4. We're going to flip down, and we're going to play covert ops for 4 plus a confuse, which is really good for us right now. We're going to ready up and draw 6. We're just looking for skilled strikes. We're looking for damage, 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 damage. Okay. We don't want all our damage when he has 1 hit point, though. That's not ideal. Okay. 1 threat going on the main. He is confused, thank goodness. We do get an encounter card. The villain schemes. That's not ideal. 2, 3, 4. Well, good thing we confused him. Too bad we flipped down. Alright, it's our go. My goodness. I think we play the mansion. We're not going to be triggering preparations, right? So let's play the mansion and draw a card. This might be one of those turns where we flip up and get rid of one of these. Like empty the collection. I'd love to skilled strike or like punch him to the next phase, but that's going to put a third card in the collection, which makes it really risque, if you will. So I think I'm going to pay 2 resources, exhaust your hero, or pay 2 resources. That's way better. Alright, we'll pay 2 resources to discard a card. We'll punch for 2, which is going to push him into the next phase. I'm not super happy about that part, but it's okay. Put the top card of your deck face up in the collection or take 3 damage. We are going to put a card in the collection. I'm not happy about it. I know. I think in my tutorial video I said never do that, but today is not a never day. And we've got 14 damage to blow through now. Drawing 5 cards. We got a mansion, we got a skilled strike, we got a bug, and a dance of death. Oh, things are looking close. Okay, 1 threat going in the main. He's going to attack us for 2 plus something. 2 plus 0. Woo! Encounter card is something with an acceleration token, so we can no longer flip down. That's okay for now. We're just going to try to kill him, right? Let's mansion. Oh. We still can't flip down. It's a resource at least. So we could pay these 3 for Dance of Death. That would hit him down to 8. We could hit him down to 4 with our base attack. That's pretty stinking good. Valkyrie only damages minions, so I don't care about her face right now. I think that's our best answer, is we Dance of Death for 6. And now I have to choose, would I rather... I can't defend with Bug because he'd go in the collection. I've got the Milano. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Chris. That helps my life tremendously. Alright, I played enough for Dance of Death. I've been ignoring the Milano the entire game, so that's gone well. Here's Bug. That's great. He's going to punch for 1 and take a consequential damage. We're going to punch for 4 with Skilled Strike, which is going to heal Bug. And now all we got to do is live. All we got to do is live. Drawing 5 cards. We've got a hand cannon. Okay. Okay. We've got 2 threat going out. We could still draw an advance, which would be really bad. He's going to attack us for 2, and Bug has to chump it. Bug takes it. Nope, he doesn't go there. He goes over here. We get an encounter card, which is another side scheme for 5. And I think we're home free. I think we just play a hand cannon. We get our fun little counters on here. We do a base attack for 4. Bingo bango, collector is dead. So that felt great. Wow. Good job, Schmendrix, building a good deck. We didn't use any of the cards you put in it, and we just used Dance of Death and Skilled Strike. And it was wonderful. So, good job, Bug, taking one for the team. Whew, that was tight. So yeah, thanks for pointing out that I have the Milano. TTS puts it over there. I need to put it on my playmat so I actually see it. But yeah, not so bad. Let's get another game set up. All right. We're going to do 1 or 2 more Champions games, and then I'm going to switch tracks for a little bit and do some Marvel Snap as well. So we're doing pretty good on the extra life drive. So our goal is to get $500 today total. And we're currently at like 90 or something like that. Let me double check. We're at 90. And there's some milestones out there. So when we hit $100, I'm going to be forced to play a Hawkeye deck with basic cards only. And I built it last night and practiced it, so I know that it's bad. If we hit the 250, I'm going to put up a straw poll to anyone watching the stream. You'll be able to vote on the next villain we play. If we do $400, we'll play a Chaos deck from Marvel CDB. So we pick a hero, and then you click the Chaos button, and it just populates it with 25 cards. And if we get to our goal of $500 by the end of the day today, either at today's stream or on a continued stream, we will play Ronin until we win. That is my goal, to play Ronin until I win. So we're almost to the Hawkeye Basic Deck 1. Let's go ahead here and set up another villain. I don't know, people that are watching, put a villain in the chat and I'll use the villain that pops up first. I'll go pick out a deck while we're doing that. Alright, we're going to play Card Dracula, which is a Spider-Woman Aggression Protection deck by Villain Theory here. So you can check it out. The deck ID is 23747. And it's all about finding minions, using Pin Down to keep them out, and then using Bring It to draw cards from them. It's a pretty fun deck. Alright, who is the first one? The first one was Venom. So we are playing against Venom. Oh boy. That'll be fun. Oh no, okay. I want this thing to go away. Oh, it's still loading cards. I can't touch things yet. See, this is the TTS. Very, very intensive. It's really mad about this Card Dracula deck. Alright, we hit $100. Thank you, Tyler. So the game after this will be a Hawkeye basic matchup that I'm sure I will get crushed in, and Kruskin is King asked us to play against Sandman, so we'll play Hawkeye Basic against Sandman after this. Alright, we said Venom. This is why I keep putting the black screen up, so that you don't have to suffer through watching the load phase. Alright, we need Symbiotic Strength, and we'll just use the recommended modulars for this one, Down to Earth. That's After the Hood. Goblin Gear, Down to Earth. Get that one right away. State of Emergency, Guerrilla Tactics, Osborne Tech, Sinister Assault. We never want to see that again, unless we're playing Scarlet Witch. Okay. We've got Venom here. He is ready to go. Let's get some of this stuff out of the way. We've got our Spider-Woman deck, so let's shuffle in our Obligation. And get our awesome playmat picked out here. I'm really sad they stopped making these playmats, but Logan on Facebook has been supplying me with enough images that I can keep my collection up and running. There she is. Alright, we've got our life counter. We've got our deck. We've got our hero, who is totally going to save the day. She's going to be fighting a lot of minions, and hopefully those minions aren't too brutal. It's not right than a Rhino modular set, so it's not too bad. Alright, if you haven't played against Venom before, he is from the Sinister Motives campaign box. He's got toughness, and after you attack and damage Venom with a card you control, place one face-down boost card on your identity. So I believe overkill damage does not trigger this. That's how I'm going to play it for today. We've got a bell tower. If there are at least 3 chime counters here, flip it. When any amount of damage would be dealt to Venom from an attack, place that many chime counters here instead. You may, so it's an option. When we flip it, Venom is increased in the amount of damage he takes by 1, and it acts as a shield for us. So, I think we've got all of the setup here up and running. It is a 1-stage scenario that starts at 2. When Venom activates against you, move each face-down boost card to your identity. So as we damage him, he's going to get a bunch of boost cards. So hopefully we'll have allies to block that. We're drawing our opening 6. Alright, we've got a Throg right away. We've got a Daredevil. We've got a lot of allies in our opening hand, which is a bit unfortunate. We haven't taken any damage. I like the idea of getting tough, but that doesn't help me right now. We're going to pitch those 4 and draw 4 replacements, just looking for double resources. All right. Ooh, all the allies in the world. Okay. Look at the top card of any deck. What do we got here? He is going to boost for 0 right away. So do we want to play Iron Fist and stun him? Or do we want to play Captain Marvel and draw cards for the rest of our life? Is there a way we could play both? No. If we drew into Bring It, there is with Angela. I think the answer is we're going to play Iron Fist for now because conditions are really good. We're going to flip first. That way when we play Iron Fist, we get a bonus. He comes with 2 Mystic counters, and he's actually an interrupt, not a response. So when he attacks, we can remove one of those Mystic counters to stun an enemy and deal damage to them. And that's not going to be damage from an attack, which is good. After you attack and damage Venom, I've interpreted that to be allies as well, so that's how I'm going to play this, unfortunately. They're going to attempt to damage him, but because he has tough, no damage is dealt, so no bonus cards. But we did stun him, which feels good. We're going to thwart for 2. Actually, we'll punch for 2, and we'll turn it into chime counters instead. I don't know why those zeros never work for me. And we'll use Angela to play Inconspicuous before that. So we'll actually hit him for 3 chime counters, which is going to flip this over and make it so attacks become shielded. So that's great. We'll keep Captain Marvel and draw 4. No pin downs, but lots of good options here. Venom's still at full health. Should be at 17. And away we go. We got 1 threat going on the main. And then Venom. Venom is tough. I see what you mean. He was tough. He would attack us, but he's stunned. And we get an encounter card, which is in advance. We knew that was coming. That's unfortunate. For 1, 2, 3. And it's our go. So attack, all damage to Venom is increased by 1. He is going to get boost cards from attacks now, though. So there's good and bad in that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's get a Captain Marvel in play. We'll thwart for 1 with Spider-Woman. We will have Iron Fist attack and use his second Mystic counter, so that is going to stun Venom. He's going to take 2 damage from the stun removal, and then 1, 2, 3 from the attack, and get a boost card. Captain Marvel will also attack him for 3, give him another boost card. And we will draw a card after she uses a basic power. And we will throw away that, but hold on to pin down for an ally to set up, what Villain Theory is actually trying to do here with his deck. And drawing 4 cards. We did get a Bring It. We need to find an ally, or a minion, though. Okay. We've got 1 threat going on the main. He is stunned again, which is good for us. And we get 1 encounter card, which is treat Bell Tower's text box as if it were blank. When revealed, remove all chime counters. Ah, the 1 card that flips us over. That's a bit of a bummer. This is a 0, but it doesn't let me set it to 0, so we'll hold it over here for now. Okay, well, they done us in. What are we going to do here now? We got a Pheromones. Pheromones are real strong. So let's go ahead and play Finesse. We'll use Pin Down and Finesse to play Pheromones to stun and confuse the villain. Maybe he'll never use his boost cards if we're lucky. And I think we just go all in on that now. So we punch for 2, give him a boost card, punch for... No, we're going to save you for other things. We'll punch for 2 with Spider-Woman, give him a boost card. We're just asking to die to overkill at this point. I think we're going to flip down just to get a few more cards. We'll peek at the top card here. So there's a 0 going into his boost. Oh, that means that we're going to get that. It's going to surge as an assault. Okay. And we've got 6 cards coming into our hand. All right. Finally got a Looking for Trouble. I don't know how many minions are in Venom, but not very many. 1 threat going out. He is stunned, or he is confused. And then we get a Surge on Assault into Shadow of the Past. Awesome. Love it. Love it. How many times are we going to draw that today? Well, there's minions in there now. That's good news. 3 threat. When is the last time I played as Spider-Woman? No comment. Have I played as Spider-Woman before? That's a good question. Probably like when Mad Titan Shadow was coming out. Because I wasn't super high on those heroes, so I just continued to play Rise of Red Skull hero. Okay. What are we going to do here? Our encounter card with Shadows of the Past. We've got this jerk in front of us. We kind of need to kill her. Or do we? Yeah, we don't really want to pin down the Viper. Okay. Captain Marvel should be at 2 damage now. Let's use Hercules to play Jessica Drew's Apartment. We'll exhaust it. We get to look at the top 5 cards of our deck for an aspect card and draw them. Do we care more about pin down or do we care more about bring it? I think right now we care about pin down, even though we don't like having that lower hand size. As long as we can keep stunning and confusing the villain, it doesn't matter at the end of the day, right? So let's grab a pin down, because we've got a looking for trouble as well. Let's flip up. Do we looking for trouble? That only removes from the main scheme. So it doesn't exactly do what I need, but I could get myself up to 3, which would be pretty good. Yeah, I just can't get this counter to go to 0, basically. I can get it to go to all the other values, but right now there's 0 chime counters, so James was asking a question about that. So there's still 0 there currently. He's got 4 boost cards and he's stunned. Let's go ahead and attack, or we got to get rid of this side scheme, so we need to do some thwarting. Let's throw a pin down. No, let's do a looking for trouble. So we're going to look at the top 10 cards. Is that what it is? No, you discard cards until you find a minion. We get this fun little dude. He's got Insight 1. Great. Oh, that's only when revealed, and he is put into play, so that's okay. We will throw a pinned down on him. So our stats are now a 3. That lets us knock out this side scheme, which is really good. We will use a self-propelled glide to ready. So we can attack for 3 and 2 into the Viper and get rid of her. I know we're trying to keep minions out, but we're not trying to keep the Viper out. Draw 1 card from Carol. Would I rather Pheromones the second time just to get the confused out, or get a combat training down, or just sit for a turn? Sitting for a turn doesn't hurt. I really need to thwart, so I'm not too concerned about combat training. So we're just going to sit for a turn and throw combat training away, actually, and draw our 4 cards. Get some Venom Blasts. Okay, maybe we'll just end him. Alright. 1 threat going on the main. I would like to get rid of this so we can start using chime counters again soon. He is stunned. We've got 1 encounter card. When Venom takes any amount of damage, remove threat from here, so we're going to have to deal damage to him this turn. When he jumps up, what does he get? Toughness and steady. That sucks. So we don't want to jump him up until we're really ready to get rid of him. Although he will already have Tooth and Nail in play, which is kind of nice. And we do have allies, so, it's possible to live. Okay, let's pay 1. Let's use Bring It to draw a card. One, 2 to play a Venom Blast. So that will hit him for 5, which is going to push him to the next phase. He's going to get tough. He is now steady. He's going to remove 5 threat from this scheme, which is the part we actually care about right now. Jessica Jones is up to a 2. We'll play Pheromones just to get a stun and confused on him, because we'll want to stack them eventually. And since we attacked him, he does get dealt a boost card. Everybody's right. Thanks. we're a 3 attack now. So if we attack him for 3, that won't actually deal any damage to him. That's a problem for us. So we'll just thwart here for 3 and get rid of Tooth and Nail. And that's going to be it. Iron Fist, you're going to take a hit. Okay. Deft Focus, that's going to be nice. We've got 1 threat going on the main. He is going to attack us with a ton of boost cards, and Iron Fist is going to block and hopefully not get overkilled. So he's currently getting hit for 4. We'll take the 2 indirect on ourselves, so 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh no, 8, 9, and overkill. 10. Oh gosh. Oh, Venom. Venom, 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 Venom. Well, we tried it. It wasn't the deck's fault. It was us flipping him a little too early. We really needed to get rid of this side scheme and just use the chime counters. I think that would have kept us in the game. But I'm going to get Sandman versus basic Hawkeye set up so we can do our milestone and then switch over to Marvel Snap for a little bit, and then we'll switch back to Champions again at lunchtime for me. All right, I'm going to do the be right back screen, and we will be right back. All right, the screen should pop back up here in a second. We've got basic Hawkeye set up against standard Sandman with the City in Crisis and Down to Earth modular sets. Any minute, the screen should reappear. There it is. Okay. Thank you, computer, for listening to me. Just one more time. We're playing the best hero ever, Hawkeye, so we're definitely going to win this game. There's going to be nothing embarrassing about this at all. Not that Sandman just crushes me in basic. I did make a basic deck last night. I tested it, not against Sandman, so we'll see how that goes. Here it is. It's just a bunch of basic cards with Earth's Mightiest Heroes and Honorary Avenger. We're going to see how it goes. We've got Plan B in case we need to, I don't know, bite the villain or something. So, wish me luck. All right. So we've got everything ready to go. We're going to flip this. We don't have a when revealed to resolve Surging Sands, right? That doesn't happen in standard mode, so that's awesome. Let's draw our opening 6. Quiver, 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 no quiver. Okay. But we got good things. We got good things right away. We can get an Expert Marksman down. We can get our bow out. We can play Blade. And then we get Earth's Mightiest Heroes or Endurance off of Blade, but not if we're going to get our bow. So I think we'll pitch these 2 cards because we're not planning to use them anyway. Yeah. Oh, that makes life real hard. Too bad I pitched that strength, huh? Let's make these cards a little bit smaller. Okay. All right, here we go, Sandman. Get ready for it. We are going to ditch 1 Expert Marksman. These are all the wrong size now. That's great. To go find our bow. Apparently I just took a screenshot. That was the wrong button to press. We'll slap that into play and flip to Cool Dude form. We will use an Adrenaline Rush to play an Expert Marksman. In case we ever draw into arrows or something, like that might happen someday. We'll use Nick Fury to play Blade, who for us is really just an Earth's Mightiest Heroes target. We're going to punch for 3. We're going to Earth's Mightiest Heroes Blade into Hawkeye, and then we'll sweep the streets for 3. And call it a day. We're on 5. Quiver, quiver, quiver. Nope, Sonic Arrow. Okay. We got 1 threat going out in the main. Sandman's going to attack us for 2 plus something. And it's indirect, so it doesn't matter if we defend or not. I'm going to exhaust just to mitigate it by 1. So we take 3 indirect damage. And I'm actually going to place it all on Hawkeye. Because I'm going to resolve Surging Sands either way. So I place 1 sand counter here. And then discard cards at the top of the encounter deck equal to the number of counters, a sand clone, and an advance. And our encounter card is Rhino right away, so that's sweet. Definitely what we wanted. This is going well. Okay. Luckily, he has 0 scheme, and I think we're going to flip down with this Sonic Arrow. So that's good news. Let's go ahead and use an Honorary Avenger and our Expert Marksman to play Sonic Arrow. So that'll deal 3 damage and a Confused, I believe, right? Yep. We will pay for that differently, probably. We'll throw away a Genius instead. We'll pay 1 to be able to thwart. Nah, we won't even do that. We're not going to thwart with Blade. We'll still pay for it differently. We'll Honorary Avenger Hawkeye, just to give him more health. Blade's going to sweep the streets to get that down to 0. Again, counters won't go to 0 for some reason. And then we'll play an Adrenaline Rush for a future turn. And we're going to flip down, because the villain is confused. And this is at 0, so it should be over here. Okay. Villain's confused. We're getting some setup done. We're drawing 6 cards. We've got Vivian. We've got Ironheart. Things look beautiful now. We got an Explosive Arrow to start working on Rhino. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. 1 threat going in the main. Confused. Rhino schemes for 0. And we get a discard Surges. Place 2 sand counters on city streets. Then resolve Surging Sands. If at least 1 Sandman counter was discarded, you were stunned. Oh, that's bad. So we're going to place 2. Resolve Surging Sands. So that goes to 3. And then we discard 3 cards. We did discard a Sandman card, so we become stunned. Hawkeye doesn't like being stunned, so that's a bummer. it's our go. How do we want to do this? I mean, we're going to have to flip up, so. What can she blank? Attachments, non-elite minions, non-permanent side schemes. That doesn't really help. Well, probably explosive arrow. Yeah, so let's flip up. Explosive arrow isn't an attack, so let's do that right away. That'll do 3 and 3. Start working on Rhino. The question is, do we play a War Machine, or do we play like an Ironheart and a Vivian? Ironheart does like a lot more long term. But we kind of need places to just like throw indirect damage. Let's clear our stunned. Get that out of the way. I think we'll play... Let's play War Machine. He can hopefully soak a lot of Sandman's attack with his tough. Or since he's taken indirect, maybe I just use him to start punching Rhino, because Rhino's going to hit hard. We've used our bow. So we good to get Rhino down to 1. We only need to hit him one more time. That's only if we can use blade. So we'll save the tough for now. Move on. Alright, we've got one threat going on the main. We're going to have to start worrying about that soon. We will use blade to sweep the streets last turn. Let's do that before we forget. Sandman's attacking us for 2 plus something, and we are not going to defend. 2, 3, we'll soak all of that into a tough, because we've got 3 remaining hit points. Rhino's swinging for 3, Hawkeye's going to take it to face. And we've got an encounter card. Deal X damage among players, where X is equal to the number of sand counters here. We have 1 sand counter. X indirect or X indirect? Yeah. Let's throw 1 onto blade for that. And it's our go. We did not get a new explosive arrow, but we did get our quiver, so now we can shuffle every turn. Come on, explosive arrow. Look at all these good arrows popping up here. Vibranium, Machine Man, Cable, Vibranium. Let's throw a Vibranium arrow in our quiver. That'll be useful someday. We are going to, I don't know, I guess, electric arrow for 3 and a stunned. We will... We got to get rid of that guy. So we're going to punch for 2 with War Machine. Hawkeye's got 3 base attacks, so we'll hit him really low, but not kill him yet. And we'll save thwarting for a future day's problem. So when we flip him, we've only got to do 18 more. So there's a good chance we could just get there real fast. I'm going to throw away this energy and draw 5 cards. He's stunned, so we're going to stay in this form. We've got Mockingbird now. That's a huge deal against Sandman. So that's really good news for us. 1 threat going out. I'm terrified of advance right now. Sandman is stunned. We get an encounter card. It's not an advance, but it does surge into a criminal past. Let's flip and exhaust, because we want to keep our arrows if we can. Okay, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? We are going to flip up. We're going to ready all our cards, which we forgot to do. We're going to quiver right away. Just start building the quiver up. These cable arrows are looking mighty nice. Got an electric arrow. That doesn't hurt. I like removing activations from Sandman. We really do need to thwart, so War Machine's going to thwart for 2 before we forget. We're going to Earth's Mightiest Heroes off of Blade. We're going to pay 1, 2, 3 for Mockingbird. And she'll punch Sandman into the next phase. So we're going to resolve Surging Sands. And he's going to go up to 18 hit points, and he's got a little bit more attack now. But we can now use Hawkeye's base 3 against him. And we will Electric Arrow out of our quiver for 3 and a stun. See what we can do. So you need 1 damage on you. You were Mightiest Heroes. So basic decks can happen. Steve should be proud, even though he's trashing Hawkeye in the chat. Classic Steve Kimmel, you know. Okay, we've got 1 threat going on the main. Sandman is stunned. Oh, I forgot about this little dude that's going to punch me in the face. Oh, well. We've got 1 encounter card. Shadow of the Past. Great. That's just like, I think we've drawn that almost every game. There's really bad cards in the encounter deck now, so we just need to end this game. But luckily, I think we can. Even though Mockingbird has been kidnapped from us. And we've got lots of ways we can do that. But first, let's quiver. Do we got anything in the last 3? We've got 2 cable arrows. We can use Expert Marksman and Civic Duty to play this Vibranium Arrow for 6. And now we have another Vibranium Arrow in hand, so we can ready that. I think what we'll do... Can we be as clean as possible? So we could exhaust Hawkeye to ready our bow. We could pay for an explosive arrow to do 3 to everything. That way we're like clearing the board. We're not caring about... Oh, we need to take quick strike damage as well. My bad. Oh, someone said it in chat. See, I should pay attention. That would help me a lot. So we did 3 to everyone. Then we can Earth's Mightiest Heroes Blade onto Hawkeye. War Machine can finish off Crossfire. Hawkeye can use Adrenaline Rush and finish off Sandman. So we did it. We didn't say Mockingbird. She left us. But she did flip the villain to phase 2 for us. And we won with our basic deck. So we completed our first milestone in Extra Life. Won with our basic deck. We're going to take a really quick water break. I'm going to go get a water bottle, eat a real quick snack, and then I'm going to play some Marvel Snap, which is a new mobile game by Marvel that I have been playing way too much of recently. And it's also on Steam, so if you want to check it out, stick around. All right. Marvel Snap should be loading here. I have not played on Steam yet, so this is going to be like a brand new account. And we'll see how it goes. We will see how it goes. So, game is loading up. The live screen should be turning on right now. There we go. So this is Marvel Snap. You can get it on your mobile phone. You can get it on Steam. It was Android only for a long time, but it's on iPhone now too. And it's super fun. If you've ever played Smash Up, I'm like a big trash talker about Smash Up. It's like one of my least favorite board games because it's a take that board game. But it's a lot of my complaints about Smash Up are that the game takes like forever to get through. But with the way Snap works, there's like a set number of turns you can have for your game. So it really solves that problem, in my opinion. So we'll turn the game audio on a little bit. It's going to make me play some tutorial games here. Basically, there's locations in the middle of the field. You're going to play cards from your hand onto those locations, right? So here's Spider-Man. He's got a power of 2. You're going to play through 6 turns, and then whoever wins the most locations, you need to win 2 locations, I think, is the winner of the game. Yeah, I knew I could sync from my Google account, but I decided I was just going to run 2 separate ones. Thanks, Frederick. Yeah, it's a pretty fun game. So my main account has too much complication in it. So I thought we would play through the tutorials here. We're just throwing some cards out onto the single location for this tutorial. I probably should have played through these last night. So your goal is to win 2 out of 3 locations by the end of turn 6. It'll slowly reveal different random abilities on the locations. Cards can have special abilities. Star-Lord here has on reveal. If your opponent played a card here this turn, they're going to gain extra power. So I have to choose where I'm going to play it. I'm going to play it on this location. The AI computer also played a card there, so Star-Lord boosts up in power. Super fun. The Guardians have kind of a sub-theme in that game where they're all trying to guess where someone else played something. We got Hawkeye, obviously best card ever. When this location came up, we got to draw a card. That's always good. So more cards with special abilities. Hawkeye, if you played a card here next turn, Hawkeye gets +2 power. Medusa, if this is at the middle location, she gets +2 power. So we'll throw her at the middle, and Hawkeye at this side location. Notice there's nothing about like resources or how much they cost yet. In the tutorial, it's not teaching us that. But once we get into the first game, I can show you all how that works. We're going into turn 5. We drew into Iron Man. I'm actually going to throw him here where Hawkeye is. So he's going to gain power from this location being revealed. And then his special ability is that he has an ongoing ability, so it's on all the time. And it's going to double your power at this location. So we're going to pump Hawkeye up to a 3. And then Iron Man has 2, so that's 5. And then it's going to double our power to 10. Which hopefully is enough to overcome the thing. Alright. A-bomb. We're currently winning 2 locations. We've got a Hulk here. I think I'll throw him at this location, because the opponent would have to spread across all 3 locations, or 2 of the locations to win. So even if he wins this side one, we've got the other 2. All right. So the way progression works in this game is you're going to visually upgrade your cards. So you'll upgrade them and have them break frames, animate the backgrounds, become 3D, and you unlock new cards that way. So there's not really like, I'm sure there's a way you could buy cards through microtransactions, but I've just ignored that for now. I forgot how long this tutorial was. Cool, we unlocked the Punisher. Who doesn't love that guy? Ooh, another tutorial match. Just what I love. Alright, they're going to teach us about resources this time. So down here, you start with 1 energy. Each turn you're going to gain an additional energy to start with. So we have 1 energy to play on our first turn. we've got two different one-cost characters. We have Quicksilver, who always is in your opening hand, so when you're building your 10-card deck later, Quicksilver will always be drawn in those opening 3 cards. And we've got Misty Knight, who's just a vanilla. So I'm going to throw Quicksilver out here. My opponent also had a Quicksilver, very early game meta. Yeah, it uses Smash Up's area control mechanism, but it doesn't like cycle through multiple locations. You've got just the 3 locations, and it stages the abilities coming out. So you can see the first 3 turns you're going to learn about new abilities each turn. The costing is different. The costing is more Hearthstone style, and there's lots of like really cool tips and tricks with it. My favorite thing about Snap is like a game is like 5 minutes, right? So you can crank out a ton of games really fast, unlike something with Smash Up, which might drag for a really long time as you're destroying each other's creatures, trying to reach those thresholds. Alright, so Punisher has a cool ongoing ability. These are like the cards. There's 3 different pools you can be of card pools. You start with like the beginner pool of cards, and then you graduate to pool 2, which has more, and then pool 3, which adds even more that breaks the meta. So Punisher is one of those early game cards. So ongoing +1 power for each opposing card at this location. So I'm going to play him at the location with the most enemies, and I'll throw Misty Knight over here just to bolster my Xandar defense. It is clobbering time. Alright, on turn 6, we're not going to be able to play things here. So I'm going to throw out an Abomination. That'll probably seal that location for us. Yeah, our opponent didn't even put anything there. They do have a Sarah. Let's see what her ability is. You can click on your opponent's cards to see their abilities. Cards in your hand cost 1 less. That can be annoying. We're going to throw a Hulk over here. They can only have 4 characters per like card slot, so they can't add more characters here without some kind of shenanigans. So that'll probably seal the right 2 locations for us, and we can give up on Xandar for now, which looks like it was the right choice. So cool, we won our second tutorial game. All right, it's almost like the tutorial is set up to have you win. Has anybody else that's in the chat played a lot of Snap? It sounds like Frederick has, and some other people, so if you have a favorite deck or card, let me know what it is. We'll see if we can unlock it here. We're going to play Snap until about 11, and then we'll get a few more Champions games in before lunch real quick. Alright, so here's your like main interface. You can edit your deck here, pop open a deck. Sentinel is a great card, they claim. Your deck is incredible. Let's go dominate. Alright, now it's going to have us play a real person. What should our name be? MCM Stream. There we go. Look at that cool profile headshot. We're going against Ikrub. Ikrub too. So we're going to be playing against people in Pool 1. So they're going to have similar cards to us, similar locations that come out. So we've got Quicksilver, who always starts in our opening hand. We've got Hawkeye, who can become a 3 power for 1 cost, which is pretty good. Medusa, who we're definitely going to throw in that middle location. Punisher and Iron Man, who we've already seen. So I'm going to throw Hawkeye over here at the right location. Some people don't like to do that because they don't know what effect is going to be revealed here. But I like to not throw my characters on the far left because they get punched real easily. Alright, we're going to throw Medusa at the middle. After turn 5, it's going to put a random card here from each player's hand. So we probably want to deplete our hand of cheap cards so that we get the most value out of that ability. Subterranea is really annoying. It shuffles 5 of these dead cards into your deck, so that is a bummer for both the teams here. I forgot to use Hawkeye's ability, so that was probably pretty stupid. Could have planned that better. Alright, let's get rid of some of our cheaper cards. We'll do that next turn. We'll get rid of as many cheap cards as we can. Mr. Fantastic is in the early pool. He has an ongoing to add power to like offsetting adjacent locations. So, pretty cool. Alright. Let's get a Cyclops going here. Let's get a Misty Knight going here. one of the cool features in Snap is it's not going to let us do it yet, but you can basically gamble if you're going to win. This cosmic cube up here is how you progress in levels or ranks through the game. So you can click on it at any point in time saying, I'm confident that I'm going to win. And then it doubles how many points you get or lose each round. And then it might bluff your opponent into retreating if you don't have a very good hand, or it can like make a good hand become even more powerful for you. So it's a little bit of an interesting mechanic. All right, we're just gonna hope that we don't get a rock randomly placed at Grand Central, because that would be a bummer. All right. Our opponent's really thinking. You can click on your opponent. He's got 5 cards in hand and 8 left in his deck, so he's got... That was really interesting, because you're not going to play a card there next turn with Hawkeye, so he wasted his Hawkeye as well. There goes our rock. Oh, rock for him too. Okay. Never before seen a rock. All right. We're going to throw Iron Man here just to get us up to 14. He could play a Hulk there, and that would lose us the game, so we'll see if he's got it. Played something on the right location, so I think we're safe. We both are Iron Man. All right, we won our first game against a real human being. That feels pretty good. We have a 3-0 record. That's better than our champions record today. All right, so we got Star-Lord. We got some fragments of a Star-Lord card that would let us upgrade Star-Lord. So they're called booster fragments. So I can click on him. I can spend this credits currency plus the boosters for that specific card to upgrade him. Badoom. And that helps you unlock more cards. You move up on this little collection level chain to unlock cards. So we just unlock Jessica Jones. We'll try putting her in our deck here. And eventually it's going to become a mystery card, so it's like a randomized card. So people are going to progress their collection in different ways, but eventually once you complete everything, everybody just has all the same cards. There's obviously a microtransaction store that we're going to ignore, except you get 50 free credits a day, so we'll definitely take advantage of that. And there's like a battle pass system, so you do the first 20 levels, and then there's another battle pass for like each season. But if we can get through all 20 levels, we're going to unlock Blue Marvel, who's a pretty cool card. So, protect your account, maybe later. We did unlock some generic avatars, so we should definitely update that. Who do we want to be here? We'll be Cyclops. We'll Mutant Genesis it up. We will edit our deck here. So we're going to edit our deck. You can change your deck name. Starter set. We're probably going to swap. I mean, the cost curve here is pretty good. I think I'm going to swap out. I don't actually like Sentinel that much for Jessica Jones. So Jessica's ability is she can become like an 8 power card on turn 4, which is pretty strong. All right, Frederick says he's been playing for about 2 months and he really likes the move cards deck. So there's a series of cards that will like gain power when they move from one location to another, and then cards that push location or push characters' locations. All right, so we have Asgard. After turn 4, whoever's winning here is drawing 2 cards. This early in the game, basically whoever wins Asgard wins the game. So we need that card draw to get our best cards. We already have a couple of them in our hand, our big bombs for the end of the game, but we'd really like to win Asgard. And we're winning the cost curve so far as long as we play something here and don't ignore our Hawkeye. We're hoping to draw a 2 cost card here. I think what we're going to do is we're going to dump Quicksilver there because he gets just as much power as Medusa, and we want to save Medusa for the middle location. Our opponent decided to go for the miniaturized lab, so we can't play anything there until turn 6. We're going to have to count on Hulk getting that one for us. I'm going to put Punisher here because, again, we really want to solidify Asgard. If our opponent tries to like fight us for it, Punisher's going to get extra power because his ability to get +1 per character is ongoing. They did throw Cyclops down, so we're fighting for it. Alright, that should pretty much seal it. We can throw a Star-Lord there. If they throw another card there, Star-Lord's going to jump to a 5, so they'd have a hard time finding a 4-drop that can win them that location. They went for Punisher. Okay. Got him. Sweet. So we draw 2 cards. So here we're going to drop a Jessica Jones and a Misty Knight. If you don't play a card here next turn, she's going to get +4 power. So on our last turn, we're going to drop Hulk on the middle location, trying to seal it, and they'll have to get at least 10 power on a Tillian to win it. So we should be able to get a 2 to 3 location win here pretty easily. Ooh, Ant-Man. That's like a problem for us. They just took Asgard. Oh, I thought we were going to have a win, but I think we're actually going to have a loss. Let's see. Is there something we can do different? We have a tied location over here. I think dropping Hulk here is safe. We could have gotten cute and done like Thing and Medusa. Tried to guarantee both locations, but we're already getting +4 on Jessica. Even if he drops Hulk, he's going to get to 15. Because Hawkeye's going to jump up. And then it uses a tiebreaker result, and we're winning the tiebreaker because we have more points at our losing location, I believe, or it like sums the scores. So 1 on tiebreakers, a little shady, but it's okay. It's okay. We've got Thing, we can upgrade him. Nice. Win with total power. Okay. Yeah, I knew there was a tiebreaker, and there's actually a true tie as well. I've had that a couple times. All right, we got Khazar. He's one of my favorite early game cards, so you can make like a Weenie Swarm deck, and he's going to boost the power of all those 1-cost cards. So we won't edit our deck up too much right now. Although I do want to change my deck again. I want to get rid of... If I'm going to keep Hawkeye in my deck, I think I'm going to get rid of Medusa, and I'm going to put Sentinel in. Sentinel basically replaces himself in your hand, so he keeps your hand pretty boosted. You're going to get missions to unlock different, battle pass things. So we can go over here and claim some more rewards. We've got Ant-Man. That's great. Maybe we will. Maybe we will. Let's make a new deck here. So let's make a deck all about weenies. We're going to put Khazar in there. We're going to put Jessica in there because she's good at sealing games. We'll put Iron Man. I think we want Sentinel, Star-Lord, and Punisher still. We'll take a second 3-drop. See how it goes. Yeah, I made a new account just for Steam. It prompted me to log into my Google account, but I just used like an alternate email. All right, after each turn, each card here gets +1 power. So this is a great place to put a 1-cost card turn 1 because they're going to build up and up and up and up. I probably should have taken Punisher. Did I put Cyclops in instead of Punisher? That's my bad. All right, we're playing against Dallas. Cyclops versus Cyclops. We have Subterrera. More dopey cards. But you know what? I'm going to put a rock there because he's going to grow turn after turn. And if we get to Khazar, we're going to be able to boost him 1 more. So it doesn't feel too bad. Got to be a little bit careful with it because Punisher could punish us for that. They got a Hawkeye. I'm so jealous. All right, add a squirrel to each location. This is like, it's asking us to have a great day. We'll throw Punisher over here because they've already got 3 and they ignored their Hawkeye. That was an interesting choice. We outwitted their Star-Lord, so that's good. All right, turn 4. We are going to throw a Jessica Jones here. That's a bummer. We're going to have to ignore her on turn 5 and play elsewhere. We did not draw into a Khazar. I think we're going to put Star-Lord here. And we'll also put a Cyclops here. We don't want to play anything here because then Jessica Jones won't get her boost. We've got 2 locations to dump Hulk on to hopefully win us the game. Alright, so he's up to 18, so Hulk wins that location. We're currently pushing both the other locations, and we're going to dump Hulk here. So they did take Murder Island back, but we took the other two. 2-location win, not too bad. Nice. So we're getting 1 cube a turn. I'm wanting to get to the point where we get to start bidding on if we think we're going to win or not. Maybe we'll get there. Not enough to get Mr. Fantastic yet. We got some more missions completed, though. So we can go over here now. We got some credits. You can actually spend those credits to, like, upgrade cards without finding their boosters, but we're not going to do that. We're playing free-to-play. We want to save all the credits we can. Well, we got another AMA question from the Extra Life donations. So someone asked what TCGs I play. So after this game, I'll pause for a second, and I'll go grab a card from those TCGs. I play way too many trading card games for how old I am. So they say, I hear you're a rumor that you're a competitive TCG player. That rumor is false. I used to be a competitive TCG player and actually play on circuits and stuff, but that's a former life before I had children. So now I dabble in CCGs and wreck local markets is what I do. All right. Got a free monster from Monster Island. I don't hate it. We're going to keep building up over here and hope we draw into our Khazar. Cards here can't be destroyed. So that's not a big deal for us yet. Later in the game, there are cards that will destroy opponents' cards. There's an Electra that'll destroy a 1-drop. There's a Killmonger that destroys all 1-drops. So once you hit pool 2 or 3, all these little weenie decks just get destroyed by 1 card, so it's really brutal. Let's drop Jessica Jones here, because we have a margin there already, and if we grow that margin, our opponent's going to struggle a little bit. Maybe we didn't put Khazar in our deck. We didn't see him last game either. We've got 5 cards left in our deck. Alright. This dude's playing the Sentinel game, huh? Cards can't be played here on turn 6. Do we think he has an A-bomb? He probably does. So I think I'm going to hedge my bets and do that. Oh, should have risked it. Should have risked it. Alright, we're above the Namor threshold, so Namor is a 5, he gets +5 if he's the only card there, but we're already at 12, so that's pretty good news for us. And now we're in a bit of a predicament. We really should have gone for the vault. So we can throw a 4 and a 2. We can boost something by 3. We're up by 5 here. So if they have Hulk in their hand, they're going to throw it somewhere and take wherever it is. If they play Hulk here, they're going to lose 5, so they're probably going to play Hulk on this one. And not... If they go down 5 power, then they're down by 7. Here they're only down by 5. So I think I'm going to throw Thing here and Sentinel here. If I throw a Thing there, it puts me to 24. Maybe I should put them both here. And just gamble. Oh, we did it. We barely did it. Ooh, that feels good. They didn't have Hulk, they had Iron Man, but we saved it. All right, level 5. Upgrade our Sentinel card? Sure, why not? Okay. We're going to unlock Mr. Fantastic here. He's a fantastic card. And you may have seen right there that like you can upgrade these cards at another level, but it requires more boosters and more credits, so it kind of scales up. Let's go ahead and modify our weenie deck. Weenies. We don't have any more 1-cost cards to play, but I'd like to get rid of Cyclops and put out a Mr. Fantastic. focus on those outside locations with our weenies. We do have Kazar in there, so we double-checked that. I'm thinking about dropping Iron Man for A-Bomb. I don't know if that's the right choice, though. We'll keep Iron Man for now. And we'll move on from there. Looks like we do have some stuff to claim. We got a new card back. That's awesome. A few more missions we completed. We were able to complete 5 missions, so we get some other bonuses here. And we're ready to keep going. We might get to level 10 in the hour we're playing here today. All right, playing against Word. Oh, we got our Hawkeye. All right. That's always a win. Oh, this is beautiful for a weenie deck. It's a little dangerous because if they play like one high cost card there, it could like outweigh us, but just having lots of cards there is very powerful. Give +2 power to cards in players' hands. Oh my goodness. It wants us to win. You know what? I don't think we're switching what deck we're using when we load in. That's why we're not seeing any of our new cards. Oh my goodness. I'll show you all that in a minute. Playing with like the starter deck still. Super embarrassing. Oh well. We want to compete at that middle location because cards with -3 power is not a place that I want to compete in. Let's go ahead and throw Iron Man over here. That's going to become like an untenable location for them at that point, I believe. Unless they Iron Man Hulk it, in which case we win the other 2, hopefully. We're still ahead so far. Alright, so if they Iron Man it, they'd win that location. If they Hulk it, they wouldn't win that location. So I think we're safe to drop Hulk over here. See how it goes. Yep. 2 location win. We're going to switch to the mini deck. Frederick pointed it out to me now. Yep. Forgot to switch my deck for sure. So we're winning with the starter deck. This is going great. Let's upgrade our Cyclops. I haven't tried it yet, but there is a deck based around like blank cards, but it depends on like a specific location to come out. So I don't think it's very good. All right. So right here you have to switch your deck. So a lot of times I'll give them like a different color because I won't notice that. I'm not smart enough to notice that. So weenies will be green. Completed another mission. Unlock a new card, win matches. We're getting there. Let's use our weenies. All right. 10:37. We got 23 more minutes on this one, and then we'll switch back to champions. Okay. Cards here with no abilities have +3 power. There's the location that I just mentioned. So this is one of the reasons I always swap not to that first location. A lot of people like to go left. If your opponent played a card here this turn +2 power, people can throw Rocket. He becomes a 4 turn 1. That's brutal. Cards you can't be destroyed. We don't have any 2 costs. Bad decision making here. Thank you, Tyler, for donating to Extra Life. We appreciate it. All right. I think we're going to throw Mr. Fantastic here. Rocks have no abilities, so they aren't too terrible there if we run into a snag. Oh, they got us with the Star-Lord. Bummer. All right. I think the answer here... Is it that? It seems pretty dumb. We didn't draw into our Khazar. I don't know if he's worth playing at this point. Alright, so what could they do? He could go for this location. It's probably what he's going to do. I think my best bet is to place Hulk here. That guarantees me that location, and if he tries to take either of the others, I'm still with 2. If he tries to take both, then I'm in trouble, so we'll see. Ah, he doesn't quite get it. Okay, sorry, Timothy. GG's. Upgrade our Iron Man card. Sounds great. Alright, so now let's make another deck. This is going to be an ongoing Weenies deck. And we should change the color before I mess that up again. So what we're going to do here is Spectrum gives all ongoing cards +2 power. And she's a good 6-drop, so we want to look for characters that have ongoing abilities, like Ant-Man, like Mr. Fantastic, like Punisher, like Iron Man, like Khazar. So you can see a lot of the cards that we already had in our deck had those. We'll throw in our Weenies to go along with Khazar. I believe everybody else here is an on-reveal ability. I do like Jessica Jones. I feel like she wins games still. I don't think I need a second 6-drop. I don't know what people think. I think you get enough turns to draw into your 6-drop that if you can build around it, you just win with it. We'll add Star-Lord back in and Sentinel. Call it a day. So let's swap our deck. Let's go complete our missions here. That gets us the Ant-Man logo. Why not? There's no Hawkeye one for me yet, so. Alright. Let's see. Quicksilver, Sentinel, and Star-Lord. Pretty good opening hand. Cards here have -1 power. Sounds like a good reason to not go there. But they'll know that. So will they know that I know that they know that I know that? Okay, wasn't a rocket. False alarm. I think they're going to go here. Because they don't want the minus power and they don't want to stack too many things here. They're going to be randomized. We'll see if I'm wrong. But, ooh. Interesting. Very interesting. Alright, we're going to put Sentinel down and a Misty Knight at the center location. We're not going to put Mr. Fantastic until after they spread things, although we'll probably... Maybe we will, because we have Spectrum and we want to get as many ongoings out as we can. But with only one ongoing right now, Spectrum's almost not even worth it compared to 2 other cards. So we'll see. They got us with the Star-Lord, huh? That is a bummer. Let's go ahead and throw Mr. Fantastic over here. That's leaving that location a little low, which makes me super nervous. We haven't unlocked Namor yet. It might not be a good idea to be doing ongoing until we've gotten him. Alright, so those are all going to get moved. I don't think they get moved in random order, so we kind of don't want to play Ant-Man yet. He's going to get the +2 power from Spectrum. Let's just play him. In case it does go in random order, I guess now they're all going to get moved, so he'll get his +2 power twice. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Now, depending on how the randomizer goes, that worked in our favor greatly. Let's see, we've got 3 1-cost cards. This would get us +3 at the adjacent location. They're probably going to try to take middle, but we could get to 7 in the middle. So I think this is the way to go. We get +3 here. We're never going to get plus enough there to take that, and we're going to get 7 at the middle. If they've got a Hulk, we're still pretty doomed. Ouch. Ouch. Total power defeat. We took our first loss. So we did not go up a level. Clearly. Painful. Let's see. Alright, until we get Namor, I think we're going to go back to our regular Weenies deck. It's a little bit stronger. We need a little bit more ongoing to go any other way. Alright. You can't play cards here after turn 4. Sounds like a good reason to play cards there early. Going against Jace, who's got the basic logo. So he might be running the basic deck still. Alright, Misty Knight versus Hawkeye. That's okay for us. This creates a race. We're probably not going to win that race, but I'll take the bonus on Star-Lord over the bonus on Hawkeye if they're willing to fight it. They're not willing to fight it. Interesting. Interesting. Well, we are willing to fight it. So the problem is by winning the raft, we're typically losing. By winning the race at the raft, we're typically losing the raft. This will be a 5 over there. We can't play things after turn 4, though. Let's see. We get the raft to 12 if they play a bunch of things. If we play a 1 there, Khazar can get us to like 6. That's still not enough to get to 9. If we play a 1 and a 3, there's a chance. And we can still fight the good fight at the raft. Alright. I think we drop an Iron Man here. We're really hoping for the Khazar. Okay. I think that's the way to go. I should have put Sentinel down. Ugh, bummer. I mean, I think we have enough locations either way. We're probably fine. Yep, should have put Sentinel. It wouldn't have mattered. They had Apocalypse and Hulk, yeah. We leave 1 still. It's okay. It's okay. Sorry, Jace. Sorry, Jace. Alright, let's upgrade this fantastic card. Oh, I got a Snap AMA question. Alright. The question is, what is your favorite location in Snap? My favorite location is Bar Sinister because it creates chaos. So Bar Sinister is a location in Snap that when you play something there, you spawn copies to fill that location. So if you play a Khazar there, it's going to make 4 Khazars, which just leads to shenanigans. It makes cards that are mediocre like really, really good because mediocre effects repeated can become really strong effects. Bar Sinister. Thank you for asking an AMA question through the Extra Life page. I ain't playing anything there. That's gross. So you could play like really low cost characters at Oscorp Tower and then know what you're going to have to beat, but that requires a lot of card investment that we don't have yet. Titan and Dream Dimension are at odds because on turn 5 cards are going to cost 1 more, but cost 6 cards cost 1 less. So on turn 5, cost 6 cards will cost 6. Bit of a bummer. We did get him with Star-Lord. Got him. Alright, we both ignored Oscorp Tower. That's humorous and expected. All cards cost 1 more next turn. So let's drop Punisher this turn. We can drop Jessica next turn as a 5-drop. And she's worth it as a 5-drop. So we've probably got Dream Dimension in pretty good space. They could drop their own Jessica there. Be a little bit careful with what I say. Ant-Man would take a large investment for them to fill up at Oscorp Tower. So I'm going to drop a Jessica there. Bump her to an 8. I drafted Ironheart. That's a cool card. On reveal, give 3 random friendly cards plus power. Alright, they can't beat us here. Oh no, they can still play here. I think the answer is drop Hulk here. It could be Khazar, which would give this +2. But I don't think that's worth it. Versus just jump into 12. So they did go the Ant-Man route with Hulk and a Hawkeye. So there you have it. I think that we made a pretty good play. All right, we got 8 minutes left before we take a real quick break and switch back to Champions, and I will go run and grab those TCG boxes. Oh, I forgot we unlocked Nightcrawler, so we should probably edit our weenie deck here. I don't know if we want to have more than 4 1-drops, but Nightcrawler is basically Misty Knight, but better, right? She's just flavor text. He can move 1 time, which lets us, navigate around some tricky situations. All right. Come on. King. King is not king today. I'm willing to play the gamble game. We'll see if he is. Nope. All right. I think we can probably safely assume he's going to stack cards on Ant-Man, especially with that card out there. So let's throw a Star-Lord down. He's probably going to Star-Lord us back. It's still not letting me click the cube, right? Nope. At rank 10. Oh, we're almost there. Mr. Sinister on reveal makes a copy of himself. Interesting. I thought we were going to get him with a Star-Lord there for sure. Turn 4, whoever's winning here draws 2 cards. Okay, well that's good to know. Let's throw Mr. Fantastic down just to support both areas. He's going to get a 2 damage Sentinel. He gets a Squirrel Girl. That's what we need in our Weenie Swarm deck. On reveal, add a 1 power, 1 cost Squirrel to each location. Pretty sweet. Still winning Asgard for now. I think what we're going to do is drop those two. It's a mediocre chance to win it still. Huh? Interesting. Alright, that's a pretty good deal for us. So we will drop an Ant-Man and a Jessica Jones just to compete in the middle. We won't play any cards there on turn 6 because we'll play Hulk on the far left. I think they're getting the middle regardless of what we do. We've got a pretty good setup in Asgard, though. So we've got 2, 3, it's going to get 5 more and go to 10 if I play nothing there. I think the answer is play Hulk here. I don't think he has something that can beat that. Yeah. 2 location win. Nice. Climbing 1 cube at a time. All right, we're finally to rank 10. That means we're going to get 1 game in with snapping. So now we can start to lose power as well, or our rank as well. Looks like we have some guys that we can upgrade. So we can upgrade our Quicksilver. We've got a ton of credits for now. That's like the currency that's going to slow you down. Getting boosters isn't too bad because you get boosters at the end of each match for whatever characters you're playing. But all right, so let's go back here, edit our weenie deck one more time. And what we're going to do now is I'm actually going to remove Punisher and add Wolfsbane. So she can become like a 7 power card on a location with 3 weenies. So that's pretty good. We're going to check out everything else, and I think we're ready to just go in. Against Shocker. That is a shocker. All right, whoever loses will lose a cube. If we click on that, it's going to wager that we think we're going to win. And I'm going to put Nightcrawler there, because to have a versatile move-around guy that has a lot of power is really good. We'll see who they put. Squirrel Girl, okay. So we're probably going against a Khazar deck here. That's really good for a Khazar deck. We're going to throw Star-Lord here and see if he tries to take more power. He doesn't. Tries to outwit me, but we both fail to outwit each other. On turn 5, all cards must be played here. So our 5-drop is going there no matter what we want. I think I'm okay dropping Wolfsbane here for now. We're really putzing with his Guardians here. Oh, yeah, you can click on dudes and, like, give him faces, too. Ain't that cute? Let's throw Khazar down, because he's going to help. I probably should have threw Jessica Jones down there, but it's okay. It's giving us the option to retreat, but not the option to click on the cube yet. That's a bit of a bummer. So Jessica would have to go there, which I actually think is okay, because we can do this. That's going to put that at a 16. Let's wait one more turn. Hey, Board Game Lair. Thanks for your donation to Extra Life. So I think we're going to move Nightcrawler. We still have this pretty handily. We'll throw a Hulk down and see how we do. Yeah, we got 2 locations at least. Oh, maybe not. Oh, they don't have any ongoing cards out. Okay. 3 location win to end the day. All right. Sweet. Victory is ours. Good job, Weenie's deck. So you get about 6. 1 for each round, I think you play. And we completed the mission. It's our win 7 matches mission. Nice. We are out of daily missions because we completed them all, so we're not going to be able to complete that one for a while. But we did get Colossus. Nope. 100 gold. Alright, well that's it for Snap for now. I am going to go grab a water, get back into TTS, and we'll do some Marvel Champions. So what I'll do is I'll use the randomizer again right away, get the game set up, and in 5 minutes we will be right back. So I'm going to put the intermission on here, and y'all can listen to the beautiful sound of Snap. goodness. Sound is off again. I'm back. Sound is back again. It's coming. It's coming. I promise. Okay. Sound is back. What I was just saying, one of the AMA questions was about what TCGs I'm currently playing. So the store I play at, Duke City Games, in Albuquerque, New Mexico, has an anime and like card game night on Thursdays. So we've been playing a lot of the One Piece TCG by Bandai. It's a pretty quick, snappy game. There's a little iPhone version of it. You can play through 2 or 3 of the starter decks in there. The US full release hasn't come out yet, so we're playing with like Japanese cards and having to like know what they do, which is a little intense. But in December, the full set comes out and we can play in English. We've been playing the My Hero card game in that store on Thursdays, and we've been playing Venusaur and Charizard. My son has been playing a lot of Pokemon TCG. He's really excited for the new app version whenever Pokemon Company gets that out. We've been playing on the old app version for now, and he is pretty obsessed with it. So, Guy Ryan came here for the Hawkeye takedown of Ronin. That will hopefully happen today. If we hit 500, I'm going to play until we defeat Ronin, and I have a Hawkeye deck made that I think can do it. So, we'll see if we get there, and if not, we'll be doing continual streams throughout the year, raising funds for Extra Life, and whenever we hit that 500, a Ronin stream shall happen. All right, but for now, I'm doing one of the randomizer scenarios. So someone asked for Aggression, Gwen Stacy, Ghost Spider, so I am using the Dr. 00 stand-up Gwen deck, which is all about readying Gwen and just plowing things down. So, we're going up here against Mysterio in Standard. He has Seeds of Fear, the ability. After you resolve a boost card during Mysterio's activation, place that card in your discard pile if it has the Illusion trait. We put a Shifting Apparition into play with us. If this minion was defeated with excess damage, the defeating player shuffles the top card of the encounter deck into their deck. And we are in a maze of mirrors. Each turn of a corner reveals countless copies of yourself. Shattered panes rebound seamlessly to whole, and every attempt to circumnavigate the labyrinth forces you deeper within. Defeating Mysterio may be your only means of escape. Forced Interrupt. When you would draw or discard an encounter card from your deck, deal to yourself face down and draw 1 card instead. Alright. So we're ready to go. Shuffle the villain deck, shuffle our deck. We are Gwen Stacy. We're going to draw 6 cards to start out. We've got a Skilled Strike right away, which is lovely because our whole ability is about readying after we use an interrupt or something like that. We've got multiple Assess the Situations and a Web Bracer. I'm honestly not going to mulligan anything because this looks pretty darn beautiful to start with. So we're going to pay 2 and get our Web Bracelets down and into play. We are going to flip to Ghost Spider form, and we will then do a base attack of... Oh, this guy has Guard. That's annoying. Yeah, that's real annoying. We'll do a base attack 2 into this Shifting Apparition. That will shuffle the top card of the encounter discard pile into our deck. So we're going to have to start drawing cards one by one. Now we are going to... How are we going to do this? I guess we're going to use both Assess the Situations, sadly, to play Ghost Kick after we use that basic power to deal 6 damage to an enemy. And that is going to stand Ghost Spider and allow us to exhaust Web Bracelets to draw a card. It's parental guidance. That doesn't help us a ton when we're in hero form. We will now do 1 more base attack for 4. That's 2 from Ghost Spider, 2 from Skilled Strike, and we're going to discard parental guidance looking for better lives. We actually might not want to do that. Let's keep that in our hand just so we draw into less encounter cards so we can get through this scenario quicker. Alright, so we've got 1 threat going on the main. We need to draw up to our hand size. I'm going to draw cards 1 at a time because I don't get to know what that encounter card was. So I've got 5 cards here, including the best defense, which I guess readies me, but I'm not sure I like that yet. Okay, Mysterio is going to attack me for 1 plus a boost card, and I've got no choice but to defend. I won't get to ready unless I use the best defense, so I will use the best defense and use my attack as my offense. So that's going to ready me. I'm going to have 2 defense against his 1 attack. It becomes just 1 attack, so we take no damage, we ready, and we draw a card from Web Bracelets. We get an encounter card here, which is Deja Vu, Peril. Choose to either take 1 damage or place 1 threat in the main scheme, and shuffle this into any player's deck. We will take a damage. So we've got 2 encounter cards in our deck now, and this one is not very possible to go away unless we have a canceled when revealed effects card, and we do not. So, okay. It's our go again. We don't have a lot of help here, but we do have Bug, and Bug is pretty good for us. So let's go ahead and pay 1, 2 for Bug. Bug and Ghost Spider will both thwart, so we're going to remove 2 threat and flip down. We will use this to go search for George Stacy. He's probably going to immediately get stolen by our obligation, but it's what I want to do. He gets added to our hand, I believe, so we still have to pay for him, right? Yep. So we're basically paying 2 to have George Stacy on a stick for future reasons. And we have 1 damage over here on Bug. All right. Let's ready everything up and draw our 6 cards one at a time. So we are dealt 1 encounter card, 2 encounter cards. So we do draw cards. Whoa, way too many cards to replace them. I was trying to type 1, but I typed 11, so that was not ideal. I should only be getting to 6 cards, is the bottom line here. So we'll shuffle the rest of those in since I know where they were now. Okay, we did get our ticket to the multiverse, so that's good. 1 threat going in the main. We've got multiple encounter cards staring us in the face. We have a 2+2, 6 threat going out, and 3 encounter cards. We have attached Mysterio. When you would deal any amount of damage to him, discard the top 4 cards of your deck instead. We have a Assault, which is just going to surge. We have a Deja Vu, so we'll take a damage, and then this will go, I believe, into any player's deck, right? Yep. And where are we going now? Lost Visor is the new George Stacy. It's true. It's the new hotness. We did all 3, right? Yep. I think we did all 3. Was this one supposed to surge? Someone in the stream might be able to remind me. He schemed for 4. We did this one. We did Deja Vu. This one surged. I don't think we ever drew a card to replace it. Attached to your identity. You cannot resolve triggered abilities in your hero's printed text box. That's a problem. Discard 1 identity-specific card at random from your hand to discard this card. So let's get those identity-specific cards out of our hand first. So let's use Ticket to the Multiverse to play a 2nd copy of Web Bracelets. Let's use our activated abilities. Triggered abilities. This one doesn't have a timing trigger, so I think I can still use it. At least that's how I'm going to play it. I guess I can just do that after. So we have to discard 1 of these 2 at random. Pirouette and Punch. And then we get rid of this. Not so bad. We're going to flip up. We are going to... before we flip up, we'll attach Chase Them Down to George Stacy, I think. Or do we want to play Web Binding? Nah. We're going to attack for 1, 2, 3, 4. It's going to heal 1 from Bug and ready us, and then Bug will finish off. Oh, nope. It's not going to hit him for 4. It's going to hit this thing instead. Discard the top 4 cards of our deck. We can't even have Bug do that. We did do an attack. So Bug will heal 1, and then Bug will punch for 1. So he's down to 4. We get to ready after we do that, and we get to draw 1 with Web Bracelet. We drew into a Best Defense. Not super helpful for us right now. And that's going to be it. I think we're going to throw these away, because we don't mind him hitting us with an attack right here, and we'd rather get to better cards. So we can use our standing to do a thwart, which I guess we will, because we need the main scheme to go down. Okay, so 1 threat going on the main scheme. We are getting attacked for 1 plus something, and we are going to use our basic attack and trigger Phantom Flip. So we're going to pay 2 to play Phantom Flip after Ghost Spider uses a basic power to remove 5 threat from a scheme. That's going to ready us and draw a card with Web Bracelet. And now he's attacking us for 1. We have 3 defense, so we take nothing. Nice. Analysis paralysis. Search the encounter deck discard pile and set aside area for your nemesis side scheme and reveal it. Place X additional threat here, where X is the amount of threat on that side scheme. Okay. Force to interrupt when the villain phase begins. Heal 1 damage from each enemy. And here we've got 6 threat with a hazard icon. But the good news is I think we can just take this guy down pretty quickly. Yeah. So it is our go. We're going to perform... Oh, there's no real good way to do this. We'll perform an attack for 2. Actually, that's not true. We'll perform a thwart for 1. And then we'll respond with a chase them down and a phantom flip to play... a chase them down and a warning to play Ghost Kick. So that's going to defeat this version of Mysterio. Whoa. Not my goal. And ready Gwen Stacy. Shuffle the top card of the encounter deck into each player's deck. 17 hit points. We still haven't had any illusions that have been boosted. Now Gwen will perform a basic attack. So Bug heals 1, and then Bug can perform a basic attack. Pretty good so far. We did get to draw 1 card off that attack earlier, so it's a pirouette and punch. Do we want to flip down? I think it's fine to flip down right now. So we're going to flip down and attach a phantom flip to George Stacy. We'll discard pirouette and punch. We're going to get dealt this and draw 6. We're just looking for ghost kicks at this point. And here we go. So 1 threat going on the main. The villain is going to heal for 1. Mysterio is going to scheme for 2, 3, 4, 5, and it is an illusion. So what happens? It gets put into the bottom of your deck. A 5 scheme. Wow. A 6 scheme because of the amplify icon. Not ideal. I need to make this small enough that I know it's on the bottom of my deck. There we go. Okay. We have an encounter card plus the one we got dealt. So Gang Up is going to surge into Peril. Discard cards on the top of your deck equal to the number of cards in your hand. If you have at least 1 identity-specific card discard this way, place 1 threat in the main scheme. Otherwise, take 1 damage. So we're going to discard 6 cards, which is our whole deck. And if you would draw or discard an encounter card from your deck, deal to yourself as a face-down encounter card. So we're going to get dealt this, and we're going to get to draw a bonus card. So that's cool. And were any of those... Oh, we're going to get dealt 2 cards. My bad. Were any of those cards Gwen specific? None of them were. So we'll read this and see what that means. No identity specific, so we take 1 damage. We get to draw 2 more cards, and we just had a horrible turn where a lot of encounter cards got hit us in the face. Alright, let's do this one first. Treat attached ally as a minion with a blank text box. Attached ally is... Okay. Bug is gone. That's the moral of the story. Spend 1 resource of any type to shuffle the top 2 cards of the encounter deck into your deck to discard this. No, thank you. And Deja Vu. We'll place 1 threat. No, we will take 1 damage. We do not want to place 1 threat in the main scheme right now. But we just drew into a bunch of stuff, so this is going to be pretty good for us. So we are going to attach Skilled Strike to George Stacy just in case. We're going to flip up, and we are going to do a basic attack for 2, and respond with a Ghost Kick for 6. Ready. Ghost Spider. We can now do another base attack for 2. And we've got enough to do a second Ghost Kick for 6. That will end Mysterio before it gets too out of control. We had our Skilled Strikes. Dr. 00's deck is just really good. Drew's a really good deck builder. So definitely check his decks out because they are strong. Sweet. So let's check where we are at on our extra life goal. We're up to 120, and we have another AMA question. What is your favorite scenario to play in Marvel Champions and why? My favorite scenario to play is Crossbones because I feel like he does a lot of things well and he's not too long of a game. I think he's a little bit low on the hit point pool. If I could add 2 hit points to each of his villain stages, I would, or 2 per player. But I think that having those low scheme thresholds really puts you in a spot where you have to respond quickly and make like informed heroic decisions on what do I do versus letting the scheme pop versus keeping control of the board state. So one of the reasons Red Skull's been so close to me for so long is because of Crossbones. If I had to pick my favorite scenario that's ever been designed, I think it's still Sandman. I think Sandman, even after Mutant Genesis, is just such a well-designed scenario. Everything in it is perfectly tuned to go along with Sandman. So I would definitely pick Sandman if I had to out of those. All right, what should we do next? I don't know. There's some people in chat. So name a villain. That'll be the villain we play next. Please don't name Ronan because I will ignore you. Maybe not. I am going to reload an interface so we can load whatever villain you all pick, and I'm going to go pick a deck before you choose the villain. That way I don't get to pick, the deck that would do well. I think we're going to play a Phoenix deck. I'm going to try another Villain Theory deck because I failed their last deck, and that wasn't their fault. That was my fault. So we're going to do Master of Puppets by Villain Theory. Can't promise I will be good at it. This deck specializes in minion-heavy scenarios and works against most villains with an average amount of minions in multiplayer. It likes to have multiple targets, and it can really shine when there are multiple villains as well. With a balance of damage and thwarting, it is suitable for any player count. Yeah, let's see how it goes. Let's see. Somebody must have put something in, I'm sure. Red Skull. All right. I'm okay with that. I always load the deck twice. I double click this little build button. I gotta click it once and be patient. All right, police the villains. It's gonna take a little bit here so we can chit chat for a while. Here we go. Red Skull, Red Skull, Red Skull. Come on out. Let's get those villains out of there and place some modulars. Minion heavy things. Let's put Brotherhood would never work with Red Skull. That's craziness. Let's use Masters of Evil. And they said minion heavy, right? Band of Badont. I don't know if this thing is smart enough to pull the side schemes out of here. I didn't pull the sleeper out, so it can't be that smart. Why am I not seeing the Masters of Evil cards? Am I blind? There's the Badoon. There's the Masters of Evil. Yeah, so I must have pulled it out. Let's double check. It doesn't look like it did. What am I? Oh. Okay. Ignore me. Versus Nova. I will play Nova next. I love Nova, so I'm a big fan of that suggestion. But I loaded this Phoenix deck already, so I'm stuck with it for now. Which means I'll probably lose with it. Again, not the deck creator's fault. Super pilot error on almost all decks that I lose with. Alright, we need to go find our controlled, nope, restrained. Oh gosh, what is her upgrade called? Anyone even remember? Here we go. The Phoenix Force upgrade. That makes more sense. So we have the Phoenix Force. She's going to start with 4 power counters on it. So we have 4 free resources to help us along the way. After you make a basic recovery, place 1 power counter on Phoenix Force. And we're ready to go. We do have the Red House out there. The sleeper has been put out of play, and we're going to get a lot of side schemes. So wish us luck. 6 card hand size with Phoenix. Zoom in here a little bit. I'm going to remove that top menu just so we have a little bit more space. There we go. All right. It's a lot of allies. It's a lot of allies. When this card will be defeated, return your identity and each card from Phoenix Force. I don't know if we want to do that yet. Hero action, remove 1 counter to Ready Phoenix or place 2 counters on Phoenix Force. That's pretty good. Alright, let's get rid of what doesn't kill me. Let's get rid of Nightcrawler. There's a lot of real expensive stuff here. I'd like to get Rise to the Ashes down, so I think we're going to keep that one. I'll draw 3. I kind of want to be unleashed now. Okay, so we can use this as a resource, right? On the other side. Hero resource, remove 1 power counter from Phoenix, generate 1 wild resource. So we will do that right away and use Telepathic Trickery and Psychic Misdirection to play Polaris. That's going to give us a tough. We will use Jocasta to play Phoenix Firebird, which is going to place 2 counters onto Phoenix Force. And I think we are going to end up just discarding Rise from the Ashes. Isn't that sad? We will thwart for 3 to get rid of the Red House. It's going to go to the discard pile over here. And then Polaris will punch for 2. Not so bad. We will ready and move on. So we're drawing 5 cards in Phoenix form. We've got Utopia. That would be great. Especially with Phoenix. We have a lot of resources here. Okay. Alright, start of the villain phase. After resolving step 1, which is placing a threat, we're going to spawn a side scheme. It's going to put a 2 threat side scheme out there. Red Skull is going to attack us for 1 plus something. We've got a tough card to soak it, so we can probably just ignore it. Put this Badoon Grunt into play with you. Okay. The Badoon Grunt is going to attack us, and I think we're going to use Psychic Misdirection. I don't see a reason not to. And he's going to attack Red Skull instead, which is a little funny. We do get dealt an encounter card from him. Sorry about that. And then we've got 2 encounter cards to deal with now. So the first one is attached to Red Skull. He has Retaliate. That sounds amazing. And Master Strategist. Too bad we don't have Psychic Misdirection now to end our own ally. Okay, let's get a Utopia down. Doesn't hurt. We don't have much to do, unfortunately. We're going to thwart 2 here. Just going to get rid of this side scheme and kill off this Badoon Grunt. Yeah, and I guess we'll punch for 2. Do we dare flip down? I don't think we dare flip down yet. We have 1 more blocker. I am going to get rid of strength because I just need cards at this point. Mind control. There we go. Take control, attach minion. Text box is blank. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Okay. 1 threat going on the main. We get a side scheme. It brings out the Sleeper. Oh, where's our Psychic Misdirection now? Tough, guard, retaliate 1. Gross. Red Skull is going to attack us for 1. Oh, he has retaliate, so we can't hit him. Thanks for whoever pointed that out. Okay. So he's going to attack us for 1 with 2 boost cards, and then he'll discard this thing. So 1, if this is an attack, it gains overkill and piercing. Well, I'm just taking it to the face. So still 1. Just 1. That's not so bad. The Sleeper is going to attack us for 3. Now that's not ideal. And then we get 1 encounter card, which is the Villain Schemes for 2, 3. Okay. I'm guessing the Sleeper's an elite minion. Yeah, I figured so. Okay, what do we want to do here? We're going to pay 2 and a Phoenix counter to play Cyclops. And I think we'll get a Night Nurse out there as well. She comes with 3 medical counters. We're going to use those for stuns and confuses, I think, though. We really need to lay into the sleeper here. He's got Retaliate 1, which is brutal against Cyclops. Phoenix does not have a lot of attack. She's going to thwart for 3. We do get 2 Phoenix counters from Cyclops entering play, and we get to ready someone, so we'll do that with Phoenix after she's thwarted, actually. And then Phoenix will punch Tough off him and take a Retaliate. I think Cyclops has just got to hit him for 2 and take 2 damage himself. Do we feel safe flipping down? Not really. I think Polaris will thwart for 1. And I think we got to... Actually, Polaris will just attack for 2. She doesn't need a thwart for 1. Let's get this thing going. We are going to flip down. Discard Mind Control and draw 6 cards. Alright, pin down isn't going to help us right here. Phoenix Firebird might. Telekinetic Attack certainly will. So we've got the villain's phase beginning. Oh no, looking for a Masters of Evil minion. They said they liked minions. I did not come to disappoint. There's Masters of Evil in here somewhere, I swear. It's not looking particularly shuffled, so I'm going to shuffle it. Sorry. Okay. Thanks to Anonymous, who donated $25 and requested a Marvel Snap tier list. Interesting. I will figure out how to do that and try to do it today. Okay. We've got 2 side schemes out here. 2 minions, and Red Skull is going to scheme for 4. Just 4. Sleep schemes for 1. Tiger Shark schemes for 1. That's enough to pop this, unfortunately. We've got 11 room now, but not an ideal situation. And we're still waiting on an encounter card attached to a side scheme. When the side scheme is defeated, well, cool. Let's attach this to the sleeper, because he doesn't get defeated. He just gets removed from the game. So that sounds like a good place to attach it. Little cheaty, McCheaty face there, but I'll take it because I need it. Okay. What are we going to do? I think we kind of need to recover, but we need to worry about all this jazz, too. So maybe we'll use Night Nurse to heal us when we flip here in a minute. We could put a pinned down on Tiger Shark. It's not ideal, but it could be worse. We definitely need to flip up and start taking care of side schemes. So we're not going to be able to use our recover, but we can hit 3 here. We can use one of our counters along with Bait and Switch and Phoenix Firebird to do a telekinetic attack. Deal 7 damage to an enemy. So that's going to defeat the sleeper, removing him from play, removing that from play, and discarding this, which seems pretty good to me. We do have a physical resource, so we can use what doesn't kill me to heal 2 and ready. And we can hit for another 3 over here. I think I put 1 in the wrong pile. Yep. This one, each player chooses 3 cards in their discard pile and shuffles them into their deck. So let's see what we want to go into our deck. I would like a Nightcrawler back. I would like a Psychic Misdirection back. And I think I'd like a Power of Protection back. We'll heal one with Night Nurse just to get back to full health, and Cyclops is going to chill because we don't really want to lose those counters yet. That's all we got. So one threat going on the main. Red Skull is going to bring out a side scheme. Ooh, bringing an ally out. That looks spicy. So he's going to attack me for 1 plus something, and I'll just take that one to the face. 1, 2. We will have Cyclops defend for Tiger Shark, and we'll remove those 2 Phoenix counters, because it looks like we're going to get him back next turn from this side scheme anyway. And then we have Radioactive Man to deal with, too. Awesome. Minions. They said minions were good. I swear. Alright. We should draw our cards. That might help us. We will be able to thwart for 3. And then we can go search our deck and discard pile for an ally. We're going to bring Cyclops back out, which is going to let us ready Phoenix. That gets us our 2 counters back, which is all goodness. We need to get rid of this. I haven't used this yet, so we'll use this as a wild. Yeah, we do not. We don't want to pin down any of these guys. Oh, brutal. Let's use Telepathic Trickery, pinned down, and our Phoenix Force resource to get rid of this. We do not need Retaliate on that guy. We can now punch for 3 onto Tiger Shark. I think we're going to use the last 2 to put a Mental Paralysis onto Radioactive Man and just hope we don't have to flip down again. That's about all we can do there. Draw on 5. 1 threat in the main. We are getting the last side scheme. Discard the top 5 cards of your deck. Mental, Lightning Bolt, Mental, Wild, Lightning Bolt. Oh, all those Psychic Misdirections. Painful. So that's 3. It's the ideal number for Phoenix. We've got Red Skull attacking us for 1 plus something. We're just going to take it. Give the villain a tough status. If they already had a tough status, they get extra. So he's getting 2 and a tough. Tiger Shark is going to hit me for 3 and get a tough, unfortunately. And we get an encounter card. The villain and each minion engaged with you attacks you. Oh, God. Oh, no good. Alright, Cyclops is going to defend the first one for 2. Jean Grey will defend the second one, so she only takes 1, but stays alive, and we lose our 2 counters here. That was not nice. That's all I'll say about that. Brutal. Not GG yet, but it's not looking good. That's all I'll say. Okay. Man, no allies in hand either. We can't afford to flip down, really. We've got to defeat something, but we don't have a way to do it. I could throw a pin down on people. That doesn't really help. He doesn't have Retaliate, so he could Psychic Blast and Telekinetic Attack. We don't have the resources for that. And there's a Crisis Icon out there, just to make things even better. I mean, we can get a Telekinetic Shield down. It might buy us another turn. And we could TK Blast something. I kind of want to be Unleashed at this point, though. So let's spend 1 and a Telekinetic Attack to play a shield. Let's throw a pin down on this guy for now, because we can. We're going to keep that, because I think it's going to help us. And I mean, we can't afford to flip down. He's going to get 4, 5, 6 threat automatically, and it pops at 11 plus a boost card. So we just got to stay in hero form. Draw 3. We're getting an extra encounter card. This is, like, really bad. We got a Colossus. I'm sure that'll help. All right, 1 threat going on the main. He gets another side scheme. Let's hope it's one that helps us. Prison camps. That kind of helps us. He's going to attack for 1, 2, 3 plus something. So 3 damage gets placed on here. 1 more from Tiger Shark, so it's at 4. And we have survived. Shadow of the Past. Oh my gosh. It happened again, folks. Shadows of the Past. This is really bad right now. So we've got Steady Toughness Villainous. Search the encounter deck and discard pile for Consume the World and reveal it. That's already out there. Alright, I'm just going to say it. Things aren't looking great. We need a toughness over here? Yeah. Excellent. And that was just the first villain. Oh yeah, that's what Red Skull needed. We're going to play Red Skull again later, because I really enjoy Red Skull, but maybe not with a deck I've never played before. I've drawn Shadow in every game except for 1, so maybe 2. Maybe 2. All the games I've lost, probably. Okay. Well, we can unleash ourselves at least, right? That would be fun. Who wouldn't think that's fun? Certainly not me. Throw this away and throw Colossus away. Get a Phoenix suit down. We become unleashed. That sounds great. We've got 3 attack against all these tough dudes. That's going to help a lot. I mean, we can Psychic Blast 3 tough cards off. That feels really good. Not great, but good. We can heal 1 with Night Nurse. I think you're all right. I think it's scooper time. We technically live for another turn, but we're going to restart this one. Okay. Let me get that top menu back up here. Do we want to do this one again? Should we do Red Skull again, but maybe not go as minion heavy? Somebody said Nova. So we could do Nova against Red Skull. That doesn't sound horrible. Let's do it. Okay. Nova, Nova, Nova. Or Red Skull, Red Skull, Red Skull. Place. Let me go find a Nova deck and start that loading. There's a really good Nova deck by Journeyman. I think I'm going to use that one. It's probably one of my favorite Nova decks, which is saying a lot because I really like Nova. Ten allies. This sounds like my kind of deck. Click that once. Nova leadership, exactly. We'll have so many allies. And hopefully not as many minions. Do we want to go as minion heavy? That's a good question. It's loading the deck, recall the villains, place the modulars, and let's see what happens. Oh, that almost worked. Okay, we're definitely doing Masters of Evil again, because they were fun to deal with. Maybe we'll go Wimpy here. Maybe we'll go Wimpy. What would be a good Wimpy one? Infinity Gauntlet? No thanks. Let's do Power Drain. And again, that doesn't pull out the side schemes, so we got to do it ourselves. Claw with Future Past. That's actually one of the ones in the randomizer, so I'll use the randomizer again after this and see if we get that one. Always blue player. Nova, 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 Nova. Get our obligation shuffled in there. We'll actually shuffle the deck this time. That'll help too, right? All sorts of things that could have messed us up that were definitely me. All right, and we've got Nova here. We get to spend 1 resource of any type for Supernova Helmet. If we spend a wild, then we get to put it into play, which is even better. So let's hope for that. Shuffling here, shuffling here, shuffling here. Draw our 6. All right, we did not get... Well, we did get a wild. That's not too bad. And we got a Nick Fury, which is really good. And a regroup, which is really good. We got a lot of really good things. I don't think I can afford all of them right away, though. So we're going to ditch those 3 and grab 3 more. Okay. That's a lot of stuff. Okay, so let's spend a power in all of us for our helmet. Get that bad boy into play. So we can use this to generate a wild resource whenever we want. We're going to spend power in all of us and Genius to play Nick Fury and draw 3 cards, because why would you not? We are going to see how much shenanigans we can get done here. I don't think we can get all the allies out. Isn't that a bummer? We can almost do it. Stunning Red Skull turn 1 sounds really good, though. So let's spend 1, 2, 3. Mockingbird, stun Red Skull. These 2 can thwart away the side scheme. We'll flip up. Oh, I guess I could have done it because I forgot I get to ready Supernova Helmet. Darn it. Okay, well, we will use our basic attack, then hit Red Skull for 1. Whoop-de-doo. That's just what we've done. We're going to hold on to Ms. Marvel and draw 4 cards. These 2 each need a thing. Okay, so we got 1 threat going out. I think we're supposed to start with a side scheme in play, aren't we? Oh no, you start with the red house in play. So 1 threat goes out, and we play a side scheme. Oh look, it's our friends, Masters of Evil. Please don't discard the entire deck looking for them this time, though. Could you not? Oh my goodness. Oh, excellent. That's what we like to see. Red Skull's stunned. That's good. This guy is not, so he's going to hit us for 1. He's going to hit Nick Fury for 1. And then discard a random card from our hand. Of course, it's the card we hold on to. Oh, mistakes, mistakes. And we get 1 encounter card. It is Advance. So Red Skull's going to scheme for 2, 3, 4, and discard 3 cards from the encounter deck. So we got a lot to do now. We have a lot to do. I don't know how we're going to do it all. That's a different problem for us. After you use one of Nova's basic powers, ready Supernova Helmet. So we may as well use Supernova Helmet right away with Strength in Numbers. We're just going to have resources left in the end, though. Like, should I strengthen numbers with Mockingbird and draw a card? It's probably what I should do. It's got to be better than just resources. It's much better than just resources. So now we can use Supernova Helmet with energy to play White Tiger. She's only going to draw us 1 card because we're in villain stage 1, but that ain't the end of the world. We can thwart this away. And that's going to ready Supernova Helmet. So we have it for pot shot now. I guess because of overpayment, we have to do it this way. No, I think we can still do it the other way. We'll pay with the wild resource first and then strength to play pot shot for 4. We'll throw it on this enemy. I'm not going to get rid of him this turn, but we're going to do what we can. Threat's kind of high. Not a huge fan, but let's ditch a strength in numbers and get to better cards for now. Force field projection. That's going to be really good right now. All right, we got 1 threat going on the main. Out comes Power Drain. Red Skull's going to attack us for 1 plus something. We're just going to take it So it's 1, 2, and a tough card. We're going to use... We draw one more card from Connection to the World Mine. We're going to use our helmet to do force field protection. When a friendly character would take any amount of damage, prevent that damage, or 3 of that damage, and then deal 3 to an enemy. So that's going to kill off Radioactive Man before he hits us. So that was pretty golden. The villain and each minion engaged with you attacks you. So he's going to attack us again. Cool. Cool. Not the end of the world. We're just going to take it. 1, 2, 3. I guess we could have defended and readied our helmet, but that's okay. It's our go. We kind of have like a board state almost, finally. Feels pretty good. We do have the champion trait, so I really like that. Let's go ahead and use our thwart here to ready our helmet. And then we'll play Moon Girl with... I want to play Go for Champions? Not this turn. I don't think so. Maybe we do. Can we get to 3 mental without it? 1, 2, 3. To play Moon Girl? Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Play Moon Girl. That's going to draw us 3 cards because we paid with 3 mental resources. Can't overpay anymore. They changed the way the world works, but you know, do what we can. What do we do now? We definitely play Go for Champions. I think I want to hold on to Pot Shot for now. So Moon Girl can thwart for 2 here. Discard 2 cards from the encounter deck, and then we're basically going to discard our hand. White Tiger can thwart for 2 on the main. That defeats her. Mockingbird can remove Tough. Doesn't defeat her. And we're going to stay in hero form because we're invincible this turn. So we've got a threat going on the main. We get a new side scheme. He's going to attack us for 1, plus we don't care. We do care because he gets Tough back. And then we get exhaust a character you control for each side scheme in play. So we'll exhaust Mockingbird and make way with it. Okay. Wow, do we got a lot of allies here. Let's pay 1, 2, 2 for Ironheart, who will draw us a card. We get a Lightspeed Flight. That's really good. We have our helmet, so let's use Lightspeed Flight to deplete that side scheme. We'll use Moon Girl to hit that one for 2, and she'll take 2 damage. Ironheart will remove Tough. We're just like barely making board state progress. And I think we're going to play Regroup and have some allies bounce back to hand this turn. So readying everybody up. This was defeated, but there were no minions to get rid of this turn, sadly. Let me make sure I didn't throw any side schemes in here. I did, like a Dumbo. Okay. Drawn 5. We're staying in hero form. 1 threat going on the main. We did not get the sleeper yet. Red Skull's going to attack us for 1, and we're going to have Moon Girl defend. Moon Girl gets defeated and gets bounced with Regroup. We get an encounter card, which is hopefully an attack. Nope, it's not. That's okay. It's our go. Regroup goes away. So let's see what we can do again. I kind of want to do an Unleash Nova Force turn, but I need a lot of money for that. 1, 2, 3 for Moon Girl. She's going to draw $3 for us. That depletes us, gives us an encounter card. There we go. A band together is exactly what we needed. Alright, so we're going to thwart... We're going to punch for 1 to remove Tough, and that'll ready our helmet. We're going to punch this guy for 1 with Ironheart. And then use our... Nope, not use our helmet yet. We're going to use Ms. Marvel to play Unleash Nova Force. And we'll use our helmet to play Potshot. So that's going to do the last 4 to this Exo Soldier. Till the end of the round, each time Nova defeats an enemy or removes the last threat from a scheme, ready Nova and draw a card. So we're going to draw a card and ready Nova. We can now remove the last threat from a scheme to ready Nova and draw a card and ready our helmet. We can now play Lightspeed Flight to eliminate this one. I get to shuffle things in. Ready and draw a card. So I probably should have attacked between there, but I didn't. It's too late. Okay, let's band together Champions Bunker and Maria Hill for a Nick Fury. Gonna draw us 3 cards. Could really use a Triskelion right around now. Let's punch for 1, punch for 2, punch for 2, take 1 damage, take 2 damage. We ready our helmet from when we punched. Can use our helmet to play Potshot, punch for 4 more. And I think we'll use Power in All of Us to play Regroup, so we have it for next turn, and that's the end. Technically, this is still valid during the villain round in case we draw into a force field projection, which we do. Alright, 1 threat going out. Thank you for catching my discard pile mistakes. Oh no, it's the sleeper. Okay, guard, toughness, retaliate, all the bad things all at once. We do have a regroup. Red Skull's going to attack us for 1 plus something, so that's guaranteed to kill Moon Girl. Deal 1 damage to each hero. Okay. So she will bounce to my hand. We have this guy attacking us for 3. We'll have Nick Fury block that. He'll bounce to my hand from regroup. We did deplete the encounter deck here, so it looks like we need to shuffle and put an Excel token out. And then we've got 2 encounter cards. So give him a tough status card, and he's going to attack us. Mockingbird's here for it. Discard a random card from your hand. That's annoying. Nope, not all the cards. Oh, Nick Fury. It's okay, Mockingbird still bounces to hand. And we've got the Melter. Okay. Oh, we were supposed to draw 1 more from Connection to the World Mine. I gotta pay attention to that. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. It is what it is. We didn't even draw into any pot shots. That's brutal. Alright, let's... Wow, our mental resources are severely lacking right now. Yeah, that is not ideal. Let's pay 1, 2, 3 for a White Tiger, draw a card. Didn't get us a mental resource. Let's ping Tough off this guy and take our Retaliate 1. Let's pay... We ready our helmet from that. 1, 2, 3 to play a Moon Girl and draw 2 cards. Connection to the World Mine, that's always good. Go for Champions, that's also always good. Wow, what do we want to do here? Mockingbird to knock out Red Skull's probably a really good choice. 1, 2, 3 for Mockingbird. None of these have taken any damage, so we can do 2, 2, 1 into Melter, get rid of him. And dare I flip down? I probably shouldn't. I don't think I do yet. I've got allies to block. So I'm drawing 5. I do not have a connection to the world mine. We're not going to ignore that again. We can't afford that anymore. And we get our ally one, which is going to be really good for getting Miss Marvel out there. Okay. Red Skull would attack us, but he's stunned. The Sleeper will attack us for 3. Mockingbird will take it. 1 encounter card. He gets a tough and attacks us again. For 2, 3, 4. Probably should have blocked. And it's our go. Wow, that was brutal. I could blank the villain's text box. It doesn't feel too bad right now. I'm not exhausted. Yeah, that was gnarly. I did that wrong. We have a regroup. Like, I want to thwart for 2, but also, alright, let's blank this guy's text box. Is she non-elite minions? She's non-elite minions. She can't blank nothing. We should have 1 more threat from that acceleration token. She can blank nothing. She's going to blank nothing. We're going to hit for 2. We will thwart for 1, which is going to let us go search for an ally and put it into play. I think the answer is going to be Fury, wherever he's hiding. So he's going to enter play, knock Vivian out, basically, and draws 3 cards. Oh, we can't afford to take retaliate damage. That kind of sucks. We will... I don't know. Use Unleash Nova Force to play Regroup. Or not to play Potshot. To play Regroup. I can get 5 in on the Sleeper, but then Potshot still doesn't finish him off without me taking Retaliate, which is really bad. So I don't think the answer is that I can do that. I can definitely thwart for 2. And everybody else can chill and get bounced back to hand for a turn, and we'll just hold on to this hand. Okay. 1, 2 threat going out, and we discard the top 5 cards of our deck. Lightning, Mental, 3. Oh, wrong spot. 3 threat going out. The Scheme deck is empty, so we got to reshuffle that. Alright, he's going to attack us for 2 plus something, and Moon Girl will block it. Moon Girl is dead, but she bounces to hand. This guy is going to get blocked by Nick Fury, who's going to bounce to hand. And we get 1 encounter card, which is Whirlwind. Minions upon minions upon minions. I really need to flip down and heal. I don't know how I'm ever going to get to that point, though, with the rate I'm going. We're going to pay 2 for Nick Fury, and he's going to pop the Sleeper for 4. That's probably how we start that process. Because Nick Fury can hit him for 2 more and take his 2 retaliate. And now we will use Nova Helmet to play Potshot and not take... Why am I trying to get to 10 damage on the Sleeper? He's only got 5 health. Oh my goodness. That was probably a problem last game. I'm used to 2-player, as you can tell, but I just defeated the Sleeper, so that's great. Not with Potshot, and not with my helmet. Just with Nick Fury. Could have done that like 3 turns ago. Oh my goodness. What am I doing? What am I doing? Let's go ahead and use Force Field Projection, Regroup, and our helmet to play Moon Girl and draw 3. Let's have White Tiger thwart for 2, Nova thwart for 1. Get rid of this side scheme. This is last turn's regroup, so it has to go away. Moon Girl's going to thwart 2 off the main scheme, I think. Or she's just going to finish this guy off. She's going to do 2 there. and then we'll pot shot. That guy gone. We're going to flip down because we need to heal. Oh, we have Nick Fury up, though. Oh, this happens every time. We're still going to flip down. We're going to sacrifice our Nick Fury. We need to be better. Drawing 2 cards and getting an encounter card. Yeah, we need to flip down. We can't afford to dink around too much at 1 hit point. It's just asking for death. Okay. 1 threat going out. We get a side scheme. That's a really bad one. He's going to scheme for 3/4 plus something. It's going to be a lot. Whatever it is, it's going to trigger this. So we get a second side scheme. This goes down to 1, right? Okay. 2 encounter cards. We get a Assault, which is going to surge into a discard and upgrade you control. Helmet. No wilds either. And a Toughness minion. Wow. Wow. This is a little painful. Let's use a mansion to go find our helmet, and then use a Triskelion to play it. I don't think we can afford to leave that off the table. Moon Girl should have 2 damage on her still. We need to recover 3. That's just has to happen. And then we're going to flip up. We're going to pay 2 for Ironheart, draw a card. We are going to pay 1 for a regroup. Ironheart will thwart 1 off this hazard side scheme. Wow, this looks really ugly. This is really ugly. Okay. I mean, I could pot shot, push him to the next phase. Seems like a bad plan right now, though. So, drawn 4. We've got a 3rd side scheme coming out. Red Skull cannot take damage. That's fine. He's going to attack us for 3 plus something. Moon Girl's going to block. And she's going to pop back into hand. Hopefully be better off this time. Little guy's going to attack us. Ironheart's going to pop back to hand. And we've got a attached to Red Skull. He's got Retaliate 1. Okay. Oh, we need a second one because that hazard icon. And it's the villain each minion engaged with you attacks you. Oh, God. Okay. Red Skull's going to attack for 4. And we're going to force field projection that. Hit this tough off. And then that guy's going to hit me for 2. I did live. Barely. Barely. Okay. It's our go. We're going to thwart for 1 and get rid of this. That lets us discard a non-elite minion. This is what we need right now. Ready's our helmet. We're going to pay 1, 2, 3 for Moon Girl. Draw 3 cards. Regroup is gone. We're going to pay 2 for Maria Hill. Draw a card. We're going to pay 2 for Ironheart. Draw a card. We got a lot of thwarting capabilities here now, so we're going to thwart for 2. And discard top 2 cards of the encounter card. Okay. 0, 2. Discard 2 cards. Okay. Let's discard differently. It's any resource, right? I don't think it is. 1 resource of any type from their hand. That's a confusing one to interpret, but I'm going to say that we met the intent. All right, we can thwart 3 here and get rid of the red house. Just getting back down to like baseline 0. Let's get rid of one of these things too. This one that adds extra thwartiness. And I think we got to flip down because we don't have a regroup and we need to heal again. We want to keep these allies out until we get a regroup. So we're drawing 6 cards. Not into a regroup. We did get a World Mine, so we draw 1 more. 2 threat going out. The villain's gonna get a acceleration side scheme, and then scheme for 3, and discard 3 cards from the encounter deck. A little dangerous. And we get a Tiger Shark. Sargo. Ready everybody up. See what we can do. Let's recover 3. Flip. We will use Lightspeed Flight to remove 3 threat from the main scheme. We're going to use Maria and Ironheart, take out this, and we get to shuffle some cards back in. So we will shuffle in Maria, because she thwarted first. My gosh. Regroup. And Mansion. We're finally going to get some damage in here. It should feel pretty good. Could play Go for Champions, but then I couldn't play Vivian. Maybe we're not going to get some damage in here. Ugh. We're going to play Spider-Man, who's going to attack for 4. And Moon Girl will finish off Tiger Shark. Just get him out of there while we can. Let's go ahead and play Vivian and blank this Retaliate thing. Can she blank attachments? Yeah. So she can hit tough. No, she's going to thwart. Oh, thwarting kills her. No, she's going to hit tough off. We want to save her for a chump block. And that's all we got. We improved our board state quite a bit the last 2 turns, so things are going okay. All right. Okay. What's our go? Is that what we just said? No, we just drew up. So, side scheme's coming out. 3 threat on it. It's going to go search for a Masters of Evil villain and hopefully whiff. I honestly don't know if that's what we actually hoped for, but it's what we got. So, second acceleration token. He's going to attack for 1. Whoa. Shuffle all you all together. Oh, goodness. I hate rewinding time on TTS, but somehow we just copied the deck. Okay, so we knew there were no minions left. Let's flip it over and not have 66 cards in there. Okay, that sounds better. So he's going to attack us for 1 plus something, and Vivian is going to block it. 1 plus a tough card. She barely dies. Great job, Vivian. We get an encounter card. It's another Retaliate. My gosh, Retaliate's annoying. And it's our go. This is pretty brutal. Just clawing back is really hard right now. We're going to play Kalu. Like the top 5 cards of our deck. We get to grab an event. So do we want Unleash Nova Force? Not really. We want a Lightning Bolt resource so we can get rid of some of these upgrades, I think is the answer. All right. Hey, thanks, Joseph. We want to get rid of one of those. We need to. 1, 2. Is there a way for me to play Regroup and get rid of one of those? Not really. I mean, we don't have to attack him this turn, so maybe it's okay if we don't get rid of that. This is on that ally. We could play regroup. We can thwart for one, thwart for one, thwart for one. Get rid of this side scheme. Everybody's still alive now. And we get our helmet back, and now we can use our helmet, Potshot, and Miss Marvel to play Mockingbird. Just to get the stun out, give us some breathing room. She can thwart one off the main. Let's draw 5. Alright. 3 threat going out. There's supposed to be 2 acceleration tokens at this point. We've got a prison camps. That could help us if we can make some room here. And he's taken damage. It's not that we're not making progress. We've just stalled out for a while. Okay. He's not going to attack us because stunned. We're going to get 1 encounter card. Discard an upgrade or support you control. Looks like we can discard regroup because he didn't attack us. And it's our go. So we need to get rid of that prison camps. Let's thwart 1, 2. Play Unite Nova Force. Thwart 3. To defeat this, ready ourselves, draw a card, and go find Fury and bring him into play. Fury's going to draw us 3. We're going to try to get ahead this turn. So, how do we do that? I'm not sure we can. We have a Lightspeed Flight to remove 3, so if Fury removes 2, we can use our helmets to Lightspeed Flight the last 3 here. So first we would have had to... yeah, we'll just ignore the ready that we would have gotten and take our card draw. Be happy about it. Then let's use our helmet, a connection to the World Mine, our helmet, an Avengers Mansion, and an Unleashed Nova Force to remove 1 of these right hooks. And then we'll use a connection to the World Mine, a regroup, and a Force Field Projection to remove the other one. So we can punch for 1. We'll do it in the other order. So we defeat a villain stage. Isn't that exciting? Means we get to ready and draw a card with Nova, which is a pretty big deal. Next villain stage comes out. We got 16 to get through, and we get dealt an encounter card. Red Skull can be a grind sometimes. I don't know if I hit the tough off him. So in the middle of that somewhere, we'll have played Maria Hill and attacked with her too. That way we're not cheating. Oh, this decision became very bad very quickly. Well, we can punch for 1. That's about all we can do. We got our pot shot for 4, right? Ready up. We've got a Fury to block. Got a fresh deck coming at us. Drew 1 too many cards, of course. And see where we go. All right. We will get a new side scheme, of course. He's going to attack us for 2 plus something, and Nick Fury's going to block it. He's dead. We did not play a regroup. We spent a regroup that turn. 3 encounter cards. Exhaust a character you control for each side scheme in play. Sure. Whirlwind. And Whirlwind's going to attack us for 2. We'll just take it. Sargo, we got to do 11 points of damage, and we got a pot shot. Oh, we should have force field projection to there. That would have been smart. What can you do? Let's just do it. Let's just do it. Let's pretend we did it. Force field projection, so we'll avoid the 2 from Whirlwind and hit Red Skull for 3. We can now punch for 1, which stands our helmet, and then use our helmet for pot shot for 4 more. 7 down to 3. We're not going to have enough to finish him this turn. Oh, we're going to hit him for 1 and lose our Maria Hill. Yeah, That's what we got. Let's go ahead and play Jesse Alexander. I don't think I put threat out last turn, but I should have. And I think we're going to stay in hero form for one more turn, and let's just push hard and look for a force field projection. We don't get one. We've got a new side scheme coming out, which is going to bring another minion out. This is where we made our mistake with our gamble again. I mean, it's fine. That means we definitely shouldn't have flipped down, but Red Skull's hitting for 3 plus something, and our little Mockingbird is going to defend. We have a pot shot, so all we need to do is live. We're going to take 3 damage from these guys and discard a random card, which is hopefully not pot shot. Thank goodness. We've got an encounter card. And we forgot to put threat out again. It would be 1, 2, 3, 4. This one goes into play next turn. Our encounter card is Shadows of the Past. Hopefully this isn't a thing that prevents me from hitting the villain. I can't remember what Warbringer is. No, he just gains boosts for wild cards. So I think we're going to be okay, because we've only got to do 2 damage. We've got a pot shot in hand, so we can punch Warbringer for 1, ready our helmet, use our pot shot, finish off Red Skull. Really ugly board state. Wow, that was sloppy at the end. Apologize to everybody, but it was fun. I do really like playing Nova, probably my favorite hero from that wave, and still one of my top 5 heroes. So, I am going to take a quick break. It's going to be like a 20-minute break. We'll be back at 12:50 Mountain Time, which is 2:50 Eastern Time. We'll do another 2 games of Champions from the randomizer, and then we'll do some Marvel Snap and do some more AMAs. So go grab lunch, come back, check out the Extra Life page and other places. It's been super fun to interact with people in the chat and to keep me honest, because I miss a lot of things if you don't point them out. And unfortunately, the 20-second delay means there's a lot of rewinding because of that, but it's okay. So thanks for tuning in. We appreciate you all being here. We'll be back in a little bit. I am going to just leave this disgusting board state up here, and maybe you'll see me monkeying with it while I eat my lunch, and we'll put up the intermission screen. Thanks. Hey, we're getting things set back up here, so we'll leave it in intermission mode, but I'm going to load another villain and pick a hero. So the randomizer wheel from the ones people have submitted through Extra Life has given me Scarlet Witch Aggression from Tyler, so thanks for that suggestion. And we have Standard 1, Expert 1, Sabertooth with Weapon Master. Another Sabertooth request. So placing villains, and we'll get that all set up and underway. Alright, Sabertooth is coming out. Let me go to Marvel CDB and grab someone's deck. Scarlet Witch, Aggression. The first one up there has Piercing Strike. I don't think that's a good deck, so I'm not going to use that one. We'll use another Dr. 001. This looks like it's an Aggression ally deck. It's called the Red Queen's Gambit, and it has 10 allies. So again, key to success, many allies. All right. Okay. Hey, Yuki, welcome back. You had a question. Is it a bad idea for newbies to be playing true solo expert? Definitely not. It's good to experience it. I'm playing all standard today because that's just what I do when I'm playing decks I haven't practiced. I definitely enjoy playing expert more. Solo expert can be very swingy. Just one bad advance can end your day. So don't get frustrated by it, is what I would say. A lot of times it just is the luck of the cards in solo expert. So maybe focusing on seeing when those losses come won't be too painful. And you can always do something like, if you draw an advance and it ends your game, then play one more turn and see if you can win, or something like that. And that can be pretty fun. So solo expert is definitely playable. It's just scheme activations can kill you, especially with people like Rhino. So always got to be careful with them. All right, Weapon Master was one of the recommendations. And I don't know, we'll put in something. Sentinels? That sounds okay. It's just 2 modulars, yep, so we can do that. We've got our Scarlet Witch deck here, so let's get our player mat out there. 2 obligations. In case you didn't know, Scarlet Witch has 2 obligations. It's a running joke of some type. The legs on it might be running out, but you know, it is what it is. Let's make Wanda really big so we don't forget about her ability and get underway. All right, so we're shuffling. Everything is ready. Robert Kelly is over here, and hopefully we rescue him pretty quickly. Yep, main problem playing solo is definitely threading out. It can be like taking damage too, depending on the risks you're taking. So it's kind of all over the place. It's hard to answer to most people play standard or expert. My guess is that if you took all the people that have bought Marvel Champions out there, it's probably like 70% of people play standard, 30% play expert, but the very vocal group of people on Discord and Facebook and the people that are so into the game that they make podcasts and YouTube channels, they love playing expert. So you see a lot of expert online, but that doesn't mean that standard's bad by any means. It's just different styles to play and different levels of play. If someone tries to shame you for playing standard, then you can shame them right back for being a jerk. That's my opinion. Okay. We're going against Sabertooth. We do get to mulligan, but we got our boot camp right away. We didn't get our ability that we didn't get Chaos Magic to let us play that boot camp super fast. So I'm going to discard like everything looking for that because we want something in play to go along with that boot camp. we didn't draw much of anything. So we're going to throw away a Magic Shield and a Mansion with Scarlet Witch's ability to draw 2 cards. We're going to flip up and start our Spiritual Meditation train. So draw 2 cards and discard 1 card from your hand. So we'll draw 2. We'll discard Order and Chaos. We'll play it again and draw 2. And discard Valkyrie. We'll play it again and draw 2. My goodness, and discard Quicksilver. We made it that far into our deck without drawing into the thing we needed, so that's a bit of a bummer. Let me check Dr. 00's deck list here really quick. Does he have more than 1 boot camp? He only has 1, so I kind of don't want to pitch my boot camp in lieu of Quinn Carrier plus something else. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to use Sentry, Tigra, and Hexbolt to play Mockingbird. It's a real slow start here. She's going to stun the villain, and we're going to thwart for 3 against Senator Kelly here. And that'll be that for this turn. We're drawing 3 cards. We're going to flip down soon to try to cycle our deck really fast. So 1 threat going in the main, 2 damage on Senator Kelly. Sabertooth is stunned, and we get 1 encounter card. Let's make sure we shuffle these. We get a Sentinel with Quick Strike, so we'll take 2 damage. And that's that. Alright, so it's our go. Let's go ahead and rescue Senator Kelly right away. Keep him at as low of a damage as possible. He's not going to be able to attack. He's just going to chill there. That is going to advance this and deal us an encounter card and flip this scheme over. So we may have wanted to wait 1 more turn and take care of this Sentinel first. I'm not sure. We're going to pay 3 to do a Molecular Decay on that Sentinel. Let's just get rid of him. So we're discarding 2 encounter cards. We get a 3 and a 2, so that Sentinel is super dead. Mockingbird we should have 0 threat in the main scheme. Mockingbird will hit Sabertooth for 1. That's fine. And we're going to flip down because we can. We can't use that ability yet, but we are going to draw 5 cards. So still nothing, but we did get a Nick Fury and an Agatha, so we should be able to dig pretty far into our deck, hopefully. Could play Agatha, draw something off her, and play Nick Fury, or draw into our Chaos Magic. Okay, so we got 1 threat going up there on the main. Sabertooth is going to scheme for 1 plus 3. That's a lot of scheme for a Sabertooth. And then he's going to attempt to heal for 2, so he's going to go back up to 13. We've got 2 encounter cards here. We have Targeted for Elimination. And we have Sabertooth schemes again for 1. If this is something else, defeat an ally. He discards a card to try to heal, but he's at full health. Brutal. Brutal, brutal, brutal. 1 flip, that's all it takes. So it's our go. I think we haven't exhausted our hero yet, so we're going to exhaust our hero to get rid of Targeted for Elimination. We're going to pay 1 for an Agatha and exhaust her. Look at the top 3 cards of your deck, add 1 to your hand, place the rest on the bottom of your deck in any order. So we get 3 cards to look at here. We do get a Chaos Magic, which is a huge deal for us. So we're going to put these 2 on the bottom. Doesn't really matter what order yet. And we're going to Chaos Magic away. So I think we're going to Chaos Magic away a Nick Fury for 4. We have to be in hero form to do that, so let's jump up to hero form. So Chaos Magic is play a card ignoring its cost, so we'll get to draw our 3 cards because we played that card. Discard cards from the top of the encounter deck equal to the printed resource cost. So 4 cards from the top of the encounter deck. And remember, Weapon Master is going to give Sabertooth a lot of extra activations, so we got to be careful with him. We have not used Mockingbird yet this turn. We haven't used anybody yet this turn. And it feels like we're going to be using a lot of people to thwart here. We're going to use Genius and Assess the Situation to play a Boot Camp. No. Genius and Molecular Decay to play a Boot Camp. We'll play Assess the Situation 2 times. So our hand size is up to 7. And I think these 2 are going to thwart. Actually, only one of them is going to thwart. We'll keep Mockingbird for a block because we probably will need that eventually. And there we go. You have it. We had a pretty speedy recovery here. We get 2 extra cards from those Assess the Situations. So now we're ready to really rip through things. We've got one threat going here. Sabertooth is going to attack us for 2 plus something. Mockingbird is dead. Sorry, not Mockingbird. What am I doing? McFury is dead. Mockingbird is alive. We get one encounter card. It's another targeted for elimination. That's annoying. But it is what it is. And that's the end of the turn. Alright, let's get to it. Let's Hexbolt. So we're going to discard 3 cards from the top of the encounter deck for each one. Before we Hexbolt, let's play Scarlet Witch's Crest. Let's exhaust this to get rid of that. And then we'll play Hexbolt. So we got to pay 2 for it somewhere. Let's use Warp Reality and Molecular Decay. Actually, yeah, those 2. Alright, so now we're discarding the top 3 cards in the encounter deck. Here was the first one. It was a 1. So we could remove 2 threat from a scheme, or we could exhaust our crest to make that into a draw card, which I'm not going to do that yet. I'm going to remove 2 threat from a scheme to start. We've got another one that's a 1. So that one, we will exhaust our crest to make it a 2, draw card. We've got a third one, which is a 1. We'll use Scarlet Witch's ability to discard 1 more, which is a 1. So we're just getting all the thwarting in today. Not exactly what I wanted, but not the end of the world. We can Hexbolt again, discarding 3 cards. So we've got a 1 to really get that threat down to 0. We've got a 2 to draw a card. And we've got a 0, which I believe is to deal 2 damage. Not heal 2 damage, deal 2 damage. We're going to save Mockingbird to block. Our threat is at 0, so I feel pretty good flipping down right now. And then saving up some resources to play Thor here soon. Although as soon as I do that, I'm going to regret it and draw all those Weapon Master cards. Alright, we got 1 threat going out. Sabertooth is scheming for 1 plus 3. Another giant Sabertooth scheme. And 2 activations. The villain schemes. Here we go. Like I said. Scheming for 1 plus... Attach this to Sabertooth. And Insanity. Exhaust Wanda Maximoff. Remove this from the game. We definitely don't want to place any threat in the main scheme, so we'll do that. Okay. Wow. Wow. Brutal. Let's see what we can do. That was a lot of threat. That's a lot of threat. Oh, and he needs to heal after all those activations. My bad. So he's going to heal too. He's back at full health. Probably would have messed everything up. He does have whatever this is. Stalwart. That's annoying. Not the most annoying thing we've seen today, so it's okay. Let's look at the top 3 cards of our deck. Add 1 to our hand and the others to the bottom of our deck with Agatha. Let's discard Sentry and Magic Shield to draw 2 cards. And then let's flip up. We're going to pay 2 for a Hexbolt. So we're going to discard 3 cards. There's a 0 for do 2 damage. There's a 0 for 2 damage. And there's a 1, which we're going to make a 2 to be draw a card. Using our crest. We do get an acceleration token. How exciting. We need some thwart capability here, and we're just not getting it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Almost get us a Spider Girl. I have 2 discards. It's very confusing. I'm supposed to just have Boot Camp out. Oh gosh. Rewinding on TTS. It's like the worst. Okay. Everything looks the same. We've done our Hexbolt. We already did our stuff. Okay. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to play Spider Girl, Stun and Confuse Nobody, and I'm going to play Sorcerer Supreme, so I draw to 6 cards. Spider Girl can attack for 1, 2, 3, which doesn't hurt. And that threat is really high, but there's nothing I can do about it yet. Drawing 6. Going to 7. Sabertooth is going to attack for 2 plus something, and Mockingbird is going to block it. 2, 3, and he's going to heal 2. We've got an encounter card. It is Slipping Sanity, so we're going to flip and exhaust, I guess. It'd be really nice if we could get something that would let us not flip and exhaust so we could thwart, but it's not happening right now. And that's our turn, or that's their turn. Let's get rid of a First Aid and a Warp Reality to draw 2 cards. Let's Agatha to look for anything that could be thwart. Let's grab a Hex Bolt and put the others on the bottom. No. Yeah. That's what we want. Between 2 Hex bolts, surely we'll get some thwarting, right? Right? Let's flip up and play Hex Bolt. So we're discarding 3 cards. A 0 is do 2 damage, so we're going to crest. Nah, we're not going to crest yet. We'll replace first. Becomes another 0. Now we'll crest it to make it remove 2 threat. Trying to get to 8. That's the number I want to be at. Okay. Card number 2 is a 3, which gives us a tough. And then a 2, which draws us a card. Let's Spiritual Meditation to draw 2 and discard 1. Let's use Brawn and Magic Shield to play an Ironheart and draw a card. And let's use let's use Order and Chaos and Molecular Decay to play another Hex Bolt. Surely we'll get something this time. There's our remove 2 threat. There's a deal 2 damage. And there's a draw card. We'll play a Magic Shield finally. In theory, we'll be able to thwart this turn. But we won't hold out hope for that yet. We will hit for 3 with Spider-Girl. I probably missed a couple Sabertooth heals. Hopefully he was at full health. I feel bad. But not that bad. Okay. Drawing 6 cards. Look at that. No thwarting. 1 threat going on the main. He's going to attack us for 2 plus something, and Ironheart is going to block it. 2 and Piercing. Ouch. That's brutal. We get an encounter card. The villain of each minion engaged with you attacks you. That's great. I think we're going to let Kelly take some damage here. 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my gosh. I should not have done that. Well, it's a race now. Not my intent, but it happened. I blocked with Kelly. That was cool. Yeah. What are we going to do here? Let's Spiritual Meditation to draw 2 and discard 1. Let's discard Quicksilver. He's the least important of those 2. Let's Spiritual Meditation to draw 2 and discard 1. I mean, I almost think we just need to go for damage at this point. We can Nick Fury into Molecular Decay. I mean, we can thwart a little bit and be cheeky with it, but gosh, it's brutal. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4 for a Nick Fury. Draw 3. We draw 2 and get an encounter card. We get another Spiritual Meditation. Draw 2, discard 1. So Nick Fury's out there. Our boot camp disappeared. What did I do? I keep mixing up my discard pile and my in-play pile. Boot camp over here. Okay. So we've got boot camp out there. So Fury's a 3. Not quite enough to end everything. Let's use a Tigra and an Assess the Situation to play a Hex Bolt. So we're going to discard 3 cards. There's a 2 to draw a card. Seems good. There's a 2 to draw a card, which seems good. My goodness. And there's a 0 to do some damage. That's going to let Fury pop us to the next phase. So he is tough and back up to 15 hit points. And wowzers, are things gross right now. We really need like one more resource, but we don't have it. Let's go ahead and Chaos Magic a Molecular Decay. So we're going to play the card first, so we discard 2 and see how much damage we do. So let's replace that 1 with the next card. Okay, so it's 2. We're going to increase it to a 3. So we're currently hitting for 8, 9, 10. I'll take 10. That's a pretty good hit. Scarlet Witch will thwart for 2, I guess. We'll assess the situation to draw up to 7. And I think we just got to stay in hero form and hope. So we've got 2 threat going in the main. Scarlet Witch would have hit tough off him, not thwarted. So that's a little terrifying. He's attacking for 2 plus something into Nick Fury. 2 plus 0. Then he heals 2. 2 encounter cards. He's got both of these things out there, but we're going to lose or win this turn. I know I'm getting sloppy here. Gets a combat knife as well, and then he attacks you. So he's got 4 attack plus something. Fury's dead. Oh, sorry, didn't see that yet. I need to defend. It's the only thing I can do. Yeah. We live. We take 2 damage, though. Sabertooth heals for 0. And it's our go. I think I missed a couple heals in there. I feel a little bad. We'll play Sabertooth again. We're going to Molecular Decay. 6, 7. And then we'll Molecular Decay again. And that'll end the game. We did it. It was gross. It was ugly. But we took down Sabertooth with Scarlet Witch Aggression. So that was our next randomizer game. We're going to get another game of Champions in here, and then we're going to switch back to Marvel Snap. Yeah. Let's check on Extra Life really quick. If you're tuning in and you feel like it, I'd love if you checked the link at the bottom of this YouTube video to donate to UNM Children's Hospital through Extra Life. We're currently about almost halfway to our goal, so we're at 195 donated out of 500. And we will do another one of these. I wasn't thinking we were going to get 500 in one day, so we'll continue doing these on another day in the future, and you can submit those, incentives to put things in the randomizer wheel anytime you want. But we're almost halfway for today, so I'm pretty stoked about that. I think what I want to do... Nope, not place modulars and villains at the same time. That's a mistake. I think what I want to do is play against, I don't know, Taskmaster. And I think it's time to play some Hawkeye. Just grabbing the right deck link here. Any hero. Nope. That's why it's not showing the one I want. All right. 10940. Everything's loading for a little bit. So this is the I have an error for that 2.0. Someone asked in the chat if I had a third one. I think it was Board Game Lawyer. I do. I need to publish it. So I have an updated version of this. I was hoping to wait until Wolverine's pack came out just in case there were any more aggression cards you'd want to slot in. But I do have a third version of this because I play so much Hawkeye aggression that it has become worth it. All right. He uses Weapon Master, but let's use something different. Let's use Temporal. We've got our allies separated, so that's great. We've got our hero deck over here. So we're sort of ready and good to go. 15. Oh, I clicked a button that I didn't want to. There we go. All right, we've got Hawkeye up and ready to go. We need to go find Hydra Patrol, right? It doesn't leave that one out to start with, which is a little interesting. Oh, we got to put Hydra Patrol in here. That's the problem. Hey, thanks for donating, Danita. I really appreciate it, and so do the kids at Children's Hospital. So let's see, that gets us almost there. We're so close to the next milestone. Okay. All right. Did I put it in? I think I did. Hydra Patrol, is it in there? It is. We got to start with Hydra Patrol in play. Shuffle up the villain deck. Let me make sure I put my obligation in there. I did. Okay. We're good to go. Let's get rid of that top menu again. I hate that kind of stuff. Okay. All right. Everything is shuffled up. We've got our Hydra Patrol out here with 2 threat on it, and Hawkeye is ready to go. So, against Taskmaster, when you start the turn in hero form, you're going to place threat or take damage, and when you flip, you're also going to take damage. So we got to be a little bit careful here, and whoa, we got Quiver turn 1. Wow. Life is so good right now. Electric Arrow, also loving it. The other 3 probably don't matter. I mean, I'm going to use that to pay for Quiver. I guess we throw away Angela and Mean Swing because we're not going to have 2 weapons to pay for Mean Swing turn 1. Yep. Wow. But wow. Yeah. Let's get our Quiver out there. I want to play everything here, but I can't play everything here. I think I have to ditch energy to go get my bow because combat training is important to me right now for some reason. We'll play our bow, and we will flip up, which means we're going to have to do Taskmaster's ability here and take 1 indirect damage. We will then use our Quiver to look for 5 cards here. And we'll grab a, I'm going to make this my Quiver over here. We'll grab a Cable Arrow, shuffle the others back in. I'm now wishing I had kept Mean Swing. We will play Electric Arrow with our bow to do 3 damage and a stunned. We will also swing for 3 damage. And we're going to hold on to training and draw 4. We've got 1 threat going on the main. He is stunned, and we get an encounter card, which is a weapon for him. So it's our turn. We're going to Quiver right away. Godslayer, that would be great, but not out of my Quiver. Oh, come on, Quiver, don't fail me today. Oh, a whiff on Quiver, turn 2. We didn't even mulligan any arrows away. That's just brutal. It is what it is. We are going to attack with a Mean Swing, but first we're going to play Combat Training, because that lets us hit for 7, because 3 for Mean Swing, 1 more for Combat Training, 7 damage. Bingo bango, stage 1 done. Going back up to 16 health, and giving us an encounter card from the flip. Yep. Oh, and I was supposed to put a threat out or do a damage. Hey, thanks, Jason. You may have sent me a deck to play, so I'm going to check that as soon as this game is over. Really appreciate it. And actually, let me check right now. I think we hit our milestone here. We did. So somewhere here, I have a straw poll, and I'm going to copy this link into the YouTube chat. Go and vote on that, and then the game we do, I don't know, at 2:30, we're going to use whatever villain y'all vote for from that straw poll. So go pick a villain as a team and figure out who it's going to be for me. All right. What was happening? I just did 7. I dealt myself an encounter card. I forgot to place a threat last turn, so I just added one now. And I think that's it. I think we're going to ditch this pulse grenade because we don't have enough mean swings to make it worth it anymore. And we're going to draw our 5. We're getting 1 threat. Taskmaster is going to attack us for 3 plus something. We've got no defenders, and we're just taking it to face. 3/4. It's a big hit for Hawkeye. He doesn't like that. We've got a Chitauri soldier, who we're probably just going to completely ignore. And a captured by Hydra. See if we even get to that. I think we just want to, like, blow him up. That might be the right answer. I don't know. Let's quiver really quick. Come on, hidden arrow this time. Explosive arrow. Is there a better one in there? Nope, explosive arrow it is. That does let me get rid of the Chitauri soldier. And if I'm not going to kill him this turn, it's probably worth it. I don't know. Let's see. I could swing for 5 with Skilled Strike. Or 6, so that gets him down to 10. Vibranium arrow could hit him down to 4. That's like really close to dead. But I'm also really close to dead. So I think the right answer is to do an arrow double tap, which I almost never recommend. So I'm sorry, but I'm doing it this one time. We're going to explosive arrow for 3 and get rid of the Chitauri soldier. We're going to tap Hawkeye to ready. And then we're going to sonic arrow for 3 and a confused. Because now we, in theory, can flip down safely. We were just ignoring side schemes this game. We'll save skilled strike because when we flip up, that gets us to a 6 damage attack right away, which with any arrow pretty much ends the game. So let's flip down and draw 5. Not from our hero deck, from our actual deck. Alright, so we got a mean swing too, so we can definitely end him next turn. All we got to do is live, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh my gosh, we might be 1 short still. Alright, let's see what happens. We got 2 threat going out. Taskmaster is confused, and we get an encounter card, which gives him retaliate. Good thing we have range. Do I need to heal? I might need to heal. Oh god, recovering is so gross. I'm going to recover and then like immediately take the damage too, so I don't know if it's worth it. I get to stun him, so I don't think I need to heal. We're going to flip up and take some damage. It's 2 damage. That's a lot of damage. And we forgot to place threat for like 2 turns in a row now from this thing. Oh gosh. We're going to quiver. We find a vibranium arrow. That's a big winner, I think. I think that lets us end it this turn. So vibranium arrow is going to have ranged because it's an arrow attack. So we can spend these 2 with our bow to pew-pew from here for 6. Not take any retaliate. We can then do a base attack for 4, 5, 6, and end the game. We did it! Hawkeye Aggression. Favorite deck ever. So, there you go. Hey, Kaylin. Thanks for donating to Extra Life. We really appreciate it. So, that was Hawkeye Aggression. Like I said, I will put the 3rd version of it online someday. I'm just going to check the straw poll and see if we're getting votes or if I need to go beg people on Discord to also vote. It's definitely a possibility. And we'll find out pretty soon. Well, we got some votes. They're all for different things, though. So tell your friends to go vote because we need that by 2:30. I'm going to reset this. We'll do one. That was a really fast game. So we'll do one more of this, and then we'll jump over to Snap for a little while. And then we'll come back and do our stream selected villain. And if you are spending your whole day with me, I really appreciate it. This is pretty remarkable that I get to spend a day doing this instead of going to my day job. So I'm super excited about it, and I'm super stoked that you're here too. I do want to check really quick. Jason may have used one of the incentives where he sends us a deck to play. So if that's the case, we'll play his deck against the villain. He says no deck play necessary. How dare he? That's okay. I appreciate it either way. But we'll use a deck from Marvel CDB then. Okay. So I'm going to get another villain set up here. We haven't played anybody from Mad Titan Shadow yet. We have played Collector. We've played something from every other box except for the core set and Mad Titan Shadow. So let's go ahead and play Ebony Maw. He gets 2 modulars, I believe. Yep, Armies of Titan in Black order. But let's spice it up a little bit. Let's go check Marvel CDB for a deck. It's all these X-Men decks on the front page, which I love, but I also want to try other decks too. Here's a really good one from, at least it's one that I'm going to try. It's Ironheart Red by King Barbosa. It's a new deck, so people haven't seen a lot of it yet, but I'll put it in the chat for people to check out. I'm going to load it in here and try it out. I love aggression, so I think this will be fun. A little bit dangerous against Ebony Maw because he is quite the schemer, but we'll see how it works. Try to get to version 2 as quickly as possible. 4-card hands will slow you down. Keep your signature Brawn ally in play. Yep, okay. Typical kind of Ironheart stuff. But here's the deck that I'm currently playing from King Barbosa. Alright, so I gotta pick some modulars. This one. Osborne Tech. No, thank you. I changed my mind. I don't want that one. Personal Nightmare, because Ebony Maw sometimes feels like my personal nightmare. And Sinister Syndicate, because that one's fun. Okay. It's loading. It's loading. And we're still going. Okay. Who are we playing as? Ironheart. Here she is. Let's get our obligation shuffled in there, because why wouldn't our obligation show up in space? Right? I mean, come on. We've got a deck. We've got a hero. And she's got the 1, 2, and 3 versions. And it's going to be really important that we know how much progress we have. So I'm going to make Riri giant over here. Okay. It's a 50-card deck. Did I know that when I clicked that link? What am I doing? That's okay. We'll see how it goes. It's going to make it harder to build progress tokens, but we'll see. Alright. Flip this guy over. Each player discards cards until they find a spell environment. So let's go ahead and do that. Those illusions feel like spell environments. 2 damage to each character is that one. Okay. And it's our go. We start with 6 cards in our hand. And we got Brawn right away, so that's pretty sweet. We're going to do some mulliganing here. Let's get rid of aggressive energy. Let's keep flyover, because we can use that to do some shenanigans with. Can't blank environments, so we can't blank those. I don't think I can afford to play Brawn right away, so I'm going to pitch him. We're going to look for anything else. Okay, oh, it's a no quarter deck. That's why it's a 50-card deck. All right, let's spend a mental resource to get a progress right away. Let's spend 1, 2 to play Ingenuity, and we'll flip up. We're going to use Ingenuity and Looking for Trouble to do flyover onto the main scheme, which is going to get us another progress, 2 progress if this is the last threat from the scheme. So we're up to 3 right away. We'll go ahead and punch for 2, just because we can. And we're drawing 4 cards only. Brutal. Alright, none of that's great for us, but that's okay. We've got 1 threat going in the main after everyone activates against you, after he activates. So he's going to attack for 1, 2. He's going to remove 1 Rubblestone Storm counter. I flipped the entire deck. My bad. And we get an encounter card, which removes 1 progress counter from your identity. Oh, gosh. I don't like that at all. I worked so hard to get those. You know? let's go ahead and play our mobile bunker. We're going to draw 2 cards and then discard 2. And we're going to flip down because we need 6 cards and we need them bad. I'm actually going to keep Angela so I can get 1 more progress instead of keeping that upgrade. Alright, we're drawing 6. We've got a Stroke of Genius, that's great. We've got New and Improved. Might be good. We've got some good choices here. 1 threat going out. Ebony Maw is going to scheme for 2, 3. And move that down to 1. We've got 1 encounter card attached to a friendly character with the highest attack. And exhaust it. Attached character cannot ready. Ouch. And we can't get rid of that until we're in hero form. Okay. Okay. Do we want to play Moon Girl and cycle more cards? Or do we want to play New and Improved and become New and Improved? That's the real question. I think the answer is we want to play Moon Girl. And we'll keep the other one just in case. 1, 2... Oh no, I have to spend mental resources, huh? 1, 2... We want to flip up before we do this. This is hard. So let's use Stroke of Genius first. So we place a progress counter, so we're going to place 2 progress counters because we're using this ability, and we draw a card. Now we flip up. We'll use Ingenuity. No, we'll use Mobile Bunker to draw 2 and then discard 2. Let's discard a Drop Kick and a Marked. Now we'll sadly still use some of our mental resources that we don't want to use. New and Improved and Pitch Back and Ingenuity to play Moon Girl. Draw 3 because we paid with all mentals. We've got a Photon Beam. That's not too bad. Let's go ahead and play... Ooh, we got a Drop Kick too. Let's go ahead and play Drop Kick first. So that's going to deal 4 to a villain. Stun the villain. Draw us a card. Now let's pay 2 for Photon Beam. That's going to deal 2 or 4 to an enemy and give us 1 progress counter, so we can spend those 6 progress counters to ready Ironheart and swap her to version 2. We're down to 0 progress, which is a bit unfortunate, but we have much better stats. So we can thwart for 2, thwart for 2, keep that threat nice and low. We've got Moon Girl to defend for us now. Oh, we can't ready until we do that. So I guess we can't do that second thwarting for 2. Only Moon Girl can. We need to find those resources real fast. We're up to a hand size of 5, so that's not so bad. We've got no quarter now. We need some enemies to do that too, though, which we haven't seen yet. 1 threat going in the main. Stunned, so we don't remove a token, and the villain schemes, so not stunned. 2, 3, 4. And Rebel Storm's going to do 2 to each character we control. Brutal. Okay, that was a lot of threat. We don't have a real good way to solve this problem. Alright, we need a physical and a lightning bolt, and we still don't have it, which is brutal. We're going to play Fly Over to remove 3 threat and place a progress token. We don't lose if this one pops. Oh, man, this one popped last turn. So we're getting a new invocation somewhere. Fireball. That has 4, right? Okay. And now we're at 1 of 9. So we could flip down now. We only get rid of this in hero form. But I think it's probably important to do this. So Let's go ahead and play a first aid to heal 2, flip down, spend this to get a second progress. We don't get to ready. We're drawing 6 cards. All right. Well, we finally got our own technique. Hey, Shane. Morning, afternoon, whatever time of day it is. I'm not sure. 1 threat going on the main. Ebony Maw is going to scheme for 2 plus 0. So that should be at 4 now. We remove 1 token from the fireball. We get, oh gosh, this thing, which is really bad for us. Especially because we don't have any flyovers. We might need to end this guy, like now. Okay. Okay. Everything's fine. Everything's under control, everybody. Don't worry. Do we want to hone technique for a progress? Are we even going to make it to part 3? We have to do 24 points of damage. That's going to be pretty hard to do. I think we just need the resources right now more than we need the progress. We're never going to be able to... We need to be able to ready. Oh my gosh. These are like the worst odds here. Let's get rid of Dive Bomb. Let's get rid of Photon Blast. To discard this card so that we can ready someday in the future. I don't think I've ever drawn that card against Ebony Maw, but it's annoying. I think what we're going to do is we're going to pay 2 for Photon Beam to deal 4 damage to an enemy. That is going to make us look for a spell. A second fireball, why not? That's a good idea. Sounds like something we needed in our life. We've got this nasty thing here. And I did just perform an attack, so I can use Ingenuity to do Pitchback to deal 4 to him in this form, so he's up to 14 only. And I don't have a basic attack yet, so we finally get to ready again. That feels great. And we're drawing 5 cards in this form. So 2 threat going on the main. We're drawing 6 cards because we have an increased hand size. We need damage. Okay. He's attacking us for 2 plus something. I'm just going to take it to the face. That's 4. It's probably a mistake because fireballs are real deadly. We get 2 encounter cards. Alright, we are dying when these go off, so we definitely have a clock. I don't know if we have 14 damage in our hand. I just don't think we do. Let's go ahead and use Stroke of Genius plus Ingenuity to play our Photon Blasters. That'll give us plus 2 hit points and draw us a card from Stroke of Genius and get us 1 more progress. So we can no quarter now to get rid of a minion. I'm not sure if that's worth it versus just hitting the villain. Does it deal 4 damage? It's an enemy, so I could hit anybody with that. We could go 7 at the villain with Dive Bomb. Let's draw 2 and discard 2. Just look for anything. You can get a tough status card. That doesn't really help us with threat, which is my main concern. Let's discard Ronnie at this point. We can't afford to flip the rest of the game. Let's discard Hall of Heroes for the same reason. Let's Photon Blasters 2. So Dive Bomb gets him down to 5. Ironheart gets him down to 3. And then we just got to survive for a turn. I think that's our best bet. We do have Aerial, right? So yeah, we're going to pay 4 for Dive Bomb. Hit Ebony Maw for 7. This little Doppelganger for 1. We'll hit for 2 more. Ready up. All we got to do is live. We're drawing 6 cards. Oh no. That is not what we needed. 5 more cards. How did we not draw? We did draw Dropkick. Thank goodness. Okay. All right. We've got 2 threat going in the main. 1 threat kills us. He's going to attack us for 2 plus something, and we are going to defend. Choose and discard an upgrade you control. Goodbye, Ingenuity. We take no damage. Doppelganger hits us. They get plus X attack, where it's equal to the number of identity-specific cards. We take 2 from Doppelganger, and each of these goes down by 1, which is terrifying. We've got 3 encounter cards to deal with, which means we're probably dead. We're super dead. Oh, bummer. Okay. It's remove 1 invocation counter from each spell environment you control. So Fireball's going to hit us for 1. And then the other 2 are going to hit us for 9 more. And we get a pacification. Oh, we were 3 hit points away. We were so close. Someone who plays better probably could have done that, but that person is not me. Okay, I'm going to check the straw poll really quick, and then we're going to do a quick intermission and switch over to Marvel Snap for a little bit, and then we will get back and do the stream Chosen Villain at 2:30, which is in 50 minutes, so join me then, if you're a Champions person. And if you're a Snap person or want to learn about Marvel Snap, stick around now. It doesn't hurt. Oofs is right. Yeah, it's brutal. All right, Marvel Snap is loading. I will be right back, and then we'll get it underway. Muted. I'm muted. I'm unmuted now. Thank you. If you're not here, I'll never remember. I'm muted so you don't have to hear my dog screaming in the background. So there's a reason for that. So they snapped to double their thing. It put a random card from each player's hand into play. And they got a Hulk and we got a Rock, which is not very good. So this is where the key of Marvel Snap comes from, is you could retreat to like hedge that bet, right? They think that they're going to win for sure. I'm going to stick around Oh, apparently I clicked retreat. That's what happened. So we'll see how it goes. Excellent choice. We only lost 1 cube instead of 2. That's a true statement. We will be right back really quick. Got a dog that wants me to let him outside again. You know how dogs are, mail trucks and stuff. Yeah. Okay. We lost our first game. That was unfortunate. Alright, we're fighting against someone who has named themselves off of their avatar. That's always good. Cards here have -2 power, so we're going to put Nightcrawler somewhere, because we can move him later. Our opponent plays Squirrel Girl, so they're also playing a little weenie 1-cost character deck. And they're getting a lot of squirrels. It's a furry world. Where do we think they're going to play? I'm going to guess over here. We'll see if Star-Lord can got him. Got him. Forgot to turn the lovely snap music on for you all so you can experience it too. Yeah. Your opponent is losing. Press to take advantage of a snap. Sure, I think it's going to make me. Wow, cards here have -3 power. That's a really bad location. We can play Hawkeye over here, Sentinel in the middle. Let's go ahead and play a Sentinel. I don't think I'm ready to move Nightcrawler yet. We'll play an Ant-Man as well. Alright. Just a Sentinel factory over here. It's like Project Wide Awake. Oh, we did draw into a Khazar, which is really good for us. We can even leave Nightcrawler over there because of that. Nakia, she's a good card. They don't have any more room to play characters, so it looks like regardless of what we do, we're going to win 3 locations. Nice. Alright, let's check out our missions. Win a location with 20 or more power and win 4 matches. We can do that. YPI 892. Let's see how it goes. We get a copy of a card from their hand. So on turn 5, they're probably playing Abomination. Okay. The snappy snap music stopped. There it goes. If you have no cards here, get +1 energy each turn. So we definitely need to move Nightcrawler. It's a bit unfortunate. Because we could have played a 3-cost if we had put ourselves in the right spot. Nice. Alright, so this is the last turn you can play cards here. We're going to throw Jessica Jones because she's going to be the strongest thing we can play in that location. She's going to get +4 power if we don't play another card there next turn, and it's telling us that we're not allowed to. So, oh, this is turn 3. What am I thinking? Nah, it's fine. Alright, we can drop down our Abomination early. Seems good. So we pretty much guaranteed that one. I'd like one more turn with extra dollars, so I'm just going to throw a Hulk here. Pretty much guarantee ourselves that location. As long as we get 2 locations, we win, so. Alright, now we got some things we can do, so we can drop. Star-Lord's definitely not going to trigger, but he's the only option we have to get 3 cards out. Just beef up our sides a little bit more. Even with a Hulk, I think we're in a good spot. Yep. We probably should have snapped that one earlier. We got 2 cubes from the snap. Slowly moving up. And we can upgrade our Jessica Jones, which seems good. She's one of our favorite cards, so. Strong to the life of the game, in my opinion, but a little bit telegraphing. Alright, we unlocked White Tiger, who's a great card. We completed the mission. And unlocked Big Boy Colossus. Alright. Alright, so we've got the Mirror Dimension on turn 4, transform into one of the other locations. A little dangerous, because we don't know if it's going to be good or bad. So we know they're probably going to play there if we draw into our Star-Lord. Play a card here, add a copy to your hand. We don't want that many Sentinels. So we'll let them have the middle for now. There is a maximum hand size. That's why we don't want 1,000,000 Sentinels. They're doing pretty good in the middle, though. Lots of boosting. Cards here can't be destroyed. We are going to throw a Mr. Fantastic in the middle to make him nervous, but really just to pump our sides. This is kind of cool. We'll just keep playing Mr. Fantastics. I don't know. Pumping our sides feels pretty good right now, so. Got him. This person's playing things in the wrong order. You want to play Angela first at a location because she stacks in power later. It's turn 5. I think the right answer is this. So they definitely have a Medusa in hand. They're probably playing her again. If we play a Hulk in the middle, we don't have that good of a chance of winning it. This is really just a gamble. They could put things anywhere. What do we want to do here? They're the least likely to win this. They'd have to drop a Hulk on it. So I could play that there. Play this here and play this here. Moves us up a little bit and everything. Oh, they retreated, so that's okay. We got our cube. Easy peasy. Glad I didn't have to sweat it out. Alright. We're still going here. Mated. I really hope they add a skirmish version to this game, like where you can partner up with someone you have a friend code for. It doesn't exist yet. When you play a card here, add a copy to your opponent's hand. I don't mind filling their hand with Quicksilvers, so. They don't mind filling my hand with Misty Knights. Joke's on them. I got a Khazar. At the start of turn 6, swap hands. I'm less excited about that. I don't know why I played Misty instead of Nightcrawler. That was kind of stupid. Kinda. Let's see what they play. We're both running those decks. All right. I think we're going to drop a Jessica here. That'll pressure him to drop something relatively big there. So she's going to jump to an 8 at the end of turn 5. We still have the chance to respond there. They drew into their Khazar. We did not yet. 5 cards left in deck. Opponent snapped, huh? Oh, we're going to swap hands. This is going to suck. This might be a spot where we just take a retreat. Let's hope for a Khazar. Living wild today. I probably should have played a Sentinel instead. I definitely should have played a Sentinel instead. I'm passing me a bunch of Sentinels. So we know they have a Hulk for the middle location. Which means we definitely lose the middle location. So we need to retreat. We don't want to lose 4 cubes. We only want to lose 2 cubes. Yeah. There's a little mind game there. It's Khazar? No, it's Khazar. You just live in the wrong part of the country, Shane. Shane is Addercop, in case people didn't know, so I'm allowed to pick on him. Okay. Just checking on our straw poll results. I'm going to post that link one more time. We need a few more votes to break a tie. So, you know, if you don't want it to be a tie, you're going to have to go make a second account or, like, use your phone or something. I don't know. I'm not even paying attention. Add a copy to your opponent's hand. No, I definitely don't want to do that. Cards here have a lot of power. I like that. We're going to throw Jessica. We may as well throw Hulk there, because that's going to win a game. So we're going to throw Jessica Jones here. No. Yeah. We don't want to give them a Jessica Jones. That would be stupid. They can have the middle all they want. That's okay. That's our answer right there. He already threw a card down, huh? Means he's probably throwing Hulk over here. Hulk over here would win. He threw a Misty Knight. What? Sure. And he could have a Kazar, as Shane would tell me. Punisher could do me in. We'll see. I think we got it. Because I'm pretty sure we got it, but... GG's. 8 shards. I'm okay with that. If people are foolish enough to do that, we'll take advantage. It's going to jump us right to 12. Hey, look, it's our Kazar. Frame break. This game takes itself so freaking seriously. Okay. Okay, here we go. We got some missions completed. You got anything cool? Well, we got a Colossus icon. Always going to use our newest. No, Colossus. Okay. All right, at the start of turn 6, swap hands. I hate that. Hate that. I don't like that at all. I hate it a lot. I always end up giving him a Hulk. Okay. I don't like that he got value and I got bad value. Let's assume he's going to go here. Or he's going to go nowhere. Got him. At least I'm not giving him cards. Cards that cost 3, 4, and 6 cannot be played here. That's fine. Let's get a... I'll read Richards down. I know Ader Cop will be excited about that, right? That's how you say your name now? Look at those muscles from Mr. Fantastic. We're definitely not winning the middle, so we may as well get out of there. Let's throw our Kazar over here. Opponent snapped, huh? He's feeling pretty confident. We'll see what he gives us in his hand. This is Mag. I wonder if this is Champions Mag. That would be amazing. He hasn't pinged me on Discord yet, so I'm going to assume not. So I know I gave him an Iron Man. I should have been paying attention to what else I gave him. I think we just throw a Hulk here. Just throw a Hulk at the problem. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, too late to snap. We should have done it. We'll take our 4 shards and run. Victory. Upgrade my Nightcrawler? I think I will. I think I will. An Odin? That sounds legit. Alright. Let's keep going for now. We got 15 more minutes before we take a break and swap back over to Champions, so We'll see what the polls come in at. Right now it looks like either Ultron, Risky Business, Mansion Attack, Magneto, we're all tied, so somebody's got to go vote for one of the other ones. Yeah, you can have a Quicksilver in your hand. I'll take a Quicksilver right back. That's fine. Rocks. That's not what I need. But knowing I have a Kazar, that's okay. Are we going to Quicksilver each other all day? No. Oh, bummer. I'm feeling pretty confident. They got a lot of rocks in their deck. It's going to mess them up. We've got our curve here. We could do Kazar, Jessica, Hulk. She's a pseudo 5. That's okay. The shields at Wakanda in this game are much stronger than the shields were in Infinity War. So that's good news for us. All right. Do I Jessica now? That would give me the option to play more in her province later, but it also telegraphs a little bit. Kazar's almost not worth it. I think we do this for now. It's basically a +6. It's not bad. Whoa. Got him. No, we don't want him to know where he's winning yet. So we're going to distribute him like that. That puts us ahead in both if they play nothing. They're not going to play nothing. They're going to play something. Okay. Got a lot of Sentinels and rocks in your hand, I can tell. Alright, the middle province is dead to us now. Well, maybe not. I mean, Hulk takes the middle. They'd have to take both the sides for me to win. He could play a Kazar and go up by 1, but Hulk would still take the middle. Kind of feel safe doing that. We already snapped, right? Yeah. So we take mid. They can take either side, but it's going to be hard to take both. Yeah. Have it. You can have Machine World. We don't care. It wants us to win a deck with Spectrum in it. We have one of those. Right? That seems good. Do we have any new ongoing characters to put in? No? Well, we can switch over to ongoing weenies. We're going to get rid of Misty Knight, put Nightcrawler in, just like we did in our other Wimpy characters deck. Alright. Of course. The one time I swap out the card with no ability, we get Washington, D.C., the most boring of boring places in Marvel Comics. Mattercop, you should spew some, Marvel facts for us in the stream chat. You could even spew, 2 that are true and 1 that's a lie and see if I can guess it. Or it's the other way around, right? 2 that are a lie and 1 that's true. I'll probably get it wrong. Squirrel Girl, eh? That was an interesting choice. You don't need that. Not enough energy. Let's go here. Nope. Didn't got him. Just give me a free squirrel, though. I mean, oh god, more rocks. Was that where Mole Man is from? Does anybody know? I raise your Punisher with my own Punisher. Mine is stronger. I don't feel confident snapping yet, because they haven't really showed, like, where they're going. Yeah. Man, that's a lot of rocks. That is a lot of rocks. Actually, I take it back. Undo all moves. You gotta undo them like in the order you did them in. We want our rocks over here, because they get +3 power for having no ability. And we'll put Ant-Man there, just so they think that I'm going here, just to psych them out a little bit. I don't know why I only have 2 power here when I have 2 + 2 + 1. Oh, I already played Quicksilver this turn. Okay. Those rocks are not going to be strong enough. Oh, no, they are, because Kazar buffs them too. Just enough to tie. Oh, not tie. Balls. We needed that to be Spectrum. It's not. you may have noticed. I think the right answer is to go here. They're probably going to take... Oh, no. It's going to be a Hulk. We're crushed. Oh. No? Hey. I think we got it. I think total score, we got it. Whew. What do we got for missions over here? Spectrum starting in your deck. That's our last one. We'll get our missions switched up and then swap over to champs again. Alright, right now the poll Risky Business is winning, so we're going to risk it for the business. Gambit. Remy would be so proud. Discard a card from your hand. Destroy a random enemy card. That would be cool if we get the swap hands thing. Destroy a random enemy card, though. That could be like a real bad card. Hey, we Nightcrawler Quicksilvered it up. Cool. That's what I was going for. Just take the choice away from me then. Ah, dang. Missed our cost curve. Missed our cost curve. And they got an Angela and they're playing it right. This person actually knows how to play. We've been slumming down here in the low ranks. And we can't anymore. Okay. Let's go read. Moving his Nightcrawler, huh? I think we do this. Darn. Right, we're going to add a lot by throwing Spectrum here. Are we better off taking Hub? I think we are, because that pushes us in all 3 provinces. Ah, they have a Spectrum too. We got it. Total score again. Wow. That was brutal. Alright, let's claim our mission prize. Where did that go? Oh, we gotta upgrade a Hawkeye car. What are we doing? Here they are. Missions. Alright, that got us enough to get 20 boosters for Odin. Sounds great. First, let's upgrade Hawkeye, because obviously. Frame break. This game is so, I don't know, early 2000s. We got Odin. Can even upgrade him twice. That might be our second upgrade. People should be real excited. Got ourselves some nice credits. Some bang bang bucks. Odin 3D. Oh, why not? Need your 3D glasses to see that one. Oh, I can rotate it a little bit. It's easier to rotate on your phone. What we get? What we get? Who would we get? Oh, Rocket Raccoon. All right. All right. That is it for Snap for now. We are going to be right back. Go on intermission. And the stream will resume in 15 minutes. So, see y'all then. We'll be going up against, it looks like, Risky Business. Hey, we're back. And I remembered to unmute myself. That is an achievement. Achievement unlocked. All right, so we have Risky Business set up here. That was the choice from the stream poll. And I have the Ant-Man One Punch Flip a Million Times deck set up just because I thought that would be a fun one to try out. So I chose a modular set. I don't remember what it was. I think it was Iron Spider Sinister 6. We'll see how it goes here against Risky Business. So we are going to shuffle our deck and draw 6 cards. Again, we need to thin our deck super small and then rely on Giant Strength, which we got out right away. Hey, Yuki. Glad you're back. All right, so we are talking about thinning our deck like a crazy person. So anything that is not deck thinning, we're basically going to throw away and get going right away. So we're going to use Swarm Tactics to play a Resourceful. We will use Quinn Carrier to play a Giant Strength. We will use Ant-Man's Helmet to play an Endurance. That's going to increase our life by 3 hit points, putting us up to 15. Now, in Risky Business, when Norman Osborn would attack, you place Infamy counters instead. So we can basically sit in Alter Ego or in hero form and let him amass shields. When he would take any damage, you remove counters from Criminal Enterprise. Criminal Enterprise has 2 shields. Once you flip it, you'll flip Norman and be able to damage him. So we are going to flip into Tiny form. That's going to let us remove a threat, and we'll finish removing all the threat just to keep it really small and have, a full 5-card hand size. All right. Norman Osborn is going to go. He's going to get... He starts at 2 threat. He's going to get 1 threat placed on the main scheme. Not 2, 1. There we go. Good job. He's going to attempt to attack us, but he'll just place an Infamy counter instead. And then we'll get dealt an encounter cards. Let me make sure I shuffled this up. And we get a guard minion, so something to punch, which is always good for Ant-Man. All right, we are in Tiny form. After your hero spends this card, draw a card if you're in Tiny form. So we'll spend it in Tiny form to play a Triskelion. And then we will flip to Giant form, dealing 1 damage to this minion. And we'll finish him off with a basic attack, just clearing everything up that we can. At this point, I think we're going to use Squirrel Girl to play Stinger, and we will throw an Honorary Avenger on Stinger, because again, we're just trying to throw cards out of our deck so that we can get down to just a few things that let us, really take the punch to the villain. All right. Readying everything up. Stinger could thwart for 1, so we may as well have her do it. Just keep the thwart nice and healthy for anything scary like double advances. We're drawing 4 cards only because we're in Giant form. And we do get some things to do thinning with, so it's not the end of the world. 1 threat, 1 counter going out. We get an encounter card, and it's advanced, so the villain is going to scheme for 2, 3. A little terrifying. Not the end of the world. Let's keep our deck thinning going. Let's get Wrist Gauntlets and another copy of Resourceful down. We're just emptying the deck at this point. We're going to jump to Tiny form, thwart for 2. We'll have Cassie thwart for 1 more. She's out of hit points now beyond Honorary Avenger, so she's just a strength and numbers machine at this point. All right, drawing our 5 cards. 1 threat going on the main, getting a Infamy counter, and we get the Spot. If you defeat him without excess damage, shuffle him into the encounter deck. So we need to do excess damage to him, which shouldn't be too hard. Let's use Honorary Avenger. No, let's use Resize to play Army Advance. While we're in Tiny form, we can use that to deal a damage to something. We'll then flip to Giant form, which will do another damage to him, and our basic attack will now kill him with overkill damage, which is good. Let's get an Inspired put on Cassie and an Honorary Avenger on Scott. Just thinning our deck like crazy here. We've gotten 11 cards out of our deck so far, so we're doing pretty good. Not doing too bad here. Drawing 4 cards, 1 threat going on the main, getting our counter, and our encounter card is a Side Scheme. They're perfectly coming out, minion side scheme, depending on what form we want to flip to, so I really appreciate that. It was not expected, that's all I'll say. Alright, we're going to pay 2 for a team training. That's going to give Cassie 1 more hit point, because why not? We'll flip the Tiny form, and we'll port 1 off the main scheme, and we'll just use Tiny form to remove this other scheme. We'll use Army of Ants to keep the counters here in a reasonable number. And we're going to use Strength in Numbers with Cassie to just see if this is an event. And we'll discard it at the end of the turn. We don't want to change forms because we want more cards for now. So that's it. One threat going on the main. We are getting one here. And he's giving us an encounter card, which is another guard minion. So easy peasy for us. And away we go. We really need another ally here. I think we're going to pay 1, 2, 3, 4 for a mansion, just to get more card draw going. We get a downtime with that. It's not really worth swapping Resourceful for downtime. We do want downtime out of there eventually. Let's get one of those counters off of here. We're going to do our classic change forms and murder. And there we go. So we're drawing 3 cards. One threat in the main, one of these going out from Army of Ants, or from Norman's attack. We get an encounter card. It's a crisis icon. So we are building up threats slowly, but I think that's just because we're not focusing on it. It's not because that's what has to happen. We can get 2 cards out again, so we're going to get Army of Ants out, because having 2 Army of Ants is better than having 1. And we'll get downtime down. I think we're going to flip to tiny form and remove a threat here, because we have to. We'll finish off that side scheme with Cassie, because she has 1 more hit point from team trading now, and then Scott will remove 2 from the main scheme. We have 2 armies of ants now, so we can really keep those infamy counter shields under control and ready everything up. Drawing 4 cards, giving ourselves an encounter card. This is where things get a little dangerous. And 2 more cards. Nope, 1 more card. Okay, 1 threat, 1 counter, 2 encounter cards. We've got Sandman, who's a 7 damage minion, and another guard minion. So we got lots of minions to get rid of now. Luckily, we're in luck here, because we've got lots of stuff we can do. Alright, let's draw a card. We're going to use that card to play our 3rd copy of Army of Ants, because they will put 3 damage onto Sandman. And we are going to use Quinjet to play Giant Strength. So we've got 2 copies of Giant Strength now, which is really important. We will use Hawkeye to play Ant-Man, who now has 2 hit points. We're going to jump to Giant form and deal a damage. So we've got 3 here from Army of Ants. I think we're actually going to do it 2 and 1. Because we can do a 3rd damage here. I guess it doesn't matter where the damage goes from our flip. Sorry. Damage is going to go there, because when we swing, we're swinging for 5 right now, because we just flipped Giant form. So that's going to get rid of Sandman. Doesn't quite get rid of this guy, so he's actually going to hit us for 1, except we have Ant-Man to finish him off. So Ant-Man is also now out of hit points. Other Ant-Man, not the Ant-Man that we're playing. And we're ready to go. I'm forgetting to use... Oh, I didn't play my helmet. Okay, I'm not forgetting to use my helmet. Good. So our deck is pretty thin. We're down to 24 cards. Believe it or not, we got to get even thinner than that. So we'll get there. Threat, counter, and counter card. We get to flip and exhaust to get rid of that card. Not so bad. We'll get to heal 1, but we haven't taken any damage, so not a big deal. All right. We will draw a card with Mansion. We'll use the 2 resizes to play Squirrel Girl. She is going to ping for 1. We'll flip to Tiny Form. And we're going to use Strength in Numbers to draw 3 cards. We do have Triskelion down, so we can play 1 more ally. I think we want to get our helmet down at this point, because basically the helmet is after you change to a form, you draw a card when you change to tiny, which is really, really good. That's going to help us a lot here in the future. We've got 3 armies of ants, so we can remove 3 shields, and away we go. Little bonkers here. Drawing 5, 1 threat, 1 shield. And an encounter card. The villain attacks you, which is just an extra shield. Not a big deal for us. Okay, we've got 3 allies. We need to get rid of a few more. We want our deck down to about 5 cards total, and we're at 15 right now. So we're getting there. We're getting there. We're going to use Pim Particles, Hive Mind, and Moxie to play Quinn Carrier. That's going to have us draw a card for Pim Particles, and we'll draw a card off Mansion. And now we can use Quinn Carrier and Giant Stomp to play Avengers Tower. So with that and Triskelion, as long as everyone is an Avenger, we can now have 5 allies in play, which is pretty darn good. We'll hit this down to 1 shield. We're getting down to like just events in our deck. It's going pretty well, down to 17 cards. We can't quite sneak Wasp out this turn, but we will flip to... We don't want to flip the Giant form. We're just going to thwart. I'd like to flip the Giant form, but I need him to have more shields first, so I removed too many with Army of Ants. Drawing 4 cards. We're going to keep Wasp because we want to get her out into play. So 1 threat, 1 shield, 1 encounter card. We get Iron Spider, Guard, Patrol, Retaliate, 1 in Toughness. Gosh, that's a lot of stuff. Alright, let's go ahead and draw a card with Mansion. I think we should have resolved this card last turn. Discard an upgrade or support you control. Oh no. Let's get rid of this Honorary Avenger. Technically be in our discard pile. We'll go down to 15. Okay, we drew a card with Mansion. We are going to... We haven't drawn a card with Mansion yet. Now we've drawn a card with Mansion. We're going to use Pim Particles to play Quinjet. That's going to draw us a card because we're in tiny form. We're going to swip to giant form. Ping Tough off of this guy. We can now swing for 5, which isn't quite enough to get rid of him in 1 hit. But what we're going to do is pay 1 to use Avengers Tower to pay 3 for Wasp. When she enters play, since we're in giant form, she'll hit him for 2. Ant-Man can now finish him off without taking any retaliate damage. We've got 4 allies out here, so we can strengthen numbers for 4. Draw into even more allies, because why not? We'll play a resize to swap to tiny form. That removes a threat and draws us a card from Helmet. Let's get an Honorary Avenger out there on Wasp. Let's use Pim Particles and Hawkeye to draw a card and play Wonder Man. So we're up to 5 allies now. And we technically have room for 1 more because Stinger doesn't count against our ally limit. So we're at an ally limit of 3, 4, 5, plus Stinger hits us to 6. Got just enough to play our 3rd copy of Resourceful and get it out of the way. We'll ping 1 with Army of Ants, just keep this as low as we can. And it's Argo. We'll thwart for 2. No, we already punched this turn. We can't thwart for 2. Next turn we'll thwart for 2. For sure. For sure, for sure. Drawn 5 cards. That is going to get us a 2nd encounter card. A little risky here. 14 cards left in our deck, so we're getting there. You can see these are all events. We're almost to the point where we're just stuck with what we're stuck with. And we try to get our infinite loop going, or at least infinite enough that we can have fun with it. Okay. 1 threat go out on the main, 1 of those. We're dealt an encounter card. We've got Gang Up, which is just going to be 2nd counter. And place 2 infamy counters. So, lots of shields. No big deal. Our turn, we immediately remove 3 of them with Army of Ants, right? Not a concern for us. We've got a lot of stuff, but nothing to actually deplete our hand. So we're going to use a resize to change forms, which will deal damage. It heals us too, it doesn't matter. And draw a card. That's the important part, draw a card. Then we're going to flip to tiny form. After you change to tiny form, you can draw a card. And we will... I think we're still allowed to overpay with Pim Particles. They're not paid, but they're spent. So we can... Well, we could always play Hive Mind, right? So we'll just do that. Pay 2 for Hive Mind, removes a bunch of threat, and draws us a card. All right, perfect. So we can get Hawkeye out here, another Hawk, and we'll put this one onto Ant-Man himself. Bingo bango, thinned our deck a lot. We're down to 12 cards. Nothing to thwart, we're just chilling here. This is standard risky business for you. Drawing 5. I've got a rapid response to play. I believe everything in our discard pile is events or resources. So depending on what this card is, we've almost reached our optimal thinning at this point. He's going to attack us. He's not going to attack us. He's going to give us a card. It's Hobgoblin. Okay. That's what I was trying to say. All right, let's use Swarm Tactics and Queen Carrier to play a rapid response. Let's use Resize to change forms, ping one shield off, and draw our last card. It's a strengthened numbers. So now things get a little bit spicy. So we need a counter here. So we need the top menu back for a second here. Objects, components, counters. Counter. There we go. All right, so this is going to be our plus attack buff counter. We've already switched to giant form one time. So we've gotten 2 plus attacks. So we're up to 5 attack in giant form currently. So what we're going to do is we're going to use strength in numbers with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 allies we have out to draw 6 cards from this deck. That's a lot of cards, I know. This trick is we need to keep flipping back and forth without ever having our deck and discard pile empty at the exact same moment. If that happens, you trigger this like infinite thing and you get infinite encounter cards, which is bad for everybody. It's definitely bad for the kids at UNM Hospital. We don't want that. So what we're going to do is try to not have that happen. And I believe with the rule change with pay and spend, you can still spend PIM particles to overpay. They just don't count as paid. People can tell me if I'm wrong in chat, but that's the way I've understood it. They haven't broken our favorite deck yet. But what we're going to do to start with is we're going to use Resize, because we've done our free form change for this turn, I believe. So we're going to use Resize. That is going to change our form. That lets us draw a card from Ant-Man's helmet, and then we draw a card from Resize. That empties the encounter deck, and we shuffle this, and we get a thing here. Now we're going to use Resize again to go to giant form, so we get +2. We get to draw a card from Resize. And there's 2 cards in there, and we need to draw them both. So let's get one from Mansion. And then it looks like we need to pay with PIM particles for Swarm Tactics. No, we need to flip forms one more time. We got anything that lets us do that here? Nothing obvious. I think what we need to do is use PIM particles for Swarm Tactics. It's going to change to our other hero form and let us draw a card. So we get an encounter card, and these 3 cards get shuffled into a pile. And we drew a card from Ant-Man's helmet. Now we're going to overpay for Resize, so we're still spending this resource. So we get to draw a card and play Resize. Switches us to giant form. We get to attack, and we draw a card from Resize. We got Swarm Tactics again. So we have Resize, and PIM particles in our thing. So again, we're going to pay PIM particles to do Swarm Tactics. That lets us jump to this form. We draw a card from Ant-Man's helmet, and we shuffle these 4 together. And we don't draw a card for that, but we have a Resize here. So we're going to change forms, draw a card. It's a Resize, luckily. I think we almost ran out in our infinite combo there. It's more ideal if you can save your strength and numbers to buy you out of that. I think I messed something up in it along the way. But it's okay, because we swapped forms. That was with resize. We drew into a resize. Now we're going to swap forms. We get to draw 2 cards because of Ant-Man's helmet. We're going to use Pim Particles. After you spend this, you draw a card to play Swarm Tactics. Is that how I want to do that? Yeah. I think I may have messed something up here. I think I messed something up. We're just going to take it for what it's worth. We're going to have about like 5 encounter cards at this point that I've ignored. So we're swapping back to giant form. We get +2 more. Real obnoxious. We're up to 13 damage. And each of these times that we've swapped, we've like dealt a damage to something. So we've killed Hobgoblin at this point. And we didn't get to draw a card there. Isn't that a bummer? I guess when we flip, we can use Pim Particles to play Moxie. No, that would have to be before we flip. Pim Particles isn't going to draw us cards anymore. We done something weird, and we done it wrong. But it's okay. We've got 13 damage. Before that last flip, let's just pretend that we use 2 Army of Ants to flip Green Goblin. Deal 3 indirect damage to each player in hero form. We'll take the 3 on Ant-Man himself. So we did 1, and we did 1, and now we can just go swing in for our 13, defeat the first stage of Green Goblin. I believe when you defeat him, the next Green Goblin stage comes out, so I'm going to take 4 more indirect damage. I've got this giant hand. I don't want to keep it all. Team training shouldn't be in my hand. But what we're going to do, should we just end it? I mean, he's at 18 hit points. We could giant stomp twice, almost. Probably. Yeah, I think we can. Let's just end it. Let's just end this one. We're at a giant stomp for 7, 8. We'll use Pim Particles, Strengthen Numbers, Moxie, and Hive Mind to do another giant stomp for 8. We heal 2 from that Pim Particles, which is always good. And we'll save Strengthen Numbers in our hand because we're probably going to need it. We did not kill him in one blow, like I was planning. So I messed something up there. But hopefully we'll be fine. Let's ready all of our allies up here. We are going, we are going, we are going. We're going to draw 3 cards, so we don't deck out another time, thankfully. 1 threat in the main. He attacks us for 4. Plus a boost card, and this is now flipped and has 2 counters on it. For 6, so we're down to 5, which is pretty brutal, and now we've got 5 encounter cards to deal with, plus a 6th one from the actual turn. So remove 2 counters from State of Madness. That is going to flip him back over and give him 2 shields. Bummer. We're going to give him 2 more shields. That's okay. Just gain Surge. Well, no, the villain tries to attack you, so gains a shield. Discard the top card of your deck for each infamy counter on Criminal Enterprise. Joke's on you. I only got 1 card on top of my deck, but I'll get dealt another encounter card. Lovely. The villain schemes. Oh, that's no good. 2, 3, 4, 5. 7. Ooh. Place 1 per player infamy counters on Criminal Enterprise, then discard 1 card from each player's deck for things there. So we're discarding 6 more cards from our deck. I mean, all we got to do is live. We're almost there. We got a side scheme, 2 threat on it, I believe. Yep. And a non-guard minion. Choose to either give the villain 1 face-down boost card. Yeah, he could have a boost card. That's okay. We got to not die and be able to do 6 damage. 8 damage. Which I think we can do with our resize miraculousness. So we are going to flip to tiny form. That will let us draw a card. We are going to Army of Ants 3 times. We are going to resize to flip to giant form. Get +2 attack. And draw a card from resize. We're going to strengthen numbers for 1. Oh, yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we get 2, Oops. And 4 more. We do have swarm tactics, so let's go ahead and use, yeah, Pim particles to play swarm tactics, which will change our form and ready our hero. Jump into the other form. We will use resize to switch forms again. Get +2 more attack. And draw a card. At this point, we'll just do the 3 for Giant Stomp. It's going to blow this out of the water, flip this guy. He's going to deal 4 indirect to us, so we can assign it all to Ant-Man, and Ant-Man can just have his way with him for 7 damage. We took him out. We took him out. Alright, it looks like Yuki in chat has been doing a lot of Miss Marveler's Claw. So let's do it just like them. Resetting the interface here. Alright, it looks like I gotta be right back with the dog, and then we're gonna do Miss. Alright, the dog is happy, so let us build a Miss Marvel Justice deck. Just looking for something that has Marvel CDB open here. Y'all can see the browser? Good, perfect. Alright, so we're going to go to Miss Marvel. I think you said you were running Justice. I have everything, so I'm going to use everything in my collection, but we'll try to keep it to a reasonable number of packs here. There's some really good cards with Miss Marvel, and in my opinion, they are. And they're good with just about everybody, but they're really good with Miss Marvel. Are Clear the Area and Turn the Tide. Because once you have Embiggen down, you can turn the Tide into deal 5 damage, which is crazy. And once you have Shrink down, Clear the Area, you can remove 4 and draw you more cards, and you can bounce them back to your hand and do all of that shenanigans. Everything else I'm going to add here, this is just like cheap allies to defend. So I'm looking at the allies, looking for the cheapest ones I can find, and throwing them in. We're even going to go into basics for that. So we'll take, like, I don't know, who's cheap? Ironheart. Who else is cheap? Machine Man. We'll grab a Nick Fury just so that we can draw a ton. Moon Girl doesn't hurt because she helps us cycle our deck pretty good. We're going to keep our typical Genius, Energy, and Strength. I'm a big fan of Endurance. I don't think Miss Marvel needs downtime because she already recovers for 5, so it's not too bad. What else would Miss Marvel love? She would love an Avengers Mansion. That's for sure. I'm tempted to take Go for Champions, but I don't think we will. We've got probably enough allies for now Let's look at what else there is here. Concussive blow is okay. It's not her best. It's not the best use with Miss Marvel. Multitasking is really good with Miss Marvel because when she increases that by 2 from Embiggen, she increases both instances of 2. What are we up to? 36. I think we'll take 2 sonic rifles, an under surveillance, and a skilled investigator. That looks pretty good. Miss Marvel is Justice. That's the name of this deck. And I will put this back up or put it in the chat for you at the end, Yuki, in case you have those packs and want to build it. I meant to check that. So it says it's using 25 packs. Don't believe that, because a lot of these are like the same like pack over and over again. It's probably using like 10 packs. Something is wrong in the code there, and it is not fixed yet. Not a me thing, but a someone thing. All right, so let's load that deck in here. We have to say it's a private deck because I didn't officially publish it or put any write-up into it, and people get mad about that kind of stuff. And you said you're doing Expert Claw, right? Let's get a villain out here. Hey, Chris C. donated while we were on our break. So thanks, Chris, from Hall of Heroes. You are a hero in a hall. Yeah, you know how that works. Just checking our goal. My goal was to get like half the goal done today, and I think we blew that out of the water. Yeah, so we're at 275 out of the 500. That's our overall goal for the year. So we're doing pretty good. All right, let's get Expert Claw in there. These sets here in TTS, these are just like custom standard and expert sets, but it's just alternate art from the one that's included in your core set, so nothing fancy. We're going to recall that. We'll put some modulars out there. And we'll put down Masters of Evil, because that's the recommended one, right? I don't know why it put him to 28 health. That's not what he has. Oh, he does have 28 health. I forgot. Side schemes. Expert mode, you know? It's hard to remember that sometimes. Okay, let's get our obligation shuffled into there. And we'll see if we can take down Claw. We'll do a couple tries if we need to. So we'll get him taken care of for you. Miss Marvel is like some of our listeners' favorite heroes, so they will be ecstatic that we played a Miss Marvel game. So we're going to save this just in case we have to reload it as Miss Marvel. And away we go. All right, so we've got multiple schemes out there. We're going to flip this over, and the first thing that happens is we discard until we find a minion. So there goes an advance and an under fire. I don't miss those things at all. We get a Tiger Shark right away. We're going to shuffle our deck and draw our opening 6 cards. We get Amir and Bruno, who are both great. Don't get me wrong, but Bruno is not needed early, and Amir is at this point in our life. So we're only going to pitch 1 away and see what we can get. We're not going to use Nick Fury this turn. I'd love to, but we're going to play Amir, and then we're going to put Nick Fury back in the bottom of our deck and draw a card. We get a Sonic Rifle. That is going to let us flip quite a bit. We're probably not going to play it this time, though. Yeah, I think you technically reveal the main scheme before you draw or mulligan. I can never remember what the order is. It's in like the RRG at the bottom page. But yeah, I revealed the main scheme before I drew. I don't know if that's the right thing to do. Maybe I should use that to my advantage and know what the minion's going to be. Which I haven't even thought about the minion yet, because he's just going to punch me for the first turn. Alright, we're going to use Teen Spirit and discard cards looking for a Kamala card. We find Shrink, which is great. But possibly not something we can afford this turn. We're going to flip up and use Sonic Rifle. No. We're going to flip up and remove 1 threat from this Crisis scheme, and then use Sonic Rifle to play Clear the Area to remove 2 threat. Since that removed the last threat, we get to get rid of the scheme and draw a card. which is a big deal for us. I think it actually probably is pretty important to play Shrink while we have it, and then use Sneak By and Moon Girl to play Quake, just so we have damage on the board, essentially. We're going to do 2 damage to... We'll do it to Claw, and leave Tiger Shark out there for now. And we're going to ready everything up, and draw our 5. All right. We did not draw into a wiggle room, which is kind of what we needed here, but that's okay. We got 2 threat going in the main. He's going to attack us for 1 plus something, and we're just going to take it. It's 1 plus 3. That's a real big number. We're going to take 3 more from Tiger Shark, and I'm just using my life generously as a resource at this point. We get 1 encounter card, which is Tiger Shark attacking us again. Okay, I can't afford to do it another time, so I have to defend and take 2 damage. That was pretty brutal. Things went haywire fast there, is what happened. Okay. Getting Sonic Rifle down seems really good, but I think we need to use Machine Man to get rid of the Immortal Claw. Well, if we're going to flip down, maybe we don't need to, because we'll have him confused. It's real dangerous, though. Claw is meant to boost twice. Thanks. So I would have had to defend that one with Quake. Put the 4 back on. I forgot he boosts twice. Always defend against Claw. What am I thinking? Okay. Good call. Claw is meant to boost twice in attacking. It's been a long time since I played Claw. Okay. We definitely need to flip down still. Just deciding how we're going to do it. We're going to pay 1, 2, 3 for a Sonic Rifle. We'll use 1 token to confuse the villain. And we will flip down. We'll use a mirror to put a card on the bottom of our deck. And we just put a Nick Fury there, so we'll put a Strength with a Nick Fury, because that seems pretty good. And then we'll draw a card from a mirror. We'll use Kamala's ability to go find a card. We find Sneak By. And we'll pay 2 for Wiccan. Wiccan is going to thwart 1 off the side scheme. And then he discards the top card of the encounter deck and deals 2 to something. Let's get Tough off of Tiger Shark for now. Okay. I think that's all we can do in Alter Ego form for now. We'll draw 5 cards. We're going to keep our Sneak By. And we got double Turn the Tides, so that's exactly what we needed. 2 threat going in the main. Claw is confused. Tiger Shark will add 1 threat, and we'll hope this isn't advance. It's a weapons runner, which surges into assaults, which surges into Sonic Boom. Spend 3 resources or exhaust each character you control. Well, we don't have a physical resource, so we don't really get a choice. That's all we can do. Alright. We are going to mirror a second double resource to go with Nick Fury onto the bottom of our deck. And then we're going to use Teen Spirit to look for a Miss Marvel card. We get a Nakia. We will use this Avengers Mansion to play Nakia, and she'll reduce the cost of the card after we flip. So we're going to flip, and she'll reduce the cost of a card. So we flip up, and we are going to use a Sneak By to play a Sneak By. Is that what we're going to do? Or do we use Turn the Tide to play a Sneak By and only deal 3 damage? We got to kill these minions. I don't think we have a choice. We need to use both Turn the Tides on that. So we are going to use a Sneak By to play a Sneak By with Nakia. We'll use Shrink to increase the amount of threat we remove by 2. So that's going to remove 5 threat. Since it will remove the last threat, we can play both copies of Turn the Tide and defeat Tiger Shark. We will use our Sonic Rifle right now to confuse the villain before we somehow lose it. Ready all our characters. We're going to get rid of energy and draw 5 cards. So 2 threat going out on the main. Claw's going to attack us with 2 boost cards. We're not going to forget that he gets 2. No wiggle room, so we'll have Wiccan defend. And Wiccan will take 6 to face, which is good for him and not for us. We'll take 1 from the weapons runner, and we get another Sonic Boom. Jeebers. We could technically play this one. I'm just not happy about it. I think I'm just going to exhaust Miss Marvel. I'd rather do that. And it's our go. We're not going to have anyone to defend for us. We haven't seen any wiggle rooms, and there's 13 cards left in our deck, so there's a good chance we're going to draw one. So we'll play a Skilled Investigator, and we will use Big Hands to play our suit, and then use our suit to play Multitasking. That's going to remove 2 threat from 2 different schemes. That'll drop him down to 16, and since we defeated a side scheme, we'll draw a card. Got another copy of Multitasking. That's not very helpful right now. I don't feel super safe flipping down. If he got a 2 boost, we would lose, or we would go to the next phase. But I also think that I need to flip and do a little bit of ramp here. So we're going to flip and get rid of Multitasking. Not draw 5 cards yet. We got things we can still do. Stop. We're going to Teen Spirit. And then we're going to Amir a Big Hands onto the bottom of our deck, I think. Now we're ready. We'll use Nakia. Oh, we draw a card from Amir too. We'll use Nakia and Big Hands to play under surveillance, giving us a little bit more threat room. We'll keep Big Hands and get rid of wiggle room. Okay. Now we're ready to ready everything up and move on to the next turn. We're drawing 5 cards. We've got 1 threat going on the main. He's confused. This little minion schemes for 1. We get 1 encounter card, and it's Shadows of the Past. Of course it is. So we now have Thomas Edison, who cannot take damage while you're engaged with another minion. And we have this. Discard the top card of each player's deck for each ally and persona support in play. So that's 2 cards. Oh, they got our Nick Fury. They got our Nick Fury team. That's really irritating. But it's okay. We haven't lost yet. Putting 2 back. All right. We are going to flip up. No, we're going to Amir Nick Fury back onto the bottom of our deck. Let's not be silly here. We're not going to use Teen Spirit. We will use Nakia to reduce the cost of the next card we play after we flip. So we're going to flip, and we're going to pay with our Polymer Suit for Clear the Area. That'll let us deal 2 threat there, which is good. We can play Turn the Tide to deal 3 damage to this minion, which will defeat it. And we can use Miss Marvel to bounce that back to our hand and play it a second time to defeat Thomas Edison. So that was pretty sweet. I think we want to just get Embiggen down and keep wiggle room in our hands for the future. We defeated a side scheme. I guess we should have drew a card, but we forgot to. And we're drawing 4. So we do deck out, but we got a wiggle room, so we should be okay. Oops. So we got 1 threat going out. He's attacking us with 2 boost cards. We're not going to defend, but we're going to use wiggle room of some kind. Deal 1 damage to each hero. Okay. And put this weapons runner into play. So we'll wiggle room once to draw a card and avoid 1 of those damages. We'll take 1 from this other guy. And then we've got 2 encounter cards. So we've got an Armored Guard. And we've got a Claw Attacks You. Oh, we should have bounced that wiggle room is what we should have done. Oh, well. Alright, we got 2 cards coming in. We're going to have to defend if we don't want to die. So we've got 1 damage, 2 damage, 3 damage. That is enough to kill us. So we got defeated by it too. So you don't have to feel bad, Yuki. We messed it up as well. I'm going to reload it and do that one more time because I want to win it for you. Alright, everything is loaded and ready to go. We won't misplay this time on that first opening play, and the first thing we'll do is, it sounds like we're supposed to draw our hand first. Yeah, you can bounce back even during an enemy turn, because it's an interrupt or a response, so you can do that during opposing turns too, which is really, really strong. Wow, we got a lot of really good cards here, but we can't afford to keep them all. I'm going to get rid of Embiggen for now. My gosh. I don't want to get rid of Shrink, but I think I need to. Okay. No, yeah, look at that draw. It's beautiful, except when it's not. Alright, let's look for a minion. We get an Armored Guard with Tough. That I don't mind so much. Can spend a little bit of time warming up here. So, we are going to Teen Spirit and look for a Miss Marvel card. We get a sneak by. We're going to flip up and decide what life needs to be. So we could play Moon Girl and draw 3 cards, and then we could use Miss Marvel to defeat a side scheme and use Turn the Tide to defeat everything. I think the better answer is to use Moon Girl and a sneak by to draw with Ironheart. We can then use Ironheart to remove 1 threat here and clear the area. We'll play our suit and then play clear the area to remove the last 2 threat, which will defeat damage. We're going to bounce our Wiggle Room and not make a mistake. So we're going to play it and draw a card. This little guy is going to hit us. We're going to play Wiggle Room a second time and draw a card. We've got 1 encounter card, which is a Weapons Runner that surges into a take 2 damage, Claw heals 2. Is he at full? He's not at full. Okay. Lots of little guys. That's annoying. Not the end of the world, though. We didn't draw a ton of thwart here, but we did draw some. So let's play Sneak By and get rid of the Immortal Claw. It's going to slow down how fast this creeps up. Let's pay for that differently. We have our suit. Let's play Quake. And we'll use Quake to get rid of 1 Weapons Runner. We're going to flip down and use Teen Spirit to get a Bruno. We'll use Bruno to play Nakia. We'll use Nakia to play Amir. We don't have anything to place on the bottom of our deck, so we can't draw a card with Amir, but we got him set up for next turn. And I think that's it. We're going to draw 6 cards, and the villain's going to go up by 1. He's probably going to scheme out on the first scheme for this turn. So scheming for 2, 3. Yep. Hit 6. So we are going to look for another minion here. It's Radioactive Man, just what we always needed. After he attacks you, he does something. So they're just going to place 2 threat onto this next scheme. We've got 8 as our threshold now. We get 1 encounter card. It's another minion. Good thing we got big hands for days today. My goodness. And it's our go. Actually, after Weapons Runner schemes, we're going to use Quake to kill him, too. That was the whole point of playing Quake. I remember now. Okay. What are we going to do? We're going to Amir something to the bottom of our deck. It's probably going to be a big hands. No, it's going to be it's going to be an Embiggen. Then we'll use Teen Spirit to find a Miss Marvel card, which hopefully is not Embiggen. It's Red Dagger. We'll use Nakia to reduce the cost of the next card we play by 1. I don't know what that card is going to be yet. We gotta knock these minions out. What are we gonna do to do that? We got big hands. It does 4. It's real chunky, not convenient portions of damage. But we'll use the big hands to hit Whirlwind for 4. We're not gonna bounce it. We are gonna bounce it, I think. We'll pay 1, 2, 3 to play a red dagger, and he'll finish off Whirlwind. Just killing minions while we can. He needs to take a damage. Hey, Lucifer. We've got this other guy left, and 2 copies of Big Hands, but not enough money to play him. So, I think what we'll do is we'll play Clear the Area to remove the threat there and draw a card. See if it's Turn the Tide. It's not. We'll pay 2 to play Big Hands and start chipping away at this guy for future lives. And we played Big Hands, so we're drawing 5 cards. To not draw into a wiggle room. 1 threat, 2 cards coming out. We're going to have Ironheart block this one. She's going to die. That's what she's there for. This guy's going to attack us for 1. We're going to take it, and then we discard a random card from our hand, which is really brutal, because it's always the card you didn't want to discard, like Sonic Rifle. And then we get 1 encounter card, which is discard an upgrade or support you control. Goodbye, Nakia. Of those 3, that's the one I would get rid of. Alright, it's our go. We are able to do some stuff at this point. We can thwart and then use Turn the Tide to defeat Radioactive Man. Starting to feel pretty good there. We can play an Eros, who doesn't do much for us other than future thwarting stuff. Red Dagger can punch for 2. I think we flip down at this point. We're going to use a mirror to put something on the bottom of our deck. I think a Big Hands. We'll put an energy down there since we know we have a Embiggen on the bottom of our deck. And then we draw a card from a mirror. It's a Skilled Investigator. That's great. We can play it this turn even. And I think we're just drawing up. 5. We do get a bonus encounter card this turn. Could always be bad. 1 threat going on the main. He's going to scheme for 2. Oh, don't be a 3 boost. For 4. That's always horrible. And 2 encounter cards. First one is Gang Up, which surges into discard a random card from your hand. It's going to be our Embiggen, isn't it? Nope, it's our Wiggle Room. The second one is not an advance. Claw heals 4 damage. Not a big deal. Heals up to 18. Okay, it looks like we've made no progress, but we've gotten a lot of board state done. I swear. It's on the way. Hey, V. Jackson, thanks for donating to Extra Life. We're going to play our Embiggen, because we really need to. We're going to throw this Wiggle Room on the bottom of our deck with a mirror. And draw a card. And then we're going to discard looking for a Miss Marvel card. We get a sneak by. We're going to flip up. And gosh, that's a lot of threat. We'll use Eros to remove 2. We will use our Polymer Suit to play 1 copy of Clear the Area. We'll use Multitasking to play the other Clear the Area and draw a card. And now we can respond with Turn the Tide, and we'll bounce it and play it twice. So we get to deal 6 damage. Eros did take a consequential there. And actually, we can make it 5 plus 3 damage. Why not? Alright. We already used Amara this turn, I just didn't do that. We're going to keep the Sonic Rifle for now. Get rid of everything else and draw 4 cards. 1 threat going out. He's got 2 plus a boost. Eros is going to actually... We're going to Wiggle Room it and get more cards. So he's going for 3. If it does damage to me, I exhaust. But instead, I'm going to exhaust. I'm not going to exhaust. I'm just going to take the 3 and draw, or not take the 3 and draw with Wiggle Room. And we've got 1 encounter card to deal with, which is Melter. All right, we're getting places now. Yeah, this is going to work out okay. So we will use Yeah, we'll thwart for 1 and use Embiggen with Turn the Tide to clear this minion. Little awkward. We're going to pay 1, 2 for big hands to do 4 to claw. I really hate flipping down, but I think I kind of want to. We're going to flip down, use a mirror to put big hands on the bottom of our deck. Draw a card. Not quite enough resources to play our Sonic Rifle. We get to Teen Spirit, though, so maybe we will. We get a Bruno. Yeah, we'll gladly spend Bruno. Oops. Big hands and a Moon Girl to play Sonic Rifle. Oh, that's a hero action, though. Maybe we won't do that. In fact, yeah, let's definitely not do that. Let's use Sonic Rifle to play Bruno, and then use Bruno to put big hands underneath him. Ready everybody up. We're at 0 threat. We should be fine. Famous last words. 1 threat going out. He's going to scheme for 2, 3, 4. Oh my gosh. We get an encounter card, which is a Tiger Shark. Okay. We've almost got him into the next phase. This is doing pretty good. We are going to try just to mirror another big hands into there. No, I can bounce that big hands and save the other one for later. We're going to put a clear the area on bottom of our deck with a mirror, and then draw a card. It's a genius. That is pretty genius for us right now. Right away, let's just get that done with. So now we can go till 12 threat, because the threat threshold is increased by 2, which is really important for us. I haven't Teen Spirited yet. Maybe I shouldn't. We get a Nakia. We'll use Sneak By to play Nakia. Nope, sorry. Shrink to play Nakia. And then we'll use her to reduce the cost of something. We will put Sneak By under Bruno for now. He can take anything. We'll put Multitasking under Bruno for now. We're going to flip to Ms. Marvel. We've reduced the cost of the first event we play by 1. So we will big into big hands. This guy dead. We're going to use Eros to remove 2 threat. We're going to use Miss Marvel to remove 1 threat. We're going to play an Endurance. Give ourselves a little bit more hit points. Eros is gone. I think I'm okay sitting there for now. Drawing 5 cards. 1 threat goes in the main. He's going to attack us for 2 plus something, and we got Red Dagger for that. Red Dagger takes a bunch of damage. When Red Dagger will be defeated, spend 2 resources of different types. So I have to spend different typed resources. We'll use Sneak By and Wiggle Room to return him to your hand and deal 2 damage to an enemy. Definitely do that. Our encounter card is an Armored Guard. Okay. And it's our go. We are not seeing what we need to see. Yeah. Let's pay 3 for Red Dagger. Let's have Quake hit tough off of this guy. Red Dagger will thwart for 2. Ms. Marvel will thwart for 1, and we'll turn the tide onto the Armored Guard. Just stall for a turn. I think we're going to flip down, get 1 more card under Bruno, and then have a real good day. So let's put a Turn the Tide on the bottom of our deck. Draw a card. And let's put that under Bruno. We don't care what it is, we're just going to use it as resources to play a bunch of big hands. So we're drawing 6 cards, which is going to be an extra encounter card. This is the dangerous turn with double encounter cards. Okay. 1 threat going on the main scheme. It's going to scheme for 2, 3. and get an acceleration token. Excuse me. Shuffle that up. We have 2 encounter cards. The first one is an Assault, which surges into a Sonic Boom. Spend a bunch of resources or exhaust everybody. Gosh, that card. We don't need Wiggle Room. We don't need Quake. I really don't want to give up my strength. I'm just going to exhaust everybody again. Maybe it'll be another Sonic Boom. The Villain Schemes. Ooh, 2, and put this guy into play. So close. This is stage 1. I wish it was so close. We're close, though. Okay. We don't have anything to Amir with yet. So we're going to spend 1, 2, 3, 4 resources to play Nick Fury and draw 3 cards. We'll then sneak a Strength onto the bottom of our deck with Amir and draw a card. We will reduce the cost of the next card we play with Nakia, and we'll use Teen Spirit to get a big hands. We're going to flip up and use Bruno to return those 3 cards to our hand. All right. We got a lot of money and some big hands to go with it. So let's see what we can do. These 2, I think, are going to pop Claw to the next phase. Let's just do it. He gets Toughness, and he's got 22. It's a lot of hit points. For those counting at home, it's a lot. Yeah. So we could big hands for 6. We could bounce it to do 4 more, and then we could do 4 more. So we got like 14 in our hand. Got to worry about threat a little bit too. So first thing we'll do is we'll pay 2 for a sneak buy for 3. And then we will pay 2 to play Eros. Maybe we won't do that. How do we feel about 3 threat? I feel pretty safe with 3 threat. That's not bad. I'd rather get into big hands land here. So let's pay... We need to ping off him, though. Oh, yeah, maybe we do need to play Eros just for that. If that's the case, we'll use Clear the Area, Eros, and Avengers Mansion for Moon Girl. Because she'll come out, we do have the champion trait, and we get to draw 3 cards to replace her, which feels really good. Moon Girl will ping Tough off of Claw. Now we can pay 2 for big hands and embiggen it for 6. We can't bounce it because we're already exhausted. Forgot about that. We'll pay 1, 2 for the big hands for 4 more. We will... Can't get the threat down to 0 with what's in our hand. We'll pay 2 for Wiccan and discard Nick Fury. He'll thwart for 1, and then we'll see how much damage he gets. He gets 3 damage in. We'll kill this little dude with that. It doesn't feel bad at all. And I'm pretty happy. I mean, we made a lot of progress. We got chump blockers for days. Things should go our way. 2 threat going out. He's going to attack for 2 plus something, and Moon Girl's going to take that. 2 plus 4 is 6. That's a lot of damage. Not on Miss Marvel. We get 1 encounter card, which is another armored guard. Gosh, this grind. This grind. And it becomes our turn. Let's see. I'm really wishing I had played Shrink at this point in my life. Go figure. We got a guard minion in our way. I think we're going to use Turn the Tide and Sonic Rifle to play Ironheart, draw us a card. She'll ping Tough off the guard minion for us. Wiccan will thwart, obviously, and hopefully hit a 3. Hits a 0. That sucks. We'll use Polymer Suit to clear the area, but we'll thwart once first, so we remove the last threat and get to draw a card. Not a card from there. That's a bad card. This card. Didn't help. We have not seen any more side schemes since I played Skilled Investigator. That's a bummer. Alright, we will... I think we want to keep Red Dagger for 1 more turn. I don't know. I'd really like to get rid of that guy. So let's Red Dagger into him and then pay 2 for Machine Man. Feels real bad, but Machine Man's just going to do a base attack into him, which will get rid of the guard minion, just so we're set up to do the damage we need to do next turn, should we draw into cards that allow that. Draw on 5. We got a big hands. That's good. 2 threat going in the main. We've got 2 plus something. This guy's got 2 damage on him. Let's use Ironheart this time. She takes 6. Allies are taking 6 left and right here. We get an encounter card. It's finally a side scheme. That's what I've been begging for. I don't know if I want it anymore, but it's there. Let's have Wiccan remove 1 threat from it and see what he gets. A 0 again. Great job, Wiccan. You peaked on your first card. So we could embiggen for 6 and then do 4 more. And then Machine Man could finish us off. So I think that's what we should do. I haven't used that yet. So we will clear the area and Polymer Suit for big hands. And we will embiggen it to do 6 damage. We'll use Miss Marvel to bounce it back to our hand. Spend up to 3 resources of any type. Okay. We will pay 2 again for big hands. And then we can use this ability when he attacks or thwarts, spend up to 3 resources to give him +1/+1 for each resource spent. So we'll make him a 3/3, and as a 3/3, he can crash right into Claw. So we did it. We did defeat Claw. It took the second go around. We let things get away from us on the first go around, but we made it in there. So we just snuck it. I'm going to go grab water really quick, and then we'll get one more game in before 4 o'clock. Then I got to go pick up the kids from school. So we will do more streaming to get to that extra life goal. We got really, really close. So thanks to everybody that tuned in. We'll do one more game, and it'll be Champions instead of Snap, because I think that's what people are more excited about for today. So we will be back in a minute. All right, we're back at it. Going into our last game for the stream. We're at a real long time. It says that our countdown timer started over, so I may have actually canceled the stream for a second and turned it back on. Hopefully, you recorded the whole thing. We're going on 7.5 hours, so we're doing pretty good. We are going to run Cyclops Aggression against Ebony Maw. So we'll have run something from every box and hopefully won something against every box too, which is a big deal. And we're going to do it with a Cyclops boot camp, because if there is a Marvel character out there that treats things like a boot camp, it is Cyclops. All right, let's see what we got. Lost Visor. Don't want to draw that. Please don't. We've got a 40-card Cyclops deck here, including Power of Aggression, a bunch of X-Men and non-X-Men allies. I actually completely forgot to use Cyclops' best ability, which is that he can include any X-Men. I just made this off-stream really quick. So I included random aggression allies and then X-Men, honorary X-Men, but that was probably not the right thing to do. We'll see how it goes. We're probably going to lose. It's Ebony Maw. I can't do much. Okay. We are going to get an encounter card here. We are using Bomb Scare and the Band of Badoon. So the story here is that Ebony Maw is leading a band of Badoon to plant a bomb somewhere and be a real Badoon. Or a Badone. What do we get here? Discard one random card from your hand and you are confused. That's no good. That's our go. So we get to start with just 6 cards, and we get to search your deck for a tactic upgrade and add it to your hand. So that is an action, so we have to do our setup first. I love the idea of drop kicking right away. So we're going to pitch some things and just look for physical resources, which we get, so that's great. And then we'll use Cyclops' ability to go search for a upgrade. And which one do we want? We'll take this one just because it costs 0. So we can attach this to an enemy. We will pay 1, 2, 3 for a drop kick to face. Draw a card and put out a stunt. We will not have enough for X-Jet. That's a bummer. But we do have enough to spend a resource of any type, deal 3 damage to an enemy with an upgrade on them. So, sitting pretty good so far. And we're just going to lay in on the damage for now. I don't want to waste Thwart. Throw away this one and draw 4. Villain gets 1 threat. They are stunned. We get 1 encounter card, which is another invocation. We're going to stack these up for a while. And we'll see how we go. This falls off because it's temporary. I kind of feel like Fury's the way to go here. I don't know if that's true or not. Phoenix could also be good, but I'm going to go with Fury for now. We're going to take the 3 cards. I'd love to take the 4 damage and boost him to the next phase, but I don't think we're there yet. And then I think we play a boot camp. Cyclops will thwart for 2. Fury will punch for 3, which doesn't feel too bad. And we're readying everybody up and drawing 5 cards. Should I flip down? No, we have Fury. I shouldn't flip down. That'd be silly. Okay, 1 threat going on the main scheme. He's finally going to attack us. 1 plus something into Fury. Give the villain a tough status card. Okay, that's fine. I think Fury does die from that. It was just enough. We're going to remove 1 counter from each of these invocations, and we get the villain attacks you. Okay, so he's going to attack us for 1, 2, 3. Remove a counter from each of these. So this one will go off. We discard a random card from our hand, and we become confused. Full blast. Oh, that's a bummer. Okay. Do I have any good tactics in my discard pile that I want out there right now? Probably. Alright, let's go ahead and pay 2 for Tactical Brilliance. We'll remove 3 threat from a scheme, choose a tactic from our discard pile, and add it to our hand. We'll grab this one that gives him -1 attack. Throw it on him. And I'm not quite sure I actually want him to pop a phase, but I kind of want to just keep going here. So we're going to pay 1 to use our Visor Blast and push him. Oh, no, we're going to pay 1 to just hit Tough off of him. Okay. Not so bad. We haven't used our base anything yet. So we'll punch for 1. We're going to flip down. Ugh, need to get some water after this. Okay. We're going to flip down and search for a tactic upgrade and add it to our hand. Sure. We'll take this one. Readying up, we're going to draw 5 more cards. 1 threat going on the main. He's going to scheme for 2/3. And we're actually confused, so we would have had to use our base thwart instead of our attack and then play Tactical Brilliance. So now we're not confused. Alright, he thwarted for 3 and he's removing this. We're going to exhaust each upgrade you control and become stunned. That's brutal. Good thing we don't control any upgrades. And that's that. Where are our allies? They must all be in our discard pile. Alright, let's search our deck for a tactic, if there are any left. Nope, I don't see any. That's all you can do, Cyclops. Sorry. Let's jump up and clear stunned. Let's throw that onto the villain. Let's go ahead and play Plan B. Let's go ahead and play Endurance. Is that what we want to do? I could do more damage this way. But then I don't pop him, which is probably what I do want to do. Yeah, so we'll play Endurance, and then we'll use Plan B to discard a random card and deal 2 damage. Just keeping him from flipping for 1 more turn is probably to our advantage. Drawing 5. Alright, dropkick it is. 1 threat going on the main. He's going to attack us for 0 plus something. We're taking it to face, so just 1. We get an encounter card, which is You Are Confused. Bomb scare. They're setting off those bombs. Alright, well, we'd rather have a She-Hulk out there with boot camp on her or dropkick. I think the answer's obvious. We'd rather dropkick. But first, we'll attack and punch him to the next phase. Put him up to 18. I'm just going to put him to 14 because we're going to dropkick him with 3 physical resources, drawing us a card and stunning him, which is a big deal for us. We are going to go find an invocation, so we get a fireball. We've got 4 things before that goes off, so hopefully we've got enough time to be okay. He doesn't have an upgrade on him, so we can't use Cyclops' Optic Blast, but we can use Plan B, just push a little bit more damage. And it's a Tactical Brilliance into 2 damage. I am going to discard Dust. I'm going to keep Dust just so I don't deck out. That's what I'm going to do. 1 threat going on the main. We got another invocation coming out, that means. I think we shuffle everything back together, right? Yep. Now we're looking for a spell. We get a pacification with 3 counters on it. He is stunned, and our encounter card is remove 1 invocation from each spell. If you have no spell environments in play, discard cards until it happens. Okay, not a problem right now. Alright, and we've got what? A 9 gap threshold here. So we're doing pretty good. Pretty good. It's our go. He's got 12 health left. We got lots of shenanigans we can do, though. I wish that was a tactic upgrade, but it's not. We're going to play a Wolverine. Yeah, let's just do it. 1, 2, 3, 4 for a Wolverine. He can swing for 3, 4 with boot camp. Cyclops can clear confused and flip down. Before he flips down, he'll discard dust to plan B. Here we go. There's our visor. So Wolverine takes 2 consequential. He's going to heal to 1 at the start of our turn. 1 threat going out. He's going to scheme for 2, just 2. Each of these goes down by 1. We have 2 encounter cards. Retaliate 1 minion that we don't care about, and if he engages your hero, he attacks you, but we are not a hero. Lucky us, we are in alter ego form out in space. So it's finally our go. We can go search for one of those upgrades to throw on to the villain, which we will gladly do. We'll flip up. That's going to let us spend any resource to do 3 damage. Wolverine can finish it off for us. So we did it. We were able to take down someone from Bad Titan's Shadows. So we beat 1 villain from each box at least throughout this stream. Hope everybody enjoyed it. There's like 7 minutes left until I have to end. So that's just enough time for 1 snap game, so we're going to do it. Alright, let me get that fired up, and we'll see if we can win our final snap game. So for Extra Life, if you were tuning in today for the Extra Life portion of the stream, we were able to raise $290 from the Marvel Champions community. So the goal was $500 over a couple streams, so we got really close in just one of them. We're going to wrap things up here with 1 game of Snap, and we'll leave the Extra Life page open and do a couple more streams in December and January trying to get to that goal. So, thanks if you donated. Thanks if you just tuned in or shared the link. Either way, you were a superhero today. We got our Quicksilver. Always get our Quicksilver. That's not a picture of Phoenix. +1 energy on turn 1. That's always a little awkward if you don't have a 2-drop, but we drew into a Sentinel, so we'll take it. Take what we can get. Alright. Colossus. Okay. Same power, we just can't destroy him. Add a copy to your opponent's hand. We don't really want to do that, so we'll just play another Sentinel for now. Project Wide Awake style. Okay. That's cute. I think we're just going to dump Ant-Man's down. They become 4s. That at least challenges him to drop something big there. Played a Wolfsbane really early. She gets +2 power for each card that they have there, but they obviously didn't have very many. I don't really want to give him a Punisher until the very end. So we'll throw a Hawkeye and a Sentinel. You know what? We'll just do and a Punisher here. That way if he puts anything down, we get a bonus. I don't know how I feel about that. We can give him a Sentinel. That's okay. You got 2, huh? It's the final turn. I think this is the best we can do. See how it goes. 1 Hulk kills us pretty much, unfortunately. They did have to play 2 cards, so we might be in it. Oh, I wasted 5 there. Yeah. We're good to go. Golden. And with a win, that always feels good. Sweet, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. We're going to shut down the stream. Appreciate everyone that tuned in, and we will see you all